so on. It's always a privilege to be asked to do anything in AA, to be singled out for various pleasant duties and some unpleasant duties. But tonight's a pleasant one, and I've only been in contact with Clancy on a one-to-one basis a few times over the past number of years, and he spoke once at the anniversary of this world-famous Kingsway group about 11 years ago, I think it was, and we had a lot of fun then. And I have his tapes, which I'm sure many of you have, and as I told him, I was about to tell him that I'm very pleased that finally the legend has come alive and is here and present and touchable. I'm sure he can handle all this stuff. But I'm delighted to be asked. Joanne said Jack's going to say a few words. I don't think Jack or I ever said a few words about anything. But on that happy notice to remind myself that I'm not up here doing the retreat. I'm here to welcome our good friend Clancy. We've already done that on a one-to-one basis, and I ask you all to now to welcome Clancy I from Venice, California.
My name is Clancy Emerson, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm very glad to be here. I want to thank Jack for the introduction. Jack is, I've talked on the way from the airport. He and Maggie were kind enough to pick me up at the airport, and just we got in the car in the airport, I said, "How's it going, Jack?" And he finished telling me just we pulled up here. The only break is when one time he stopped somewhere and said, "Oh hell, we're on the wrong road," and we turned around. But Maggie's so brave. I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm at a little bit of a... I know many of you people have been to this particular thing several years, and there are some people here new. I'm going to tell you something that may stagger you. I've been sober a long time, longer than Jack. But it's nice to see you younger people hanging in there. But this is the first retreat I've ever attended. I've never attended a retreat before. And I didn't want to attend this one because I've always had kind of a subconscious, joking attitude towards retreats of, I know how to retreat, I'm trying to find a way to go forward. Now my sponsor, I didn't dare tell him that because he went to retreats and did a wonderful job. Old Chuck C. and the Paula Mesa retreat, of course, turned out into a book finally. So, I've talked a lot about the steps in various times, and Mr. Grafton from Winnipeg wrote me a letter and said, "Now you ought to go up and do that." And I said I didn't want to do it, and he said, "Well, you better do it." So I came up here, but I really have not been terribly comfortable because I didn't know what I'd find. I come from a little Lutheran community in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and I thought it might be Catholics up here. I don't mind them as a rule. I married one, but I practically single-handedly repopulated the entire Catholic Church with my efforts. I was unfortunately married before birth control became acceptable, and as I've said many times, my grandmother warned me about marrying a Catholic girl, and I told her that was a bigoted pre-war feeling, and I'd been in the Pacific fighting the Japanese so that we'd have no more bigotry and no more racial or religious intolerance. I married this girl, and my grandmother was right. And it's not that she was bad, but there's something I never tell little Lutheran boys. If you marry a good Catholic, probably if she was bad Catholic, but good Catholic, if you marry a good Catholic, you're about to become the head of a rapidly growing family, whether you want one or not. And I used to plead with her and tell her that we didn't have to take orders from some old guy in Rome in a white dress, and she'd get nettled. She finally had a priest come by one time, and he gave me an hour and a half on the rhythm system, which is a Catholic version of birth control, and I listened intently, and I just couldn't get that beat. So I became a national distributor of small Catholics. People like me always don't have much hair in front because you go through life coming home and saying, "You're a what?" So I have a little experience with Catholics, but not much with retreats. But I'm glad to be here this evening to discuss. Most of you, I'm sure, have studied the steps and have heard outstanding authorities on the steps. All I can give you my personal version and my opinion and my feelings and what I've learned in the 33 plus years I've been active in AA. I'd like to start off by saying I've had no other therapies in the past 33 plus years. I'm not going to weave in other therapeutics. That's one of the great problems we're facing today in AA is the concept that people come into our meetings and want to talk about gobbledygook they're learning in other groups, in other therapies. And we don't judge in AA. We don't. We all do, but we say we don't. I don't judge, but I want to tell you this, you sumbitch. You know. But the one thing I think we can do, we were talking about the way it comes in car. Sometimes people come into an AA meeting. Maybe it's a discussion. They'll talk about the difficulties they're having with their inner child, or how their parents, their alcoholism caused all this, and on and on. And they may be valid reasons, but I think it's valid to say, as we talked about the car, that's very interesting, but take that to the group and discuss it in the group that discusses those sort of things. In Alcoholics Anonymous, we discuss 12 steps and recovery. We do not, any more than I would go to transactional analysis and insist they work the 12 steps. They got their thing and I got my thing. You do your thing, I got my thing. And I don't want to come to an AA meeting and listen to someone whine for 45 minutes about their inner child. It makes me want to puke, that's all. I'm not saying their therapy isn't valid, but it isn't valid inside of our walls, because our walls deal with the only successful treatment of alcoholism in history that has lasted very long. The Washingtonians had a successful therapy, many of them similar to our steps, some of their therapies, but they didn't survive because they didn't have any traditions. I'm sure some of you newer folks might not remember this, but there's only been 2 effective treatments of alcoholism in all of the 4,000 years of recorded alcoholic history. And one was started in 1840 by 6 guys in a bar in Baltimore, and they evolved a little organization that gradually grew, and very much similar to AA. They got little groups. This guy would go over there, that group, and talk, and one would talk to another, and then individuals to individual, and very successful. By 1845, 5 years later, it was estimated conservatively that there were 100,000 sober alcoholics on the East Coast. Baltimore, Philadelphia, Washington, New York, Newark, Boston, and there'd never been anything like it. But they didn't have any traditions, and there were a lot of problems they were having. Who was getting the most newspaper notice by their talks, and who was the most successful in gathering new members, and then they got into a thing, if we're this successful, and you'll hear this in AA today, if we're so successful with alcoholics, we should be able to change the whole world with what we're doing. And so they, little by little, worked into different fields. They had people, Washingtonians, who were abolitionists to wipe out alcohol all over the world. They had people who were anti-slavery. Got into the anti-slavery movement. There was one of the speakers in 1847 in Washington was a young congressman from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln talking about slavery. And on and on. And they got to work with narcotics addicts at the time, opium and laudanum. And they really expanded their message to everyone. And by 1848, to all intents and purposes, the group was extinct. There was a few people left. I remember I have a book home from a guy written in 1862 by one of the old line members. He lists all the places he traveled, all the speeches he gave, and how he's sad that something happened. He didn't know what happened, but they all left. They didn't have a primary purpose, a unity of thinking. But that was the place that they had steps and no tradition, not really steps. And these steps, as we know, came along. We know the history of this. That There were no steps written. Certainly when Bill and Dr. Bob got together in the Cyberling guest house in 1935, and there were no steps written when they got organized in Akron, or when Bill went back to New York, or when Clarence started a group up in Cleveland. And in 1938, Bill Wilson and this organization decided to write this book, hopefully to take some of the funds and start hospitals for alcoholics. And he wrote this book that when I was new, when I first went to my first AA meeting, I was sent to a meeting in 1949. That's a long time ago. You think that's a long time ago? You weren't even born yet, you puke. I shouldn't be mean to the newcomers. I want to say this because to the young people, because sometimes we forget to say this. We get so caught up in our stuff. But I try to say to somebody talks that in my group in Los Angeles is the largest group in the world. Some 1,200 people every Wednesday night. Really up, enthusiastic group, quite famous. And we have a lot of young people. I'll tell you what I tell the young people in our group. You are the AA leaders of tomorrow. And if you're like the young people in our group, I'm really glad I'm going to be dead. But they wrote this book, and when I went to my first meeting, and a guy asked me, I had a guy who was trying to help me, and he asked me to read the book, and I read the book, and I found it to be interminably dull. It's no kind of a joke crowd. He'd say, well, I read that book, and it was just bad writing. It wasn't bad writing. It's just dull. And some years later, through a series of bad breaks and misunderstandings, I came off Skid Row, and I had a new sponsor, and he had me read the book, and this time I read that book, and it was interminably dull. It just was an interminably dull book. It's just, all my adult life, I've been a successful writer. I write things and say, do this, buy this, take this action, move now, now. When you read that book, it just goes on and on. If you are thorough at this stage of your development. But over the years, I've come to believe that book is the only inspired piece of literature I've ever, divinely inspired piece of literature I've ever held in my hand. Because I believe the book is a miracle. I didn't believe that for many years, but I couldn't believe that. And I believe it's a miracle because the man who wrote it did not know enough to write it. He had no background in psychology or medicine or abnormal psychology or theology. And there have been all sorts of experts in this field working on this problem of alcoholism. And he sat down and wrote a book based on the observations of people, most of whom went back to drinking. You know, we keep forgetting it. We make it sound as though all the Christians under the catacombs stayed sober. Most of them didn't stay sober. And he wrote a book that has changed more alcoholic lives in the last 52 years, 53 years, than all other therapies combined in the history of mankind. It's kind of interesting when you read about him. He talks about writing the book and how one of the hang-ups he had was how to put these principles down. And he lay awake at night and think, what the hell is it? And he said he's taking a nap after and said it just fell into place in his mind. He jumped up and scribbled them down. But I didn't come to 12 steps. And as we know now, we're a combination of things, principles in the Oxford movement and a couple other places. And these 12 steps have boggled the mind. They're deceptively simple. We've all heard them a lot of times. We read them at meetings. And it just doesn't seem to anyone with any intensity of emotions new that this can possibly change your life. They're nice to talk about, but they have no meaning. They're like the Ten Commandments. They're nice on the wall, but what do you do with them? And that's why I'm glad to talk a little bit about them for the next couple days. If nothing else, if not to instruct you, to at least revive within me a continuing memory of what they're about. And I think the first 3 steps, which we're scheduled to talk on tonight, I've always felt are the three most important steps in all of Alcoholics Anonymous, because they are the steps that drive people away. They drive people away from AA, because they come here and they just don't seem to have any meaning. You come here and you're desperate, your emotions are ripped up, and drinking is a problem, but you have so many deeper problems, and the feelings are so bad. And those steps are just, well, first you're going to admit you're drunk, and therefore your life's all screwed up, and then you're going to come to believe that God's going to make it all better, and then you're going to turn it over to God, and it's going to be just fine. And there's a Spanish word we use in Southern California sometimes that maybe you've heard that fits that moment to just, adios. I got to find a little something more complex than that crap. And when I was in and out of AA for many years, and I knew quite a bit about it, and I read the book, and I knew all about it, and I knew done a lot of things, and I had good sponsors who were decent and good people, not power-drunk dictator people. I'll tell you, what I learned about sponsors over those years was this. If somebody new here, you might be looking for a sponsor. Find someone who uses the term, because it's so reinforcing, unconditional love. You want someone who's going to love you no matter what you do, even though they don't really mean it. You find out after a while, even they get cross. But even they say, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but they all tell you sooner or later. So you stay away from them as much as you can. And the only time you really need your sponsors is after you drink. And you call up and say, hello, Bob, I'm sorry, but I've let you and AA down. Now, if you got a guy with unconditional love, you say, you haven't let us down. You're sick. You've had a relapse. That's all. I'm coming right over, and I'll get some of the guys, and we'll go through this with you. I'll bring a pint so you won't go into DTs. God bless you, Bob. That's what I call sponsorship. I wound up in Los Angeles with some old puke that knew nothing about AA. He'd say things like, kid, call me anytime you want, a night or a day. If you haven't got the money, call collect. Wait until the time you drink. But after you drink, save your money. All you're going to hear from me is a dial tone. I thought, Jesus, this guy don't know nothing about AA. But he was rather insistent. I do think he insisted. I read the book, and it's stupid. But so I didn't pay much attention to it. But at least I could tell him it's stupid. He was awfully testy. I guess I made him testy. It's like you hear about these dysfunctional families. I come from a dysfunctional family, but I happen to think later I made it dysfunctional. Should have just let us said it. I came from a dysfunctional family. I've been a victim all my life. Wherever I go, people hate me. I don't know why. But the first three steps of AA were to me a very difficult thing, because they seem to have nothing. They're just mishmash. And we all know that. We admitted we were drunks or powerless over alcohol, and that our lives had become unmanageable. And I remember discussing with my sponsor once on this subject, and he wheeled on me and got me thinking for the first time, and changed my thinking about the first step over a period of time, not that moment, of course. But I think the hard thing to remember is that we come here, and everybody knows the first step says you admit you're an alcoholic. And it doesn't admit you're an alcoholic. It doesn't even ask you to stop drinking. As my sponsor said, why don't you just try the black parts? I've said before, he used to wave his finger in my face, and I didn't have any front teeth at that time, so it's the only time I really missed my front teeth. I wasn't going to give him the pleasure of gumming it, I'll tell you that. But he said, just take the black parts. He says it doesn't say that. It says you admit you're powerless over alcohol. You have some trouble with alcohol? and so on. And we talked about that. And what do I have to admit? Is I've lost my power to control my drinking. And if I hadn't lost that power to control my drinking, I wouldn't be here. It's really, the first step is non-debatable, because either side of it, if you had not fallen into it, you wouldn't come here. People don't get up in the morning, one morning, and walk through the French doors into the garden and say, well, spring is here. I think I'll join we come here under the lash. And the problem is sometimes we get thinking that we have to admit our problem is alcohol. And we don't have to admit that either. It says we become powerless over alcohol. In other words, I can no longer control my drinking. And nearly everybody in this room lost that control long before they came here. And not know why. After you hear a while, you understand why. We keep fighting alcohol without realizing alcohol is not the problem. Alcohol is the relief from the problem. It has an unnatural relief tendency. That's what makes it such a remarkable and lethal thing. But all we have to admit, there's nothing debatable there. I've had some trouble drinking. Yeah, I have. And therefore my life is unmanageable. But that's where my sponsor nailed me. He said, it isn't therefore our life is unmanageable. He said, there's a dash there. I don't know if you remember, as you're supposed to be a hotshot writer, but a dash in the English language means end of thought, beginning of new thought. My life is not unmanageable because my life is powerless over alcohol. I am powerless over alcohol, and in addition to that, my life is unmanageable. Or in other words, I've lost my power to control my drinking, and I've lost my power to control my sobriety. That's all you admit. But if I hadn't lost my power to control sobriety, I wouldn't have to go to AA. I would just live in sobriety. All of us, I'm sure, have quit and realized that quitting is the painful part of the illness. That's what makes alcoholism to this day such a lethal disease. Why over 90% of alcoholics, as is estimated in America, still die from alcoholism or die drunk after all the help available. Because it's the only illness in the world, one of the very few, of course, where the problem comes after you are withdrawn from the toxic substance. And then you live in agony. So all I have to admit, you go along, you get much more sophisticated in these things and discover the nature of the problem is something called alcoholism. And alcoholism consists of an unnatural reaction to alcohol which brings about a feeling of euphoria following sober conflict. But there's nothing really to admit there. I mean, there's nothing debatable when you think about it. People read much too much into it. They have to admit they're lifelong drunks, and if their problem is alcohol and stopping, they're going to shape up, and they're going to change their lives. It doesn't say that. It says, I'm admitting I've got a problem with alcohol, and I'm admitting I got a problem without alcohol. It's just that simple. We'd like to read deep complexities and metaphysical insights, but that's all it says. I have to believe that's what he meant. Second step, however, gets a little spooky. There's no getting away from that. Because now you got to return to God. And returning to God may be fun for some people, but not for sinful Norwegian Lutherans. As I've said many times, I was raised in a very, very strict church. Our dropouts became successful Catholics. It's been said, may be true for all I know, Norwegian Lutherans, even if they're married for 30 years, would never make love standing up, just in the fear that some passerby might think they were dancing. It really is a dreadful church. And, it was. I kind of liked the church. It was a good church. But I was weak and sinned and did terrible things. And I wish I could have been older sooner. Yeah, I think about that when I was young. I know what made me pop in my mind now. This certainly is not prepared. I have my script, but I seem to have lost it. When I was a boy, like most boys, I was troubled by sexual drives and fantasies and urges. And when I was 15, I was on a ship in Pearl Harbor. I'd run away from home because I had a great lust for adventure early in the Second World War. And I found out later that on these ships they gave us all sorts of, what's that stuff?
Protection.
No.
Saltpeter.
Huh? Not condoms, Christ. Saltpeter. Condoms. When you're aboard a U.S. ship, you don't need safe sex. We're all clean there. Anyway, what a terrible crap. And I've been afraid of retreats all my life, and here's the kind of people who are. Anyway. But they put saltpeter in our food. And I often thought about that. It never seemed to have any effect on me because it's supposed to keep you from being edgy and nervous and fantasizing. I suppose some of the guys edge up to the messmen and I was eating pounds of this stuff and I was always fantasizing and nervous and sweaty and pimples bursting out and all that. But the odd thing about that saltpeter is this, something I never realized. I ate a lot of it, never had any effect, and it just kicked in about 2 years ago. If I only would have had that effect many years ago, I'd have been saved a lot of problems. Boy, I'll tell you. If that saltpeter would have worked, I'd have saved a... Christ, I might have gone to heaven. But I was raised in this church, and I joke about it now, but there's something, I'll tell you something. When you're raised in a strict church, and you are kind of a bad person, you're a rebel or a sinner, as you say it, you can joke all you want about it, but there's just like the thing Hitler used to say, you give me their minds till they're 12, they'll be a part of them, they'll be Nazis till they die. They say they're not, but they are. They're always, I got to be older and somewhat, at least imitation intellectual and a writer and traveling in fast crowds in cities and so on. And cunningly agnostic or atheistic and sitting around porch, distinguished cocktail parties with other little pukes and discussing the farce of the belief in God. And if God exists, let him strike me dead. If God exists, why in Chicago does Louis Lepke or Three-Finger Brown rather live in a big estate with women and broads and his children are happy on the edge of his estate? A train comes and hits a busload of nuns and strews them along tracks for half a mile. Is that how God rewards his people on earth? If God exists, why does a gangster live in Lucky Luciano live in Italy? Women, broad, drugs, money, drink, everything he wants. 50 miles away, the Pope dies screaming in pain from cancer. It's just how God rewards his people. Ha! God doesn't exist. I remember reading in my imitation intellectual reading Nietzsche. And one thing that struck me about Nietzsche is one of his characters once, in one of his pieces says, God is dead. He may have existed once to set the orbs awhirl and to make the natural law. But look about you, there's anarchy. God no longer exists. God is dead. Do not live in fear. I remember thinking, I hope that's true. I really hope that's true because I won't have to. Because late at night when I'm afraid, I know I'm going to go to hell. Incidentally, I should say about that, there's always somebody who spoils things. Nietzsche is quoted in a theological seminar in Chicago. They have a big sign that says, God is dead. Signed Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, 1884. And beneath it says, Nietzsche is dead. Signed God, 1906. When I was an imitation intellectual and imitation atheist, in fact, one time in Dallas, some guys and I, we almost brought this off. We were so cute, somebody snitched on us, but we had a deal where we were going to put in the telephone book a dial-a-prayer for atheists, where you'd call this number and nobody would ever answer. Well, so when I began going to meetings again and staying sober, I was living in the back seat of an abandoned car right outside the club back door, so I was close to the meetings. And I didn't want to hear the story about returning to God. In fact, I remember talking one night at a meeting, I don't want to hear that crap. I may be here to get sober after this, that religious crap. I remember an old lady came up to me and she said, "Oh, son," she said, I just hate to see you fight God. I remember it took all I could do to keep from saying, "Well, ma'am, you'll never see me fight God again." Now you can just hear me fight God. But my sponsor and some others over a period of time educated me into that step. Remember, he said, "It never says you got to return to God." I said, "Well, return to a power greater than myself, to that fool you little people around here. I have to be a little more intelligent than that." It doesn't even say that. It says you come to believe in something. You never return to anything. There's nothing in AA that says you ever return to anything, because we're coming out of sickness. The only thing about return to anything is one sentence that says some people return to normal living. But he said a little puke like you'd ever had any normal living, so you have to worry about that. And boy, I just got him. I said, "Oh yeah?" He just turned white. He says, "You got to believe in something. You got to believe in something. Can't you believe in God?" I said, "No, I don't." He said, "You believe in AA?" I said, "No, I don't." He says, "You think I'm doing better than you are?" I said, "I guess you are." He says, "Congratulations, I'm your new higher power." Now, he became my higher power, and that was acceptable to me. He could not send me to hell. He could make my life hell, but he could not send me to hell. And I just to stay out of his way as much as possible. But he became my higher power. And I was so glad he did. And over a period of time, when he tricked me and I feel bad, when he found me at the right time and I was feeling bad enough to be pliable, he got me to take actions and do things. And little by little, I stayed sober, much to my surprise, taking those stupid actions he nailed me with. Over a period of time, I came to believe in AA as my higher power. After I was a year and a half sober, so I came to believe in AA as my higher power. That was great. And sometime after that, finally one day I found myself praying to an abstract God that I swore I would never pray to. And I came to believe in a power greater than myself. To this day, I would say this to anybody who's new. I would much rather see you believe in your sponsor that you really believe in than to pretend to believe in a God you don't believe in so you look good at the meetings. Because the time comes, it's 2 a.m, and you've got to turn to what you believe in, and if you've been shucking them, you're dead. You better have something out there that you believe in. But you've got to come to believe in something, that's all. You've got to come to believe in something. The step is quite simple. Came to believe that some power exists that meetings, AA, sponsor, God, will what? Will restore me to sanity. Now that sounds so easy to say it, but once you're an imitation intellectual, it's very difficult. It might even be true for real intellectuals. How about that, Jack? Anyway, I need to ride back to the airport. I'm just playing up to it. Sanity is a very, very difficult thing to define. You could read 10 books on mental problems and mental recoveries, and you will get 10 different definitions of what sanity is. When I was in the electric shock ward, well, very funny, huh? I was under a lot of duress, except I couldn't remember what it was. Right? There was a guy next to my bed that I always thought was one of the only man I ever knew that was happy. Really? Sane. Because he was happy all the time. I do this one, Fred. Just hi. And I realized sometime later, the guy's nuts. He's never going to get out of there as long as he keeps laughing. He's going to, until he realizes how bad it is here, you know. What the hell is sanity? What does it mean? That you're happy all the time? That you're well adjusted? No. Some people live in great pain are very sick. What the hell is it? Now, oddly enough, insanity can be defined. Sanity can't, but insanity can. Insanity, now not the insanity we talk about in AA, although that can be fine, but that's not what we're talking about. You know, they still say that, well, alcoholism is still second greatest cause of insanity, right behind syphilis. But that type of insanity is not what we're talking about here. That type of insanity is not even really insanity. It's more of a physical condition. Alcoholic insanity is when you're drunk enough alcohol so the dehydrating aspects of it will desiccate, dry out enough of your brain. You call it a wet brain, it turns out to be a dry brain, so you can't function. I bet most of you have never seen a case of alcoholic insanity. You would never see it. They're not people who sit around meetings talking crazy. I see them every once in a while, and I wish I never did, but I see them a lot. They sit in a hospital ward or a bed. They just sit there. And people come and change their diapers 3 times a day, and feed them, and put them to bed, and get them up, and change their diapers, and feed them. And it's very similar to the last stages of syphilis, except syphilis has the decency to kill the patient. In alcoholic insanity, they can live like that for 40 years. And their families come down, don't you remember me, friend? Away they go. Everybody cries, except the patient. That's what alcoholic insanity is. But psychotic insanity is what we're talking about now. Not brain damage insanity, but psychosis. Psychosis, of course, it has very many complexities, but just to really overly simplify it, but still true. When the human brain, under sufficient conflict, can find no way out of the conflict, and mounts until it's intolerable, the brain, in order to survive, will lower an altered perception of reality, and that is called psychosis. The same things look different. It may be that much, which many times people can live their whole lives with some of it, or it may be this much, which puts you in the insane asylum, or variations thereof. But what psychosis really is, it's an altered perception of reality. That's truly what it is. Now, we talk sometimes in our meetings about how, well, then I was psychotic, then I wasn't, then I was, and then I wasn't. You mean you're in pain and neurosis, and then you get over it. Because once you become truly psychotic, you stay there. You don't come back. Maybe 1 in 100 million. But true psychosis is a permanent condition. Now, it's an interesting thing. Alcoholics almost never become psychotic. Isn't that amazing? You'd think you'd be one of the leaders of the psychotic group. The incidents of alcoholics becoming psychotic are infinitesimal. Why is that? They certainly have a great deal of conflict. They have a great deal of pain. They live in neurotic conflict constantly, it seems like. Obsessive, unresolved problems. Because of one thing. They have an unnatural reaction to alcohol. Now, this unnatural reaction has been, when you're listening to meetings, people discuss, well, I stayed drunk 25 years. You think that's the unnatural reaction. Or, I acted crazy. All of these are offshoots. The unnatural reaction of alcohol in the alcoholic, it must have the power to almost instantly alter my perception of reality. It's hard to realize it doesn't do that for other people. That's why they don't drink. It's not a matter of morality or goodness. As has been, I remember when I was about a year sober, I finally had a little job working in the advertising agency again, wrapping packages, the same kind of job I'd had when I was 14 years old, part of the AA Rocket to Stardom program. Fanteeth, sullen. But one of our accounts, there was something called Kamchatka vodka. And they had billboards all over Southern California. I never saw them anywhere else, but they had them all over Southern California. They had the same billboard year after year. Vodka is pronounced Kamchatka. and they do different colors and different styles, different lands, but it was always the same. And I'd been an award-winning advertising writer till I was buried by bad breaks and misunderstandings. And so I decided to make my move. One day I came out my packages. I'm going to let them know there is a keen George Washington Hill type advertising wizard back in that wrapping room. Art director, town executive, laying out this same billboard, different style, same word. And I said, none of my business. But I got an idea. How's this for a slogan? Kamchatka vodka goes boom. Better than all vodkas everywhere. And they all looked at me with the same look I've been getting my whole life. Just. And one guy said, that's supposed to be funny? And the guy said, you don't even have an ugly mouth, it's a stupid mouth. And things like that. I don't know any single feeling that ever made me feel worse than public humiliation. You think that's funny? You're always sorry right after. Oh, sorry, miss. That's why I don't allow people I sponsor their own guns, because there ain't nobody who doesn't have that surge once in a while. But I was really, they were kind of short and rather effeminate. I would much go over the table and get them. I thought I could handle them, at least the art director. But I thought, I'll have to explain to that damn power-drunk sponsor of mine. I'd rather face death than do that. So I just went off, and I almost quit the job. I just half crazed. And I didn't run away. I knew my sponsor would help me on this. I saw him that night. I said, Bob! Hold it down, for Christ's sake. If you can't be a man, act like one. Now, what is it? So, for God's sakes, kid, how many times do I have to tell this to you? They're not putting you down. They're not abusing you. You're not a damn victim. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. Can't you understand this? When they drink, alcohol goes... When you and I drink, it goes boom. That's why we're in this meeting and they're not. I could have told you that. But that's always been an excellent test to me, to people who might be carried away with their graduation exercises from AA. Maybe I'm not really an alcoholic. Maybe I'm a situational drinker. Maybe it was all her fault. Now that she's been shaped up, it'll be different. Always the thought is this. Would you like to spend your life, or have liked to spend your life, when the day has come when your back is to the wall and the hounds of fate are ripping at your throat? Oh, God, give me a drink. Would you really want it to go? Oh, no more for me. I'm starting to feel it. But if you are like me, when your back is to the wall and the hounds of fate are ripping at your throat, give me a drink. It doesn't go. Bring on your goddamn hound, Mrs. Baskerville. This is an unnatural effect. Eventually that becomes a trauma in itself. But a case can well be made. If we had a lot of time, I'm sure I'd be glad to debate it. And in other words, I can say alcohol has the power to induce temporary psychosis within me. It alters my perception of reality, as psychosis does for all troubled minds. In fact, scientists who study alcoholics say alcoholics sometimes have to drink to preserve their sanity. Without temporarily inducing chemical insanity, I'm in danger of becoming psychotic. So, I can induce psychosis. And I never do it, nor does anybody around me know it. My life is a shambles thereof. Because one day the psychosis gets to be the only relief I have from this pain. And then I wind up in that position again. Intolerable sobriety, intolerable drinking. But none of that is germane at this step. Because this step we don't have to know much. All I have to admit is that somehow I have to come to believe that something or somebody, I don't even have to know why or how it's going to happen. People always want to know why. This step doesn't concern you why. Just come to believe that somehow it's going to happen somehow. Maybe a tongue of fire is going to land on your nose. Who knows? I guess it's on your shoulder, actually. When you're Norwegian, they take the biggest thing available. Come to believe that a power greater than myself will restore me to sanity. And I certainly construe sanity the ability to live without having to induce psychosis. That is the definition of sanity by any term, medically or psychiatrically. Sanity, the ability to live in reality with some degree of equanimity and at least the ability to withstand the vicissitudes of reality. So, second step is really not very tough. I have to come to believe somehow that there's something here that's going to make me not have to drink. That's all it means. We read so many things in these steps. And the first two steps are quite simple. I have to admit I had trouble with my drinking for some reason I can't understand. And I had trouble with sobriety for reasons that was their fault, and I can prove it's their fault, but I don't have to care whose fault it was. I had some trouble with sobriety. And the second step, I got to try to somehow come to believe that there may be some power that I can't see or understand yet is going to make it all right. I can't see how. And really, when you walk into the room, you have taken those two steps in effect. Because if you didn't think you had the problems, you wouldn't be here. And if you didn't think there was some help here, you wouldn't be here either. You may disbelieve it later, but these are really non-debatable steps as they're written. They are debatable only with implications and unnatural inferences. So, nothing difficult there. Then the third step, now this really, there's no way out of this one. We just made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand him. There he is now. I had to come to believe, and I still believe, in a varying way, that all that means is that I must be willing, based on the two premises that come before it, to surrender enough to try the things that I laboriously came to believe in the second step. That wherever this power may be, sponsor, meeting, AA, God, that I'm going to have, when I say I'm turning my life over to the care of God, the worst thing I can think of to happen when people sit around and say, well, I'm in God's hands, it's up to His responsibility. Not at all. It makes me sad to see people do that. Because I think it's a very great truism. God will never do for you what you could do for yourself. That's what we're here for. If you're sitting there waiting for Him to pay your rent, you got a long wait. I got a guy that I sponsor who, against my wishes, got a new station wagon because God told him to, but unfortunately God didn't keep up the payment, so he lost that station wagon. But we like to blame God for everything, but I had to come to believe. And what that means is surrender, the most difficult single surrender I know in the world. And that is the surrender of my judgment of what is right for me. I'll tell you, we can talk all day about, yes, these wonderful precepts, these wonderful things, but when it gets down to 2 o'clock in the morning and I can hear the hounds baying outside, I haven't got time for theory now. I better watch out for number one. And always reminds me, in the early days of aircraft, these flimsy little things flying around, Wright brothers and those guys, and in the early days, one of the worst things, the worst thing that happened to you once you got up in the air was to get into a tailspin. Because there was no way to pull out of a tailspin those damn things. That little stick, they try to pull the nose up, and they just dig them out of the ground, pry their hands loose, because they'd be dead in the ground. And one day, about 1910, a young lieutenant named Alfred Selfridge, I think was his name, who later died, but he got in a tailspin, and he was up at some tremendous height, like 600 feet. And, that may not seem high to you young folks on drugs. Hey, let me write that one down. But high. And he tried to pull down, he couldn't, and the plane was moving, so he tried to do anything he could. Let's get it over with quick. And he pushed the stick forward, which makes the nose go down, and you crash faster. And that day they discovered how you pull out of tailspins. And you still do it the same way. You come out the other way. Today they do the same thing with a jet. Right rudder and full power and underneath. But, now, many of the people who had learned to fly already discovered that. But after that, there were still people being dug out of the ground. They knew how to pull out of a tailspin, but once they got in a tailspin, there's no time for theory. I got to pull this son of a bitch up, and away they go. But eventually they come out the other side. And I'm sure that's what it is for all of us. We all know how to surrender, and we talk about surrender. It's very easy to surrender when things are going good. When you got a fistful of 50s and you're tap dancing through the streets. A little bit different when they're looking at you funny at the YMCA. The hardest surrender I know of is to take actions that I knew of. It isn't anymore because I worked my way out of it, I think. But to take actions I don't believe in, predicated on somebody else's analysis of my problem. Man, I know you mean well, but you just don't understand. And I think if you're like me, a number of times over the years, I have been very close to the ground before I push the stick forward. There have been grass stains. See, it wore the hair off my head, just skimming along the ground there for a while. And that's a continuing surrender, and that's one of the things we have to do again and again. Basic surrenders. I think that's sometimes newer people, even older people, get the wrong impression. They think it's some sort of a mystic, lifelong thing. Because you hear old-timers say, well, I came here, and I threw in the towel. It's just been pretty wonderful ever since then. That's podium talk. I'll tell you what life is. You throw in the towel, and when the heat dwindles, you take that baby back. And you spend the rest of your natural life tearing off small strips. How much do they want of me, for God's sake? And that's why old-timers have to tear off strips, just like newcomers have to tear off strips. Because the imitation equanimity of old-timers, they get doing so well that when bad times come, they know it can't be anything within them anymore. It must be something else because they're authorities. When they make mistakes, just the same as new people, there's a basic law, I think, in the survival. Making mistakes do not get you drunk. Does not get you drunk, ever. If making mistakes got you drunk, we all would be drunk. Sinning does not get you drunk. Being bad doesn't get you drunk. What gets you drunk is defending it and trying to prove it's all right. And that's why our step, we a step just devoted practically to continuing to admit our error and our sins and our faults and our mistakes and wrongdoing. But all of these things are part of the conducive continuing surrender. But the big surrender in the third step, to be very simple, goes right back to what we're talking about. I've admitted I've had some problems drinking, although I don't think my problem is really alcohol. And, of course, as we understand, it really isn't. It's alcoholism, which is a double problem of drinking and sobriety. And I've had some problems in my sobriety. And I've tried to come to believe that Bob or my home group, or God, or AA in some abstract way, will give me some way so I can live comfortably. I don't see how it can be, but I'm going to try. And then I'm going to try to do what they tell me. Even though I don't believe in it, I'm going to try to do what they tell me. The hardest single surrender in my life, and I believe in most of ours. Once it's over, it seems like nothing. You've got to remember, your whole fiber of your being is. That's why people slip and die, because they cannot believe that you can know more than I do about me, and I must use my judgment. The surrender of judgment is the hardest surrender of any human being, and especially an insecure and frightened one, because they must keep the walls up higher than most. And so the first three steps really have driven a lot of people away, because they misunderstand them. They don't know what they say. They say, "Oh, come here and admit I'm drunk, and that's made me screwed up, and then God's going to make it better, and then that's going to be all right." Baloney. And they die without ever knowing and never understood what they were about. And I'll tell you, as long as you get sober, as long as I'm sober, for many years now, I've been sober 33 years, these three steps have been a continuing trampoline in my sobriety. Whenever I get carried away with my crap sometimes, I get really feeling bad. You go back to, "Well, what am I doing here? Is my mission to save souls? To help other alcoholics? I'm well known. I'm Clancy from up the sky. I've got to be something." No, I'll tell you why I'm here. Because of myself, I can't stand the drink, and sobriety's unbearable, and somehow there's a power greater than myself. God damn it, that's going to make it all right. So I guess I better do that crap again. And it starts to get better. I've used that trampoline again and again. I've always been a little in awe of people who just take all the steps once or take the first 9 steps. To me, I'm weak and heavy laden some days, sometimes from victory as well as defeat. And I have to have memories and remember who I am. I'm just a guy who's got a problem with drinking, a problem with sobriety, and a problem with life. And here there's a power to help me. And I better surrender and try it again. And it's all worthwhile. Thank you.
To get Clancy up again. If you did not say thanks.
A little applause, and get up if you don't mind. I got a little applause. I don't say it for myself, but it sounds good on the tape. My name is Clancy Emerson again, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm glad to be here this morning to discuss the following steps. We talked last night about the acceptances, the really non-debatable acceptances. We had trouble with drinking, trouble with sobriety, and somehow we got to come to believe there's a power here. That's whether we can see it or describe it at any given moment. Thirdly, that we're going to try to make a decision to turn our will and our life over to that power. And that's kind of a nebulous thing unless you can put it in the realm of, well, I'll do what my sponsor says, which is really the basic predicate when you're starting. As you get along sober, longer you have to find more abstractions. It's very difficult. I think perhaps that one of the things that's difficult for people like me when I was new and occasionally now, any problem I talk about I've had in the past, I occasionally have now. That's just how rotten I am. I hear people talk about how they've given up these feelings and just press the right button and they get them right back again. Some years ago there was a guy in our group, an old guy that couldn't convince us, and he's taking his second birthday cake. He looks like Steve Aubry's birthday. I no longer hate anyone. Wonderful to find this freedom. I was just pastor. I've been listening to his diatribe for this. I said to the president, I don't know what devil made me do. I said, how about your brother-in-law, Al? He said, that son of a bitch. Every time you think you're free of all emotions, just wait a second. Yeah. I think I mentioned this once a couple of times. I talked about the closest I ever came to being truly spiritual was at the International Convention in Miami Beach in 1970. And it was a very thrilling convention. Bill Wilson was wheeled on the stage and gave his last talk. But again, I don't know why I'm getting off on this. I don't know what the just interesting little things to me. Bill Wilson, I'd heard him talk several times in the international conventions. I'd met him. I sat in his office for an hour in 1963, and I knew him as a psychopath. And he came to the Miami Beach Convention. He was the scheduled speaker Friday night. And they said, he's too sick. He can't talk. And oh, God. They put in some substitute. Said, well, maybe we'll hear him Saturday. We couldn't hear him Saturday. And I was staying with some friends, an old guy from Pittsburgh, and he'd been sober forever. And he said, listen, kid, Bill Wilson's going to talk. I said, I don't think so. He's pretty sick. Believe me, he's going to talk. I said, I don't think so. Everybody I could talk to people from the World Service Office, they didn't think so. Sunday morning, we're sitting on the speaker, going, and all of a sudden, I come in. Bill Wilson is here. He's going to make an appearance. They wheeled him out. He's a dying man. He got up, so we heard the tape. He started off pretty good. He's full of oxygen. And all of a sudden, he ran out of oxygen. Like this, slumped back in his chair. He had tubes in his nose, and they wheeled him away. He died shortly thereafter. But I said to this old guy, this old fool, John, I said, John, how did you know that Bill was going to talk? Are you some sort of a mystic? Is that your thing? I said, no, I just happen to know that human beings are human beings. And Bill Wilson would never want it said that Dr. Bob talked while he was dying and Bill Wilson didn't. So we're dealing with people with human emotions. But so the point is, why are we, with all our emotions, why are we going to go into these next things? And I find over the years, as I mentioned last night, I had a very difficulty with a higher power, because a higher power to me, if it were a God, was, if not vengeful, at least avenging. If a God who did not really want well for me, but wanted to give me justice. And that's one of the things you learn as you get older in the world. When you're young, it's easy to say, justice! We want justice for the underprivileged. We want justice for all mankind. And especially justice for me. If you haven't got enough for them, give it to me. But as you get older, you realize you really don't. The cry becomes, mercy! 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 I've had all the justice I can handle. So we try not to seek too much justice. But the problem I had with the higher power was that it's a difficulty, because what we're really seeking here, hopefully, is, I don't know what it is I'm seeking, but it's got to be something more than not drinking. I know how to do that. I went to the Texas Insane Asylum finally because I stayed sober too long once, and I finally wound up committing suicide. I was trying to help my wife through her pregnancy, and I stayed sober until I couldn't stand it, and one day they were all gone from the house, and I just pulled the car in the garage, turned the motor, and went to sleep. I couldn't stand it. So there's got to be something more than not drinking. After I was sober a little while, 2 years, I remember talking to new people about why their belief in a higher power, how many come to believe in a higher power, and somehow or other they got talking about how I had come, I'd never even thought about it, but how I had come to believe in a higher power, and which enabled me to continue to try to stay around AA. The big problem I had with the belief in a God, I suppose, was that God is a very selective thing. You hear that all the time at the podium. God was with me and wanted me to stay sober. How about all the people who are not sober? I guess that implies God does not want them to stay sober. In other words, it's as though you can stay sober, you too can't. You can. No. Yeah, you know. If that's the way God operates, I'm not going to be one of the select, I have a feeling. It's, you out. Or just a gesture. Those of you listening to this tape, I'm sure you missed that gesture. It was beautiful. Could you hear somebody somewhere saying, I listened to all this crap, and the only good thing was the gesture, and I missed that. What is difficult to accept about God is that God, if rewards and punishes, I must be punished because I have not been a good man, and I've been evil and I've been a sinner. And I find over the years, little by little, as I took actions and did these things little by little, I guess in retrospect, what I came to understand, had to accept the most difficult premise in a higher power, is that if God exists, and if He is what people say He is, then He must be the same to everybody. We talk about God in AA, the grace of God. Is the grace of God a selective thing? Do some people get it and some don't? Then it's nothing I can depend on. What makes it unusual is that I think you come to believe that God's grace, hopefully you can accept, falls on everybody. Like the rain in Shakespeare falls on the just and the unjust. God's grace falls on everybody. But how can you accept that? Then why, when I go to work in the morning, with God's grace, am I stepping over the bodies of people who are dying, and they also have God's grace? How can that be? And the analogy, I guess, that came to me early in my sobriety that began to help me overcome this was that it came to me little by little. I could conjecture it with a television transmitter. Television transmitter, on the day of the Grey Cup, sends out a clear, sharp picture of the game to every receiver in Canada. It's a sharp, clear picture and perfect. A lot of people don't even have their TVs turned on. Some of them have old TVs and they get funny pictures. Some of them don't even know there's a football game going on. Some of them who get the picture don't know how to dial it in. I began to equate God's grace with that TV picture. God's grace, or put it a different way, call it peace of mind, call it whatever you will, it implies that God means good for me. He wants things to be good for me. He's not going to do them for me, but God means good for me. And He sends me forth a picture of good. But I didn't even know it's there. Now this television analogy, my TV set at home. I like to watch football games, and I have little grandsons who come racing through the room from time to time. There are always new ones, it seems like. And I can just turn my head, and they'll have those knobs turned in no time. And I turn back, there are blue people going. Now, the next thing anybody learns, that's got common sense, is that you learn there are dials that I don't have to know how they work. I know horizontal hold, when the thing goes, that's vertical hold, I guess, I turn it and it stops it. Once from here, horizontal hold, many times pulls it back. When the faces are blue, you turn the tint. And little by little, the sound is funny, you get it back on. I don't have to know the theory of electrons racing through some kind of a tube in there, a microchip. Nonsense. I just have to turn the damn knob. So I can get a picture up to the... Now, I think that God is sending out this picture. Like they're sending out the picture of that football game. And the picture is not of the great couple, it's called peace of mind, or grace, or inner harmony, whatever you want to call it. And it goes to everybody. And it doesn't care whether you got a Mitsubishi TV set or a GE or... So your picture may have difficulty coming in, but the picture is there. Now, it seems to me, what Alcoholics Anonymous has done for me, it has taught me to use certain dials to get that picture. The picture's there whether I get it or not. But it taught me to use certain dials. Now, AA doesn't give me tools like a vertical hold that I can understand. That prayer, that knob is marked prayer. I don't understand if it works or not. I've been praying intensely, to some degree of intensity, for over 3 decades. And I couldn't tell you today for sure that any prayer I've ever said got anywhere. I would like to think it did, but I don't know. There never was. The heavens didn't open and say, okay. But I know this. When I turn that knob, the picture gets a little clearer. That's why. Other knobs are not marked color, tints, horizontal holes. They're called love or service or doing something for someone you don't have to. Things that really don't seem to have any application. But they don't have to. I don't have to know why they work. When I do them, the picture gets clear. But unfortunately, I'm a human being, and I'd rather just have the picture stay that way. Now, once you get a clear picture, which I've had a few times, a lot of times when I think about it, you think, now it should just stay like that. Now, what's the big deal? Somehow it seems as though our TV sets are on the back of pickup trucks. Every time you get a picture, incessant tuning. You just get tired of it. I'll learn to live with them like this. To hell with it. Get up. I declined to get out of my easy chair to walk to that TV set one more time. That's too much. But I could accept that analogy. It has satisfied me intellectually and emotionally that God's grace does fall on all of us. It is now incumbent upon me to take actions to bring that picture. And it's never going to be perfect and stay perfect. Because unfortunately, I am a fallible receiver. I have to be very careful sometimes that I do not base my life on direct messages from God. Because the messages are right, but my receiver's wrong. I remember when I was relatively new, God once upon a time told me to quit my job and punch the guy on the way out. And now it's over almost 2 years. I said, well, thy will be done, Father. Later on, upon reflection, I think the message was, do not quit your job and punch the guy in the way out. But the receiver missed the do not. That's why it's always a little dangerous to operate on the basis of direct messages from God. That's why many times people who live on the basis of direct messages from God wind up in insane asylums. That's why we have to surround them by doing things. But it seems to me, once we've come to a position in AA where we've made the acceptance that something's wrong and I can't do anything about it, and there may be something here that can, now the next 6 steps that we deal with are all ways of clearing up some of the static. That's all. Just ways of clearing up the static of the transmission in the channels, to open up the channels, to get competing problems out of the way, to get the snow off, or at least as much snow off the screen as you can. And we cannot work on them individually. That's one of the great problems in Alcoholism. Well, like I say, I'd like to work on my guilt, I'd like to work on my fear, I'd like to work on my relationships. But it's very difficult to do that because it all comes from a basic mishmash. It's like a ice cube container in the refrigerator. You know, there's some ice cube containers where they're made of plastic, because you can just make 2 ice cubes. So that's all you fill up. You work with those 2 ice cubes. But unfortunately, the one I have, and I suppose most of us, is the old metal kind, where you put in enough water for 2 ice cubes. You don't have 2 ice cubes. You just have a 1/16 of an inch all over the whole pan. And there's no way to do this easily. So you have to work on everything little by little. And it really is a drag. But once you begin to understand that, you'll realize you're not going to find big spiritual nirvanas no matter how hard you cram between now and 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's just going to be a long, endless process. And I think that's the 4th step is one that most of us would accept as where you begin to take these actions. Up to then, it is The first 3 steps, I think, you must take again and again. And you take them every time you go to a meeting. You take them every time you listen to your sponsor. And you take them on and on. Because their intellect does not get you better. You have to alter emotional reactions and perceptions. And in my experience, I would never have anyone take an inventory early on in their sobriety because they don't have enough. That's what's wrong in many times of when people think they've taken their inventory in a treatment facility. I know they take the 12 steps in, there's nothing wrong with that, but it certainly is not the end all of the 12 steps, because you can't take 12 steps, these 12 steps in 28 days, or 28 weeks, or 28 months, or 28 years, really. Because there's always something going on. But if you take an inventory after 5 or 10 days of sobriety, you get one of 2 things. You either get an inventory that says, well, there's really nothing wrong with me, I drank too much, and now I'm sober, and this is fine, thanks. Or else you get an inventory that says, everything that's ever happened in the world is my fault. I was responsible for the flood. And both of them are equally inaccurate. That's what you get when you have you're operating on just reaction, alcoholic reaction, perception. So I think those are the 2 great underlying causative factors of alcoholism. I mean, in alcoholic emotions are pride and guilt. Pride is a compensation for feeling less than. I don't know very many alcoholics who really have pride, but they developed a compensatory pride to disguise their feeling not enough. So you come to write a 4th step in AA, and I think you have to be sober a little while. You have to have enough security to admit how insecure you are. It's a funny thing. When you're insecure, you can't really admit you're totally insecure. You have to be somewhat secure. You have to have something to stand on while you discuss the flood that's swirling around you. And so you take the inventory. It has been said that this is why they separate the men from the boys. It is, I suppose, it is one of 2 steps. Bill, in the 12 and 12, describes the 6th step as the step that truly separates the men from the boys. And there's something to be said for that. But here, I would suppose in practicality, more people have balked at the 4th step than at any other step. That's where they stop. That's where they change. That's where it all begins to look different. And yet we must take this, even though it seems to have no immediate application and seems to be a very painful thing to do. I want to work on individual things. I want to work on my relationship to my children. I want to work on how I can get along with the work. I don't want to work on just continually opening up things I've spent years to try to forget. But it goes back to that same old concept here. You cannot work on specific things very well when you are in a shambles. You must build a foundation somewhere. I was thinking of that analogy that I used to thought of years ago. In my backyard, there's a lemon tree. And sometimes that big lemon tree, and it gets very dry because we live in a desert. Sometimes that lemon tree needs watering badly. Based upon my perception of how to take care of things, I would watch a lemon shrivel a little bit, and I'd get my ladder and go up and give it a little water. And here's another one over here. Jesus, is there no end to this? Fall off the ladder, and some boob comes along and says, why don't you just water the trunk? Because there's nothing wrong with the trunk. The trunk is fine. That baby up there. And that's the way I've handled problems all my life. There's nothing wrong with the trunk. It's just a series of stinking lemons that just making me crazy. So it has to be some subrogation of my own wisdom to begin to work on things generally. And writing an inventory is a rather strong beginning. And sometimes you get to writing an inventory is a painful thing. I hear people sometimes surprised that they have taken the 4th step, and it really doesn't make me feel better. It's not supposed to make you feel better. It's supposed to make you feel worse. When you write down what a craphead you really are, that's not liable to make you elated. Oh, wonderful. I just discovered I'd like to twist baby chickens next. And there's school, people, Catholics, who say, I do that in the confessional. I don't need to do it. I told my sponsor, I don't need to do it. I've taken my inventory with a psychiatrist for many thousands of dollars. Why should I take it with an out-of-work actor? Well, as usual, he got testy. He was always getting testy. Come to think of it, everybody I know always got testy. I don't know why. And I told him I wasn't going to take an inventory. And like most people, I was prevailed upon to take it. Not by my sponsor so much, but just by the day I was going to commit suicide. A little pain here and there. I remember that day of return. I'd been sober about 6 months, and somebody put in some clout for me and got me a job as a dishwasher. That gives you a feeling of confidence to know that you need intervention to get a job as a dishwasher. I tried to explain to him, I've been on the faculty of the University of Texas. Just do the goddamn dishes. Shut up. And I did pretty well for a while, but after about 2 days, I've been very keen as to when I'm being used. I can see that. It became obvious to me little by little that the busboys were bringing in more dishes than the waitresses were taking out. So I began to deduce these little pukes are getting dishes from other restaurants to humiliate me because I'm an Anglo. So I didn't do a lot of them, I just put them aside. The ones that seemed to be overflow. And at the end of the day, I had quite a good collection. The managers actually do this. I said, no, that's the damn busboys. Take them back when you find them. Those Mexican guys are really screwing you around. Well, turned out that I had miscounted. They were all our dishes, and he said, I'm going to have to let you go. I said, let me go? Then you have to go to the overdrive, I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Not saying I didn't want to be, I just said I was, and I'm trying to find a new life, and I'm working 12 wonderful steps, and it's a whole, you do all the things. I don't care about that. You just don't wash enough goddamn dishes. And he fired me, and I left. I thought about that many, many times since. I'll tell you. There's been a lot of times in my life, much different milieus. I maybe have been up late at night, maybe helping somebody in the hospital at 2 in the morning. And it doesn't seem to me that I should have to go to work and be in that office, that advertising agency, at 9 the next morning, along with the same people who just went to bed or watched television, did nothing. I'm giving so much more. There should be some special treatment for me. And I hear that guy's voice. They don't care what your story is. We just want you to wash the dishes. They don't care at work whether I sit in the hospital. They want somebody to come at 9 o'clock and do my job. We sometimes use AA as an excuse not to live in the world. AA is designed to help me live more comfortably in the world, not as a withdrawal from it. It's hard to remember. When all else fails, I remember I don't want to do something. Just do your dishes. They just want you to do your dishes. Shut up. You can't really say it when people are looking, because it looks funny when you just say, shut up, shut up. Sometimes you just have to do it with mind. But that day I decided, I'd been sober 6 months, I couldn't hold a job as a dishwasher, I decided to kill myself. And I never went into pain much. I had no car to drive, to put on take carbon dioxide, which isn't a bad way to go, I might say. But so I decided to walk in the ocean, because I was been rather dramatic. I was setting in my mind that A Star is Born, Frederick March, walking in the ocean. And they're all sorry later, saying, what we look, poor Norman, Maine. And so I started to walk to the ocean, and I hadn't been there walking, and I walked, and that's a big town. I was in Beverly. eastern end of Beverly Hills. I walked and walked and walked, and I couldn't find the ocean. I was walking that dramatic. Maybe you've done this if you're depressed. Sometimes you walk through the streets when you're really depressed. And you just know that you're like Hamlet walking the battlements at Elsinore. It's just you're a tragic figure, and people must be looking at you saying, "Oh, what a tragic and wonderful thing. What a terrible load he must carry." It really doesn't strike you what you're saying. Did you see that asshole? But you walk, and I walked. I couldn't find the ocean. I finally stopped at the gas station. I said, "Where's the ocean?" There's the western end of Beverly Hills. You have to go out past the Veterans Hospital, and then another 3 miles. I said, "Well, I don't mind dying, but I'm not going to walk 5 miles." So I realized I'd walked into my sponsor's fare zone, total zone. It only cost 10 cents from there, so I decided to give him a call. I hated to call him because he didn't like bad news. I discovered that over the years. Made him testy. But I called him. I said, "I'm just gonna. I'll try to touch his heart. I'll tell him. I used to be a good writer once upon a time. Well, I'll tell him a story that will be so sad, even his heart will ring. He'll say, I'll come and be at your side, son." "Hello, this is Clancy. Why don't you work? This is Miss Bob." I said, there's something you don't really realize. I lost my kids, my family, and my home, and my parents have written me off. I'll probably never work in my field again. And I know that, Bob, but that isn't what I want to talk to you about. There's something you don't know about. Even inside of AA, Bob, there's something different about me, and I've been here 6 months. I've been going to meetings every night. But even here, people treat me different. They realize there's something different about me. I'm not, when they go to parties and I think they don't tell me. They go off by themselves. After me, they go and have coffee. If I stumble onto them, they say, "Sit down," but begrudgingly, but they don't invite me. When I sit down at a club and talk to someone, they find a reason to get up and go to a different table. I never get called on participants. I get called on once. I tell them how I feel, and I never get called on again. Bob, there's something terribly wrong with the AA. Doesn't seem to be accepting me. And it suddenly struck me, this is true. The worst story I could think of was mine. I don't know about others, but it touched me so much I burst into tears. I said, "Bob, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?" I figured you have to hear my sponsor. "Why don't you write your goddamn inventory the way I told you?" And I just explained to him I didn't. I said, "In my judgment, Bob, I've told you this before, writing in for doesn't help people like me. I'm always consumed with guilt and despair, writing and thinking of myself can't help, Bob, in my judgment. That's the last thing in the world." I said, "In your judgment? Who cares about your judgment? You live in an abandoned car. If I wanted your judgment, I'd come down and put my head in the back window and ask you for it. Well, I'm living in a big house in Pacific Palisades. Who cares how it looks to you?" I'll tell you. My sponsor was rather peremptory, I'm sorry to say. He did not know much about sponsorship. Several times I thought in that first year, that was one of the times I did. If I had the money, I would call up the World Service Office in New York and have this man stopped. I could just visualize myself. I just want you to know there's an old-timer in Los Angeles killing newcomers. And I'll give you his name, address, and phone number. I never had the money to do it, unfortunately. Now it's many years later, 30-some years later. When I talk to the World Service Office, it's all different. I say, "No, I'm not." I've been on both sides of this equation, and I'd rather be on this side. I'd rather be the one sleeping and let somebody else lay awake and think about me. Someday I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him someday. But that day he made me so upset in a fit of absolute craziness. I came out of that telephone booth. Thank God I turned left. If I turned right, I'd have made the ocean in 2 bounds. I got to go, give me the paper. I've let my inventory. I was just crazy. I wrote things that I would never tell anybody. In fact, what my sponsor told me the week before, he said, get right in inventory, put in things you don't tell your psychiatrist. Put in everything. And I told my psychiatrist everything. And after I wrote, I hadn't told my psychiatrist anything. You think I'm going to spend that much money to tell a guy something that's going to make him reject me? Get out of my office, you sick son of a bitch. I told him what he needed to know. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. He didn't have enough ability to handle it. So I wrote this inventory, things in which I wasn't a hero at all. Oh, God, hideous things. Terrible things. I got all done with that. Boy, I had a little terrible feeling when I realized what a filthy thing I was. But I had a little feeling of relief, too. Because I'd written this inventory, and despite what that old fool said, it didn't make me all feel all much better. I proved writing an inventory didn't work, and that cheered me up. I didn't have what you call a good attitude. About a week later, I stayed in this depression for a week, and I was about to commit suicide again, and I said, I guess I'd better read it to the old fool. And I read his inventory. I said, all right, about time. So he took me in his car. We rode along the ocean for 40 miles to Oxnard. And he gave me a flashlight and a piece of paper. And I read this. It's a little easier moving in the dark, I'll tell you that, than sitting looking at him, which he knew. And I read this, and I did the same, I'm sure, because I've heard it so many times since. Same thing. You know, it's a good inventory when they start off by saying, now, before I read this part, let me explain it. Never mind explaining, just read it. And you read, there'll be a little tear drop. And we got up near Oxnard. I thought, he's going to make me get out of his car. Right? I didn't realize how rotten it was until I got almost done with it. I looked over and he's going, oh. I pushed him over the edge. We may go to a crash. That's the funny thing. Since then, I've taken that ride maybe 200 times on the other side, driving. While some other little puke has been over there with a flashlight. Now, let me explain this. And I've always been a much better listener than my sponsor was. I always turn my head when I yawn. There's only so many things you can do with your mind and body, and for years I've wished, God, I hope you have something good in that inventory, something new, just something to break up the hideous monotony. And they never do. I don't tell them that, but I wish it, you know. There's something new. After a while, you just get to hear patterns. Because all humans are remarkably the same down at that level. Alcoholics are, you know. We almost have. So when they left something, didn't you leave something out there? You ever talk to that bitch? No? But that is usually followed by that. And on and on. But I wrote an inventory. My sponsor shared his weaknesses with me, much to my surprise. And as a result of that, I felt better. And I, later on, looking in the book, discovered in the big book, Bill Wilson talks about once you've taken this step, if you have left nothing out, you kind of walk on a big highway with God, hand in hand. I think this morning, at Clancy, chapter 5, in step 5, in 12 and 12, he writes a good description of this feeling. Provided you hold back nothing, your sense of relief will mount from minute to minute. The dammed up emotions of yours break out from their confinement and miraculously vanish as soon as they are exposed. As the pain subsides, a healing tranquility takes its place. And when humility and serenity are so combined, something else of great moment is bound to occur. Many an AA, once agnostic or atheist, tells us that it was during this stage of step 5 that he actually felt the presence of God. And I believe that to be literally true, because there's been so much jammed up and dammed up. And you know that of yourself, as long as it stays within you, it is completely out of perspective. I think that's the secret of all of AA. Every time you talk about something, every time you write about something, it is never so horrible, because once it gets outside you, it becomes a finite thing. I'm sure most of you have experienced it where you just tell somebody that's just making you crazy, and shortly thereafter, it was just another thing. Small, finite thing with finite answers. But the fourth and fifth step is an easy step to understand how it works after you have done it. But before you do it, it is always very difficult, because we can always say, well, it wasn't anything. But to every individual, it means this. I must expose things that I am not confident there's anyone else like me. And you say, how do I write an inventory? What do I put down? Big thing, the mechanics of, you don't pay much attention, but the mechanics of writing an inventory. Now, the big book has this thing on fear, resentment, written in 1938, and we've become, well, I'm not putting that down, but we've become much more sophisticated since then. We understand there's a lot more that we have to deal with in fear and resentment. And the tendencies have been put down long, just a hideous 88 pages of self-obsessed biography, autobiography. Some people just write a few sentences, on and on. And it's very difficult. One of the things, since I've listened to a lot of inventory, and I have sponsored a lot of people over the years, which incidentally, talk about step 12, but sponsorship to me is the most valuable single tool in all of AA, primarily because when I'm thinking about that sick puke, I'm not thinking about this sick puke. That's like a paid vacation in the country. Yeah? But I have, over the years, I devised I'm not certainly superimposing myself over any authority in the field, but for my purposes, I've devised 7 questions that I give to people that I believe when they answer it thoroughly will have written a good inventory as I understand it. And the questions are, there's all sorts of ways to do this. Hazelden put out a book that you cannot finish if you live with 2 lives, and there are some people who seem to be rather prurient. Their whole outline on 5th step is sex. It's just as though, tell me some more about that. Call me up at home. Hey, it's somewhere not quite like that. It is a big step that is only just one step and another step. That's all. No more and no less important than the others, but they do have an integral part. Because we've agreed now to change, try to follow AA's way. Now we have to identify what the hell we have to work on. And that's all. To get up some of the crap that we've hidden all our lives. And most of us know that. And the questions I have devised, which I give to people, and it seems to work well, and I'm certainly not recommending them to anybody else, but 1, is looking back over your life, what memories are still painful, are still guilt-ridden, are still dirty. Sometimes the answer to that one goes for 20 pages, sometimes for 1 page. 2, in what ways do you feel inadequate as a person? 3, who do you resent and why? Be as specific and nasty as you can. 4, what do you conceive to be the ongoing problems in your human relationship? What seems to carry through your human? So everywhere you go, there always seems to be the same kind of reaction. 5, what do you consider to be your defects of character as you see them? 6, what would you say today is your goal in life, whether realistic or not? 7, how do you think AA can in any way possibly help you to start towards any of these goals? Now, it doesn't sound very complex, but people write long answers to those questions, and they start writing, because the biggest problem is to really get the pencil on the paper. Once you start writing, it's just a little easier. Just getting that pencil on the paper to have something to write. Oh, yes, I understand that. Well, I'm guilty. And as they write, it starts to come out. I think one of the ways you know they've written a good inventory is when they're reading it, they start to cry at the enormity of it. They're not even cry, but just to choke up a little bit. That gives me a divine thrill when someone's reading their inventory and they choke up because they've written something they have buried so long they can't imagine they're reading it. And as a result of that, of course, to have a chance to write. And there's nothing really very new. There are new specifics, but not new underlying problems. It has always been my concept of this theory that the underlying problems are really the same. The things that underlie, seems to be every fifth step I've heard, always gets back to those two main things. Lack, feeling less than, accompanied by false pride, together with guilt. And these things make us take actions that we would not ordinarily take. We have to defend, we have to prove, we have to overcompensate, we have to take these actions. And little by little, we live in just a tangled web. It is not going to change the fact that you were in jail while your son died. I remember that's one of the things I could not bear to look at. I put it in my inventory. I swore I'd never tell it to souls. It was just so hideous to me. And I've mentioned thousands of talks since. I've talked to people who've lost their children. Now, there's nothing in my inventory that's going to make me, or my sponsor says, going to undo that. My son's grave is going to be there, and I'll have been in jail and feel as though I caused his death. That's how I felt. But as a result of the inventory, I began to realize I did not cause his death. It's a natural phenomenon. It's a fact of existence. But there are ways it need never happen again. And that then is then and now is now. And sometimes I think one of the great things about AA, it makes me look back at many of the things I've done, almost as though they were done by a mentally retarded brother. Someone who's doing the best, really, someone who was really doing the best he could but had no tools to do it. Just stumbled and went from crisis to tragedy to crisis to tragedy and never understood why. Just no cause and effect in any way. And I think that's the great value of the fourth and fifth step. You begin to realize that these are not singularly evil things you've done. They're natural results of people who stumble and don't know what they're doing. I believe that at any given moment in life, everybody thinks they're doing as best they can. I have always believed that. That's what makes problems in international relationships. We keep saying, well, we're fighting Hitler, good against bad. But Hitler feels he's fighting the United States, good against bad. Everybody feels they're right. People always feel they're right, and they can justify why I'm right and you are wrong. They talk about the terrible pogroms and the terrible Holocaust in Europe, millions of Jewish people. How could anybody assume that's right? Because the Jewish people have for centuries ruined our country. We must rid ourselves of them, and if they won't leave voluntarily, they must be exterminated for the good of the world. Everybody feels they're right. I mean, the great battles of the medieval times, armies fighting, both of them to convince the other one, my approach to love and God is better than your approach to love and God. Great armies wheeling and marching around through Central Europe and the Crusades. So it isn't a matter of feeling that you're right. It's trying to find a better knowledge of how to go about things. And in the fourth and fifth step, I have made truly the first major surrender of my sobriety. I've surrendered. I've said, yes, I drink too much, I'm sober too much, and I can't stay sober, and I don't like drinking, and life is terrible, and maybe there's a power here, and I'm going to try to surrender. But I've actually operated on that power. And I think you must have some security to do this, because no one is going to expose themselves like that if they have, without having some hope that there's a reason for it, because I can't see the reason. In other words, voluntarily, I must do something that I've spent my life trying to not do. I must open my armor and make myself vulnerable. Now, one of the little mechanics in AA is that who do you take this fifth step with? Now, where I live, it is rather common, I don't know if it's good or bad, But take it with your sponsor. And people say, "Why your sponsor gets drunk and talks about you?" I don't think anybody cares about you. Your fifth step isn't all that wonderful, really, but I can remember a lot of things people did. I just can't remember who did them. Really. If I could, I'd be a rich man today. It really is rather extraneous. In the book it says maybe you want to go to a clergyman or a complete stranger. I would much rather take my chances with my sponsor than a complete stranger. I don't know what he's going to do with it at all. Oh, you say you're with the Star and the Globe? Oh. But it's kind of an interesting thing. I'm willing to trust my sponsor with the direction to save my life, but I don't want him to know what's wrong with me. I'm going to impress him. I have to keep telling people, all right, stop trying to impress me. Sponsors automatically know you're a fool. That's the one person who does. You have to impress him. He knows you're a fool. We can work from there. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm trying to impress your sponsors. The way you impress your sponsor is taking actions and doing things whether you want to or not. I remember when I thought, a few years ago my sponsor died, and I got this other sponsor, this spiritual giant, whom I hated, but he was the most active man that I ever knew in the world, the most dedicated, so I had to be my sponsor. And I couldn't, he didn't want to discuss much of anything with me, really. He just wanted to know what I was doing. And I, year after year, took actions and did things to win his approval. And I worked hard to do it, and I did it. But that did more for me than all the abstract information in the world. Just watching him smile and say, "You did a good job." Oh, hell, anyone could have done it. It has a reverse side, though. Sometimes be tired. You come home from work, and gee, it's Friday night. And I'm home with my family. I'm 10 years sober. I'm working in big enterprises. A lot of pressure. It's Friday night. I see my calendar. Let's go speak in Oakdale, which is 90 miles north. And the freeway is jammed. It's a hot summer night. And there's about 20 people in the meeting. And they just are like wax figures. And it's just hideous. I'd rather sit home and talk to a painting, you know. And I called my sponsor. I said, "Chuck," I said, don't misunderstand me. I'm very grateful that he's done for me, but geez, you know, I'm out all the time. And tonight's Friday night, and some of my kids want to go to the show, and Oakdale up there, it's 90 miles. It's just too hot. The traffic's too bad going out of town. Wouldn't you think it'd be all right to call him and say, "Get another speaker close by"? He said, "Well, son," I tell you what, I can't talk to you right now. I have to leave early because I have to go to Lake Arrowhead, which is 110 miles away. And talk to those 8 people up there, but if you call me in the morning, we'll talk about it. That's the day you feel like saying, "I think he's about served his purpose as my sponsor." And the great criticism of Chuck C. is he does too much. He pushes himself too hard. But he always felt better than the people who were criticizing him. There's a moral there somewhere, but I can't make out what it is. Almost as though action is the magic word. But anyway, fourth and fifth step, quite obviously is a great turning spot. And I think that since I'm allowed to change the format any way I want to, I think we ought to stop now for 15 minutes and have a cup of coffee. Good idea. Not all of us are used to living in these kind of climates. I grew up in northern Wisconsin, where it was even colder than it is here, but as soon as I discovered there were warmer places, I left. Anyway, what we thought we would do, our charming chairperson, that might be a good idea. What we're going to do for the rest of the morning is take up step 6. But first of all, here we spend a few minutes on discussion of the steps we just talked about, 4 and 5. you'd like. If you have any discussion or want to vent a feeling or ask a question or do whatever you like to do, come. Otherwise, I'll just talk incessantly. Incidentally, I would say in passing, I had not intended to put those on the board. I didn't think it'd be deathless prose, but a couple of people at the break asked me if I'd write them down. So that's what it's about. And I'm not saying they are better or worse than anything else. They're just something I've used successfully over the years. And to get people going. Anybody discussion on steps 4 and 5? Yes, sir. Derek? I know it's a funny name, but try not to laugh. You'll ruin your self-image. Yes, go ahead.
In front of us, I got me going. I love it. My name's Derek, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Derek.
Glad to be here and faithfully sober, and a very happy member of the Shepherd Group. I just wanted to comment and say thank you again, as I had in the break, not only for writing down the 7 impressions we have, but for saying that by writing it down, we make the mumble jumble of our heads finite. And there's such a wrestle with why it works, and you put it fairly, and thank you for that. Because with something finite, I can deal one day at a time, I can get into action. It's just floating around in the head.
Right. Thank you, Derek. They asked me to repeat questions because they can't hear them as you say it. And I really find it hard to repeat that statement. Just that he thanked the speaker for being wonderful. Well, he wouldn't want me to lie on tape. Right? Yes, sir. Hi, Tom.
I took my course and fifth about a year and a half into my sobriety, and I took it because I thought I was going to go crazy at first. I procrastinated a long time. I had that guy who bought stuff from my carry around Hazleton, and fortunately I didn't use it because the new guys bought stuff and it was crazy. But anyway, I was sort of a mountain of this way it's done in the big book, and then the problem solved, and then the here's that's my really one of my classes. I took 2 days off work. Anyway, I gave it my best shot, and it was an emotional experience. But I have never done it since. When I talked to my friends in AA, they said, "Well, I just did my 12 4th step." Well, what makes you feel guilty? Do you believe in taking the 4th step over and over and over and over again?
Question is, some people in AA take a 4th step over and over again. I'm just repeating for the tape. And some people don't. Well, my personal opinion, that's all I speak for, of course, is that nowhere in the literature that I've read or the experience I've seen does it talk about a continuing 4th step. In my opinion, it can easily turn into an ongoing, socially acceptable self-obsession. That's my opinion. I know people in AA who just can't wait to, every time they have a problem, to get home and write about it. I get up and write about it. They can never do anything about it, but they can write about it. And I think we haven't. There may be a case for a second, 4th step further into your sobriety, as things surface that you didn't have in your first 4th step. But for the ongoing business of living, that's why we have a 10th step. And we're supposed to deal with it then and correct it, not let it build up until I can finally vomit it out in another 4th step. But I guess there's no right way to do it. But I know of nothing in AA or experience of Bill Wilson or anybody else that would suggest there's an ongoing series of 4th steps, in my opinion. And I secretly feel the opinion of Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob in heaven. That's only our opinion. Anything? Any other?
How can you tell the difference between an ongoing 4th step and an ongoing 10th step?
10th steps are supposed to be ongoing. 4th steps, I think, as he refers to it, well, let me repeat this for the tape. What's the difference between an ongoing 4th step and an ongoing 10th step? We're not going fourth step. There's a fourth step tradition where you sit down and write at length and so on, and then you take a fifth step with a sponsor or with someone else. And then the 10th step is where you, at the end of each day, you examine how you're going, what you've been, you balance what you're doing, and the difference between, fourth step, it's an enormous thing where you get the truck going. And the 10th step is as you steer it. You've got to keep steering all the time. You don't like that analogy? I'll think of another one. Yeah, not bad. I'll just jot that down too. I'm certainly glad I came to this meeting. I needed it. No, I can't read that. Yes, ma'am.
In the big book, when you talk about the fourth step,
Yep.
says that a business that doesn't take inventory is distributing it to a lot of business.
Yep.
And a business, if he draws that analogy, you don't do this, and I'm going to tell you what
Sorry.
Tom said. I found for myself that I needed to do this several times as I've grown more aware or gotten to know myself a little better, that I've needed to deal with some of these emotions.
Well,
in the 10th step, I'm admitting, or, promptly admitting that I've done something or that I've felt something, but I'm not necessarily going to my sponsor and saying, oh, here's this revelation. I feel like this about myself, or I've done this and this and this.
well, there's that point of view. As I say, I would have no exception to whatever works for people. And in my opinion, I've seen people take too big inventory. But I also know people have carried it so far that they write inventories incessantly. They're so they cannot function in the world. There's a can't wait to get home and write about every time they have a feeling. Human feelings, you can't. It's an endless job to keep writing. Well, I had this feeling. I had rage today. We all had rage today, for Christ's sake. The point is it something that's really deep, or is it just something made me upset? Common sense. Well, I don't like to hear that kind of talk. I've sunk pretty low, but I haven't sunk to that point. Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not clear on why you find what unrealistic goals.
Oh, I want to be President of the United States. I want to be a movie star. I want to be a millionaire. In other words, you might not put down goals that you thought were unrealistic, but put down whatever they are. But these two really have nothing to do with the inventory. They just are lead-ins into the next, to lead them into the next steps. Why we want to start doing the things, because all of these steps from 3 on, all of these.
I can't read that here. I'm just asking you what it was. Now, there on the football.
Well, it's just the answer to happy sobriety. I'm sorry, you'll never find out. It's a formula men have been searching for 10,000 years. And you forgot your glasses. Isn't that the way it always goes? But I think it's safe to say that none of these steps, if they're to be taken right, they all must be in addition to the power greater than ourselves. We must have the security of that in order to do it well, although we may not consciously aware of it. Otherwise, it just gets down to self-will and self-pride, and that isn't enough, because it obscures it. And everything we can do to help reinforce the idea that a power greater than myself is helping me, giving me a little security to do this. I don't think it's possible, unless you surrender to the fact there's a power greater than yourself. I don't see how you can write a successful 4th step. I don't see how you can do anything, make an unpleasant demand. Can't do anything that's really worthwhile unless you feel you are surrendering something. Because based on my judgment, I wouldn't do that. That's not what I would do. That would not be considered the type of therapy that I need for my problem. As I whine to my sponsor, God, I'm so full of pain and guilt now. What I've done, why should I rip? It's like ripping open scabs. Some of them are maybe healed a little bit. Oh, there's one that almost healed. Here, gotcha. Ripping open these things. It turns out that's how you get rid of it. To get it out of self. And the 5th step, of course, is to, when you take it with yourself, you do it as you write it, and read it. You take it with God, that's relatively easy, but it's very difficult to take it with another human being. That's where the humbling experience in the step comes, I suppose. It's not humiliating, but it's you affirm what you have done. You affirm what you've done when you do it with somebody else. There are two steps where they talk about there really is a great feeling of relief following these steps. One is the fifth step, because you've done it with someone else. One is the ninth step, where you've done it with other people. When you're doing it with others, when you're getting out of self. Because it seems to me, for self-obsessed people, all of us, any exercise of AA is always getting out of self. Getting out of self. Because self-obsession, just left untended, comes right back in constantly. I think there's an interesting, again, this is really highly basic, oversimplified, but it's true, I would say. One of the things that enables human beings to survive in the world, probably the most important thing that we are born with, is a sense of self-preservation. And that's what enables the species to survive, the sense of self-preservation. Without that, we would not survive. And we're born, all of us are born into a world that is an ideal world, where we are the focus of the entire universe. Unfortunately, we're too little to enjoy it. But when a baby lies there, he gets hungry, he goes, ah, oh, baby's hungry, here. They don't say, get a job, you little son of a bitch. When you wet your pants, mothers can tell the difference in those cries. Fathers can't. I've fed a lot of kids with wet pants in my day. Eat it! You say you're hungry, eat it! But you dry your pants, and everything is just wonderful. Everything, you start to crawl, and look at baby. Pulled over the lamp. How strong. Next year, but for a while, the world is my baby. I'm the focus of everything. Whenever I have a want, and this is a shame, it just comes when you don't understand, you don't realize it, but just the way I'd like to have it now, and it isn't. And it's just wonderful. One day, you go into a little room, perhaps your living room or somewhere, and there's another little child who up to then was the center of his universe. And you hear the beginnings of life. Mine. Mine. And the battle of life begins, never to end. Never till you die. You discover you are in the world with a bunch of selfish, stinking, lousy people who think their needs are as tough as yours, or as important. And as you grow up, you learn that you must give to get. You have to play games with people. You must disguise your real wants. You have to say, gee, Ma, you're sure pretty. That's such a pretty dress, Ma. Can I have a dime to go to the show, Ma? All the little games that go into growing up and disguising things. And it's a funny thing, really, the maturing process, to all intents and purposes. The maturing process is really a continuing process to disguise what you really feel. You call yourself mature when you don't show your emotions on a continuing basis. You grow up, and people grow up. You have these emotions inside, the basic visceral emotions, and the abilities on the outside that enable people to live in a society without living in a cave and eating people's clubs. The world, we talk about honesty, the world could never exist with honesty. My wife says to me, what do you think of this dress? I think it's grotesque, for Christ's sake. Whack! I've learned to say, interesting. Very interesting. And it goes on all the time. Bosses say, like that idea? Sure do. For a Slav, survival in the business jungle, a little brown on the nose puts a little gold in the pocket. And you can poo-poo that in the abstract, but that's the real world in action. And so people grow up in the world. But they're still motivated. But all things being equal, I think it's safe to say, unless they're really unusual or psychotic, you wind up always the same thing. My wishes and needs are more important to me than your wishes and needs are to me. Nothing personal. I can see that I need it and want it more than you do. You could get along without it. I need it. That is why you find people, rich, successful, wonderful people. You went from the airport again and again. Stoplights. Why do they have stoplights? Because adult, mature people all are convinced it is more important for me to get through that intersection than you. And you wait. What? So society's had to say, now you children in the Lincoln, wait your turn and let the little boy in the caddy come through for a while. Okay, now you, just like in grade school, it's just hideous. Because left for devices, I want what I want. I can't think of a single major law that is not directly or indirectly designed to protect someone or something from being used by someone or something else for their own purposes. The whole world is, I want what I want, and it may be what you have, and I'm sorry for you. You learn to get along without it, and you'll be happy that I'm enjoying it so much. People sometimes feel people are against them. I spent a lot of my life feeling people were against me. I've come to believe that as a rule, people are never against people. It is in some way that I am a threat to what they want. I am in their way. I threaten them in some way. I'm in somebody's way. If I step out of their way, they're not concerned about me. When people threaten me psychologically or financially or in my way between what I want, then I see them as against me, but not, or they see me as against them. I see people against me. And when I realize they perceive me as a negative force, that's why they're against me. They're not against me because Clancy Emerson. They're against me because I'm between them and what they want, somehow. So one of the great things to discover was for me is that when I'm not threatening to people, they don't feel threatened. Most of them will. Some people always will. But this concept of growing up, you always live with conflicts. Every human being has conflict. There's a lot of conflict. Because the world never is designed the way it should be. I get up in the morning and I feel good, and it's just, go to hell. Not my fault. Not every day, no. The world still get over that. But 99 days out of 100, yeah. And I think things are happening to me. And it turns out things aren't happening to me. I get up in the morning and say, traffic jam. Damn it! Another traffic jam. It threw me up. Other days when I'm feeling good, I say, a traffic jam. That happened. I can wait. It's as though there are different kinds of traffic jams. There are. There are just traffic jams. It's how I perceive them and how they are. But everybody lives with conflict, because what I want is not what you want to give me. And I got to give you something. The goal of life is to see how little do I have to give to get what I want. Whatever it might be, emotions, whatever it might be. This brings about continual conflict. It's an interesting thing. These conflicts will be driven to the extreme when you become semi-goofy as a result of it, you commit suicide. I'll tell you something funny that you may or may not know. In my work today on Skid Row, I see people die regularly, sometimes every day. Die from alcoholism, die from crack addiction, which is a big new drug in the Skid Row community. That cheap crack, $3 a hit. See people die from hypothermia in the wintertime. See people knife to death. That's another phenomenon in Southern California. Illegal aliens, they're frightened, they have knives. Some people get knives, and these poor pathetic bastards cut into a line and somebody stabs them. See people fall in front of a bus and get run over, their head run over. See all kinds of death. But there's one type of death you never see on Skid Row, and it's misery and agony. There's never any suicide. Isn't that funny? You would think that'd be the number one cause of death in all this agony. Why is there no suicide? Because they've given up the outside. They just have the inside. There's no outside. They don't have to pretend to feel differently than they do. You know, commit suicide? People who look like you and me. You get up every morning, no matter how you feel, you've got to suck it together. Go out there and smile at a dirty bastard you like to take an Uzi to. Hi, how are you? How have you been? How's the family? Come home and have that beast nag at you, that unnatural children raising hell, just problems, money, all. A lot of people have tools to diffuse that. We all do. But if you don't, it builds up. Continuing conflict, it really pushes you into such a state of conflict that it overrides the most important instinct you have, which is self-preservation. I will finish self-preservation. And most of the tools that people like us have to live with is finding real ways to deal with conflict. So I say on Skid Row, we talk about in AA, living one day at a time. That's where they live one day at a time. Every day is just it. You just get through today. It's a hell of a way to live, but they live terrible pain and agony and filth, but no suicide, because at least they don't have to pretend. That's why it's almost impossible to take people off Skid Row and get them back in the world, because they don't. If they ever had it, they've lost it. The ability to cope with a structured world that's full of conflict. All structured worlds are full of conflict. So, their conflicts are quite simple. Having something to eat, find a place to sleep. Very simple. There's no have to worry about the report that's supposed to be in at 10 o'clock. For the only girl I've ever loved has gone back to her husband. Or on and on, all the various conflicts that go in the world. So we all have to deal with conflict. And that's what makes it so difficult, because each of us feel our conflicts, or many times feel, are indigenous to us only. That's what makes my case different. And that's why I think, and I've worked very hard to deal with conflict, and that's why I think Bill Wilson called step 6 the one that separates the men from the boys. Because now you have to be willing to give up defects of character. You've got to be willing to give up defects of character, and the defects of character are primarily tools you've used to help you cope with conflict. And I got to be willing to give them up. And it's a frightening thing, because I remember thinking, if I give up all those conflicts, if I give up all these defects of character, I'll become perfect. And he says I don't have to be perfect. Chapter 5. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence principles. We seek progress, not perfection. And that would be a bad step to take at this time, to become perfect. And if I do have to give up some things, let me decide the order I give them up, I'm going to give up everything. Just like we were talking at breakfast this morning about, we were talking politics at breakfast, which you never want to do at breakfast, is I'm going to get that guy tonight. When he's sleeping, I'm going to... for his own good, not for mine. But we're discussing about how politicians economize. They're all in favor of economy. Yes, I want economy. Yes, yes, yes. But we'll start with your district. My district needs what it's got. And that's the way it is with defects of character. I'm willing to give up defects of character. All of them. Lust? Well, let's start with murder. I'm going to give up murder. Then I'm going to give up piracy. I'm going to give up these things one by one, and I'm going to get to lust sometime later. But now they want us to make a commitment to give up everything. And we can't possibly give up everything. It always struck me that the 6th step is a very important step, because I must make a decision. Am I willing to give it up? I don't see how I can give it up, and if that maybe not happen in the foreseeable future, but I have to be willing to give it up. I have to sign an agreement in principle with the divine corporation saying, I'm not sure how we're going to tie it all together, but in principle I'm willing to make the sale. I'm going to give it all up. And it's hard because there's a lot of things involved in giving up these things. And it entails a lot. It entails a lot of fear. My friend Sandy Beach in Washington uses this story a lot that I think entails. He talks about a little boy wakes up in the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, he's got a toothache. And he knows that 2 aspirins will make it better. But he doesn't call for his mother. And at 3 o'clock, still aching. And at 4 o'clock, it's still aching. And finally he gets so bad, he says, Mother, says, yes, I've got a toothache. I'll get you 2 aspirins. And she brings him 2 aspirins. And it's all right. Now the question is, why did he hold off? And the answer is very simple. It's the same reason we hold off when we deal with God, I think. He holds off because he knows there's going to be a hell of a lot more to it than 2 aspirins. The next morning she's going to say, Sonny, we're going to have to make a dental appointment for you. I don't want a dental appointment. My toothache's gone. Good thing to do. And you have to go to the dentist. And he's going to say, which tooth is sore? Oh, but he's not going to stop there. He's going to check all your teeth. You're going to find 8 more cavities. He's going to make 12 appointments. It's going to be endless goddamn horror and pain forever. It's easier to lie awake and see if that toothache will go away. No end to it. Same thing with these things. I will try to survive the pain of these defects of character a little while. Maybe they'll ease up. I hate to take it to God because God knows where it'll end then. You know, I might become perfect and become really a drag. There's a lot more to it than 2 aspirins that you take. And that's what the fear is. The fear of the unknown. The fear that we're going to have to give up everything. I'm sure some of you felt this way. The only pleasures I have in life are my defects of character. I have to watch them, of course, but I mean, now you want me to give those up and go back to the very reason I drank. One of the reasons is because even with the defects of character I was drinking, of course, life was just an endless great tunnel. And that's what's wrong with AA. When you're new, you go to AA, and it's an endless great tunnel. You go whatever drinking, whatever technicolor there is, and you're going to be in this great tunnel and become perfect for the rest of your life. And get little thin blue lips. And say, I don't believe I'd care to do that. That seems to be fun. And there's never any rewards. You might look ahead and is there any reward after? Yes, after a year of endless pain, a hatch opens, the scrawny iron breath, and says, here's the medallion. Is that all there is? That's all. So, that is not quite what I had in mind. That seems to work for others, but my case is different. I have more sophisticated needs, I guess. So the 6th step is a difficult step. I must become willing to have God remove all these defects of character. Either I must become willing to do what is necessary to remove them over a period of time. So that's really what I'm saying. Am I willing to do what is necessary? Am I again invoking the power of God to help me take actions that I'm afraid of and want to withdraw from? So the 6th step is really not terribly complex, but yet it's a great dividing point. 2 great turning spots in all of AA. 4th step, where I'd say 75% of people who come to AA never take the 4th step, or maybe higher. In fact, when you stop to think about it, there's someone in the big book, Bill talks about there's more people, or there's 12, but anyway, he talks about everybody in AA, there's some people out in the street who've been to AA. It is my experience, I would bet today that I bet there are 10 people or more who have been in AA and sober who are back drinking for every member of AA that's sober. I don't know any long-term drinkers, for example, on Skid Row, who haven't been to AA and been sober. I know very few old, long-term drinkers who haven't been to AA somewhere along the line and been sober and come to the realization that AA does not work for them. And in almost every case, they've stopped at one of two turning spots. They've been sober, but they have stopped at a fourth step, or they've stopped at a sixth step. Very few people have taken all the steps and have gone back out quickly. You can when you're an old-timer. You can take all these steps, and eventually you go back out. We know how that works. But the actions, I have to take actions now that don't seem to apply to my problem sometimes in these steps, and they're frightening. Someone asked me to briefly, an analogy I used one time when I was talking, and I sometimes use analogies that are so strange I can't even bear to think about them later, but this one was a good one. I was using it as an analogy about good and bad treatment centers. When I was new, there weren't any treatment centers. I know. Sanitarium, trying out spots. And over the years, treatment centers sprung up and changed them and individuals, and some of them were good. And most old-timers hated them. Damn treatment centers! As the years went by, I noticed some people were doing quite well out of treatment centers, some weren't. And good treatment centers are indeed a great help. I think statistics indicate if you've been to a treatment center and go to AA, your chances are considerably better than just going to AA or just going to a treatment center. Because at least you're sober in some possession of your faculties. When you get to AA, you've had some pre-learning. But what's the difference between the two treatment centers? And the analysis I used is like, why would people want to go to a treatment center today when AA is free and it costs $1,000 for the treatment? It's like going down here to the lake and wanting to go to Cleveland. And here's a trim little yacht, skiff, scooter, called the SS Treatment Center. People in clean white uniforms. You want to come with us? We're going to. Shoving off in a minute. Smell of good food wafting out of the kitchen or the galley. It's just wonderful. Down the beach here, two guys kind of skulking around some tall grass and saying, "You want to go with us? We're from AA. We got the invisible boat." It's really there's no great put down to say, I personally would prefer to get on the skiff, I want to wish you a lot of luck, guys. And you go to the SS Treatment Center, and it pulls up, and it does exactly what it says to do. It keeps you warm, it dries you out, gives you information about your problem, feeds you well, makes you well. Everything's great. Only one problem with it. It just gets out of sight of land. He says, well, this is as far as we go. We're going to go back to get the next road. Well, what am I supposed to do? Swim like a sumbitch. And you start swimming, and here come these two fools by in their invisible boat. You want to ride? I'm not that sick. Pretty soon you're almost drunk. And finally you're almost dead and they come by again. All right? Okay. They pull you in. What do you want me to do? Get in and row? You crazy bastard. And the irony is, as you start to row, the boat appears. But it doesn't appear until you start to row. So you have to be kind of desperate. And you start to row, the boat appears, it gets bigger and better, much finer than that little skiff. You don't even want to go to Cleveland, you just want to stay in the boat. Hell, let's turn this way. Great. And that's great. That's why we have sponsors. They come every once in a while, you slow down. What's wrong? You got your oar upside down. Okay, go ahead. One of the reasons we get together at these meetings is to remind one another to keep rowing. To keep rowing. That's what we do. There's no new information here after a while. You can just keep rowing. Reinforce that. Keep rowing. God will help you row. Keep rowing. When you're tired and the rain's falling and you're cold, row. It's better. And that's fine, except for one thing. We see it around us. I hope it never happens to me or you. But you can stop rowing, you're on a great thing. If you stop rowing long enough, the boat starts to disappear, little by little. We've all watched old-timers who have had big ships, and they're back in the water, and they can't understand it. Jack and I were talking on the way over here from the airport about old-timers we have known who've gotten drunk and couldn't get back. I'll tell you why they can't get back. I will do anything to get back to my big ship. But you can't have your big ship back. You got to row and start with a little boat again. Don't want to do that. I know about that. I'll get back. And they die. That's why it is. People, a rule of thumb, relatively accurate, I suppose, that if you've been sober over 7 or 8 years and you get drunk, the chances of you getting back are remarkably slim. Some people do, but it's very rare because they want to get back to a big ship. And they can't. Now, what's this got to do with treatment facilities? Well, there are treatment facilities who, in my opinion, are almost literally killing people. As I said earlier, they have them take the 12 steps, they read intellectual literature, they get psychoanalyzed, they get the bonding with their counselor, and they leave the facility thinking that they have recovered. And they now can do it. And if you have troubles, call your counselor, call aftercare. But, I mean, if you want to go to some place like AA, that's fine, but you have enough information to stay sober. And they literally kill people like us. The good treatment centers say, look, you got information, you're dry, you're feeling good, now we'll leave you in the water. For God's sakes, when those 2 pukes come by in the invisible boat, jump in. Right now. You don't have to believe it, just do it. The ones that guide us into AA are prized beyond belief. The ones who, for their own reasons, for money-making or pride or ego, would lead you to believe that your information will make you well, will kill you. And I think that's what most of the things we do. And one of the great problems we have to face when we first get in the boat is rowing through a 4th step. It doesn't even have any reason for doing it. And rowing through a 6th step, which gets us apparently someplace we don't want to be. But all the things here are designed to, little by little, bring about a goal we never could have conceived could happen, based on our intellect. We'll talk about a little bit more about it tomorrow morning. But what is the goal of all of these steps? To make you wonderful? No. To make you above human? No. To make you without emotion? No. It's to very, very slowly do what alcohol does fast. To little by little take people who are not enough and make them feel most of the time like they're enough. To take people who live with fear and most of the time live without being terrified. To little by little take people who feel highly vulnerable and most of the time feel invulnerable, or at least not highly vulnerable. And it's hard to explain that to new people because there's just no way to get from here to there. It's hard to do that even in the 6th step when you're that far along. But at least when you've taken the 6th step, you have now accepted the premise, there is a way for me to go, and I'm in the middle of doing it, and I'm going to keep trying. And what we can do as individuals is remember to take those steps, and what we can do as sponsors is to guide people into taking them. Love will not keep people sober. Spirituality will not keep people sober. Not alcoholics of my type. The other insight, these are all great adjuncts. Always the interesting example of that. Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob meeting on Mother's Day 1935. And Dr. Bob was already a spiritual leader in the Oxford group in Ohio, but still was drinking. Bill Wilson was a member of the Oxford group for 6-7 months in New York. And they got together for 2 weeks in Dr. Bob's house and discussed spiritual values and spiritual breakthroughs and insights and God's will. And Dr. Bob got drunk. And when he sobered up this time, they realized that is now Bill Wilson stayed sober. He stayed sober by trying to help people on the streets of New York. So they went to the Akron Hospital and found AA number 3. And the 3 of them went and found AA number 4. And they find our book. It says, action is the magic word. You must take the actions. The spiritual adjuncts are what come with it. But most of us would like to find a way to not do the action, but to bury ourselves and say, well, I'm just finding the spiritual concepts. I don't want to be done with that crass stuff. That's meaningless. That's just another nice way, in my opinion, of an easier, softer self-obsession. Getting out of self. Self-obsessed people getting out of self. People who have spent their whole lives trapped in conflicts between their inside and outside. I got certain techniques and people don't like it, but God damn it, they enable me to survive. Now you want me to give them up? Got to be willing. Give it a try. Maybe it'll work. Thank you. Do we have, you want to come up and say a few words? What?
I'm going to say a few words.
Oh, I was talking to her, but if you want to, that's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Maggie. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Maggie.
I just want to thank Clancy for a beautiful morning, for beautiful sharing.
We were going to have a little discussion on the step.
We were going to have a little discussion on the step. Well, that's what I was going to sort of do a group conscious about. We were going to wrap up by 11, but I'm quite willing if you want to have about another 10 minutes of discussion. It's just fine. Discussion or sharing? Okay.
But I wanted to get back to my room and worry.
Who would like to kick it off? Tom.
I'm curious. These two steps, we're talking about faith. So, because you're willing to have God remove it. Somebody ask Him to remove it. And then it goes on, if you read the chapters, it has nothing to do with God. You've got to do it. It seems to be a bit of a scam here. No, seriously.
Yeah, but don't tell the newcomer.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying.
it's been pointed out to me, and I noticed this right from the very beginning.
That's right. Well, my answer to that would be, let me talk in the microphone. This may be deathless, I'm not sure yet. The question is, why is it in the 6th, 7th step we say, we ask God to do these things, and then it turns out we have to do them? I think the answer to that, Tom, is this. What I'm saying in effect is, I have to do them, but I have to do them by taking actions that I don't always believe in. I am turning myself over to the care of God as I understand it. I am taking actions that I would not take based on my own intelligence or self-evaluation. You understand that? I'm asking God to do this. What I'm saying in effect is, God, I'm going to take these actions of yours even though I don't always believe them. So I'm asking God to do it, but I must do it. But I must do it by taking actions that I do not believe in sometimes. In other words, I am, again, asking God to do something for me that I have to do for myself, but I would not do without the security of His person, His being. Is that too abstract? Do you understand that? Let me put it more clearly. I know that. I remember having that feeling years ago. Why even bring God into it? I just have to do it. I'm asking God, of myself, I would never ask anybody to remove my defects, all of my defects of character. Some of them maybe, but not all of them. I have to ask God. That is the surrender. I'm going to ask God to help me become willing to surrender my defects of character. Now, I would not do that of myself. I'm asking God to help me do it. Help me become willing. Because of myself, I would never become willing. And the 7th step, which I'm going to talk a little later about, ask Him to remove these defects, is I'm not sure that I want them removed, but I'm surrendering to God. In other words, I'm asking God to do something that I'm afraid to do on my own. And to bring this about, I have to take actions. It's just like asking God to get me, God, help me get to Toronto. But I have to start moving. But I'm asking God to help me. Ask me, God, I think one of the one of the great prayers in the 12th step, or the 11th step, that I think is the most impressive prayer of all the prayers in Alcoholics Anonymous, the one I've stuck with the most. Praying only for knowledge of God's will for me and the strength to carry it out. Because otherwise I get into dickering and promising and manipulating. But that's what I'm doing there. I'm saying, God, help me remove these defects of character. Help me to stay willing to do it. Help me to override my own damn selfishness and self-centeredness long enough to occasionally do something that will get me out of it. Now, I am doing it, but I'm asking God for the power. Is that clear? Well, not to me. Yeah, it is. It is. You have your hand up? I thought you were taking your pulse. Well, as I understand the fear. It's the fear of the little boy. If I say I got a toothache, I'm going to have to go to the dentist for the next 18 weeks. I would say that the defects of character we use as tools, in my experience, have been predicated on the fact that of myself I am not enough. I always need a little edge to win. In other words, I cannot win based on myself. I've got to have some extra going for me. So I use little tools, little shortcuts, little hustles, little deals, and now they want me to give up those things and operate just normally, straightforward, and that is frightening to me because I don't think I'll be enough to do it. And that is what I think over a period of time you discover in AA to the best of your ability. You try to give up those things as much as possible, and you operate straightforward and you operate without guile, and it seems like you're just highly vulnerable. You know, it's like you say, you have a bad morning and I'll slip away to a noon meeting. But I know if I do that, that's the very time my competitor will get a big sale and I won't. I better sit here. And it's hard to realize that. I'll tell you an example of that. My sponsor, Chuck C. If you ever read his, he did his Paula Mesa retreat where he talked about it at length in the book, A New Pair of Glasses. But that's a good example of it. Where after he was sober a little while, he decided that he would just run his business straightforward and honest. And he would do whatever necessary to be a good businessman. I mean, he designed the insides of supermarkets. And he had a couple of examples where the guy said, I don't like this. He said, okay, I'll do it again for nothing. It's going to cost me thousands of dollars, but I'll do it again. Because I want to do it to make you happy. And his fellows in the business were saying, hey, we're in deep, you keep doing this, Chuck, and we're out of business. We can't do it. But as it turned out, he did it this way, and he couldn't handle the business after a while. He was turning away business. He became a multimillionaire by not having an edge. When he had an edge, he was just fairly well to do. But when he became straightforward, he became a multimillionaire. Now, I'm not saying that if you conduct yourself as an honest citizen, you become a multimillionaire. But I would say that being a multimillionaire was not as important to Chuck as sleeping well and feeling good. And that's what you get to. You sleep well and you feel good. I run a mission on Skid Row, as you know. Some years ago I resigned a job in Beverly Hills where I was quite successful, and I run a mission on Skid Row. I get paid considerably less than I might make in the real world. And it's a funny thing. People drive their Mercedes and their BMWs down to talk to me at the mission on how to feel comfortable. They could all buy and sell the mission I work in. But what good does it do if you can't sleep at night and you feel terrible? What we have in common, what I haven't, over the years I had a chance to sponsor a lot of people. The guy who put the flag on the moon, and movie stars, and priests, and psychiatrists, and bums. What we all have in common is that we've all come from a field where sobriety is untenable, and drinking is untenable. And we have to take techniques to get rid of it. And stopping drinking is not enough, so we have to work on sobriety, as we've talked about the last few hours. We have to give up things that seem to be the only defenses we have against the world. And I don't think any one of us are ever in any danger of becoming perfect or wonderful. I don't think it's because it's just not the human condition. But I must be willing to try to be straightforward. To me, as I mentioned last night briefly, some of the greatest spiritual concepts I've ever learned in Alcoholics Anonymous, the things that changed my life as much as anything I know, are things such as do what you said you would do. Be where you said you would be, when you said you would be there, or let them know you're not coming. Don't take out your pent-up hostilities on people who can't answer back, such as your children, waiters and waitresses, employees, where you just pent up, and most of us have been in that habit, come home and just it's been crap the other day. You got to take that crap. But don't take it for a kid. Get to your room. And you got to try not to do that. I remember telling my sponsor on kind of news, and it's upset today. He said, I know you heard me taking it out on the woman serving coffee at the club, and she's just an employee. God damn it, give me the coffee. You got to learn not to do that. I said, I've got to get it out. He said, there's Mike Ross. Mike Ross was a guy 6'6", big ex-football player. He said, go over and tell that Mike Ross. He said, you bet I will. I believe I can stuff it after all. But it's so easy to slide into that cheap gratification of taking it out on people who can't answer back. If you want to take it on someone who can answer back. Take it out on an equal or someone superior. Then it's amazing how your attitude changes. But these are the great spiritual values of me. Operating decently. Another thought, trying to wish for people what you wish you could get. Jack and I talked about it earlier. But all the things that go into it. I don't think there's any danger in the sixth step that you and I are going to become saints. But we have to become willing to try to take care of these things as they crop up. I hope that answers your question. I don't know any better way. We might as well go eat lunch after a while, huh? I welcome you back from your meaningful discussion meetings back to the droning harangue. Pay for your sins. Let's see, we've taken the 6 steps. First, we admit we're powerless over alcohol. Our lives become management. We might be a power greater than ourselves. Somehow they'll restore us to living without alcohol. And we're in theory going to try to turn our lives over to that power, even though we don't see how it can be done. First major steps are taking an inventory and exposing ourselves with fear and trepidation, and reading it to someone else, and then that big step of making a decision. Try to become willing to ask God to remove these defects of character, which brings us up now to step number 7, which is the shortest step of all the steps, only 7 words, but it has one of the great connotations, one of the most meaningful of the steps. Humbly asked Him to remove our shortcomings. Just in passing, it's kind of a funny thing about alcoholics. Years ago, I remember going to a discussion meeting where they spent an hour discussing what's the difference between defects of character and shortcomings? What is which? And then I read in Bill's writing where he said he just didn't want to be redundant in the two consecutive sentences which mean the same thing. But we all like to argue, debate. We always like to find mystical things in very simple things. There's something here we don't see in it. They're keeping it from us. That's the theory of some of these philosophers I see now in transactional analysis and so on, in my opinion. Because I have no opinion on it, it's not nothing to do with AA. But they make millions of dollars by having people think the answer is just out of reach. Just come back again. And you buy literature and attend these hideous. And if you ever listen to them, they just are meaningless. It's just. But Alcoholics Anonymous isn't that way. Alcoholics Anonymous, Frank, no talking when you speak. If you must speak, it's okay to loudly say, "Isn't he wonderful?" But let it go with that. I'm going to take up humbly. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's go on to the next step. But humbly asked Him to remove our shortcomings. We became willing, tried to become willing, asked God to help us become willing. Then we become willing to do that. And what we're doing, that is the first place, I think, in the steps. Of course it is, where we get into what humility. Humbly humility. And humility is always one of our goals. It's always a question. What is humility? Is it Uriah Heep? Is it somebody just standing there and saying, "Oh, you ran over my shoe with your car. I hope I didn't hurt your tire." Mix it up with humiliation. But it is, little by little, I've come to believe that humility is a very, very, it's an effervescent thing. After you've been around a while, even when you got it, you don't know you got it. You only know you haven't got it when you haven't got it. It seems to me humility is that rare ability of somehow being able to be yourself and figure that's enough. Just being yourself, not having to have a front, not having to have an image, not having to have them think. And nobody can maintain that very long, I don't think. But we sometimes talk about newcomers coming to AA, and we say they're arrogant. We've got to tear down that wall and bring them to humility. And really you'll discover it's the other way around. Because this pride they have is nearly always an overcompensation for feelings of inadequacy, of not being enough. But you build up over the years this wall of apparent ego and arrogance, and you can believe it sometimes yourself, that you really are superior, except when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you gaze in the darkness and want to commit suicide. But when your rational powers are going strong, you can believe that I really am. I'm too good for this stuff. I'm not. But it's been my experience that if you want to help people get humility, you build up their ego. You build up their self-worth. You have them take actions that build them up. Because as they build up, the compensatory wall comes down little by little. And little by little, you work yourself up to humility. You work yourself up to where you feel that what's inside of me is enough. It may not always, very long you may think of that, but that's what I believe humility is. Or just being me is enough. Where I don't have to prove something or convince you or have an image or a facade. But of course humans can't live like that because we live, part of living in the world is living with a facade where you don't show your emotions, as we talked about earlier, where you don't, or when you're angry you can't always afford to show anger, and you can't afford to show sorrow, and you can't afford to show a lot of things. You have to live behind a wall. But it's a nice few moments once in a while when you find that you can be yourself, that you don't have to have an agenda other than being yourself. And I think that's what refers to in this step. Of course, as most of us know, Bill was so concerned about making sure that we did this as in an imploring method to diminish that wall of arrogance, that as the step was originally written, it was written humbly on our knees. Ask God to remove these defects of character and these shortcomings. But then, in the editing before it went to press, they took out the phrase on our knees because they thought it might sound religious. And so they just humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. But that's what he wants us to do. Humbly, as ourself, putting down this wall of arrogance to live, to ask for some way to take up and remove these shortcomings. Now, as we talked about this morning, there's no way as human beings, you can't get rid of your shortcomings. You can't get rid of your defects of character all in one fell swoop. It would be nice to do it. We were talking at lunch. Unfortunately, we were talking while we were eating, so it lost a little something. I went to a different table. I didn't attend with my dinner companions. I went to a different table. We talked about it. There is a concept, I know about it, and we were talking about the table. That cleaning up your defects of character is, you take care of them as they come up. You look at them as they come up. It's like clearing a cesspool or a septic tank. You take this out, which enables some more things to float up. Oh, Jesus. And it's just an endless job. Pretty soon you want to go in the house. I think I'll get the rest of that next season, or the season after that for sure. Which reminds me of something. This is no time to say it, but I know I'll forget it because other people in my room forget it. If anybody knows where there's a plunger around here, I can use it. I asked one of my office mates, bunk mates, to get one for me. He went to the desk up here and said, I'd like, and he forgot what he's asking for. He had to come back. And you have him defend you in court someday. See how that works out. Oh, I meant to say he's not guilty, Your Honor. I forgot. Well, he may like the penitentiary, sure. We humbly ask God to remove these shortcomings, to little by little work on the things. And as Bill says in the 12 by 12, humility has not had an easy time of it in our society. And it really hasn't, because there's so many things there's so many emotions that we have to deal with, the negative things that the humility is always kind of put down. Humility always seems like kind of a emotion. We believe in things like pride. Take pride in yourself. And all of us can work on pride, but most of us have come here with a great deal of pride and we've been destroyed by it. I suppose, but pride is, even on the walls of clubs sometimes they put down things you want to get rid of. Despair and gluttony and lust and false pride. So that implies there must be some good pride somewhere. You never see a sign saying get rid of false lust, false hatred. Pride is sometimes, I think, confused because we equate it with self-worth. And I suppose in a sense it is. But pride, again, is something where we try to pull ourselves to be just a little bit more than we are, which I suppose is a very good thing. But humility is that rare occasion when we try to be just what we are. And if you are, it goes back to this again, if you know you're humble, then you're not humble. If you feel you have humility, you don't have it. It's something that comes when you don't even think about yourself. You see it in retrospect. Well, I had some humility. I was myself. I was thinking about others and not concerned with my image. So the seventh step really is not terribly complex. It's quite simple, but it's very difficult. Because I am now signing that agreement in principle I agreed to in the sixth step where I said, yeah, I'm going to agree in principle to sell it, and now, or to buy it, and now there's something, I'm going to put my name on there. I'm going to buy it. when I have people write an inventory and I ask them to take their 5th, 6th, and 7th steps, one thing I always ask them to do, despite taking out the steps, I ask them to kneel in the bathroom or kneel in the kitchen or someplace where there's a hard surface and nobody can see them, and ask God to help them truly become willing to remove these defects of character, and the next day to do that same kneeling and ask Him to remove my shortcomings. I know no tongue of fire is going to come down and cleanse them, but I'm going to become willing to take that crap as it comes to the surface and at least give it a try. And a lot of it I may not be able to get in the first swing, but I'll get it little by little. And I got to be willing to do it. I think that's what they mean when they say, as the years go along, the road gets narrower. It really gets more comfortable, but you're picking up more crap and throwing it aside. You're able to, at last I'm able to get rid of this thing. And at last I'm able to get rid of this thing. I see how meaningless and how painful this has been, and I thought it was bringing me happiness. That's over a period of time we do that. Then we get to the end of that step, and we've made a decision to, and decided to ask God to remove these defects of character. And you get to a couple of the steps that I think are really the most gratifying of all the steps, although sometimes they're very difficult. And that is the 8th step, of course, the 8th and 9th step, the 8th step, where we have to make a list of all persons we have harmed and become willing to make amends to them all. And that is easy for some. I mean, yes, there are some people here that I've hurt, and I don't mind saying I'm sorry to them, but there's a lot of other people who've hurt me worse than I hurt them. Where's the step where somebody makes an amend to me? Where's the step where something does right for me? When some of these people, they've ruined my life, some of them, it seems to me. They're just a terrible thing. There's an interesting concept in dealing with the 8th step and how you deal with all of these things where people have hurt you. And you have to decide which ones you have to make an amend to. And I think it sounds difficult on the surface, but what a remarkable help it is if you can do it. And that is, you'll go into it by saying, I'm going to start off by forgiving everybody who has hurt me. I'm going to forgive everybody who's hurt me. They're all forgiven. And you can do that to a point easily, except for 4 or 5 people, and we're still going to get. And some of these things they've done are unforgivable, and I can't expect you to forgive those. But you've got to try to be able, little by little, to forgive everybody. Then you can look at the list consciously and say, I have to make a list of people I've hurt. Now, the question is, what do you mean by hurt? To me, that has always meant they have felt worse as a result of me. Financially, emotionally, spiritually, anyway. If I have made them feel worse, I have hurt them. And they must certainly be brought up for review. I think one of the good things about taking an 8th step with a sponsor, for example, is many times a sponsor can look at it dispassionately and say, what seems to be an amend that you need to make here is not really an amend you need to make. What seems to be a justified resentment is the one you have to make. It's always been my experience in making up this list of people that one group nearly always goes out there. And they are the group from the 4th step of people I resent. Nearly everybody I resent, I feel guilty towards in some way, I discovered later. Through one way or another, one of the reasons I maintain that resentment is I think as good an example of that is in everything I've done with people who take an inventory. Now, it isn't always the case, but nearly always. That's the only thing I ever ask them to save out of their inventory. Take the rest of it and burn it. But take the resentments, and we'll talk about that later. The resentments should at least be very carefully analyzed. Despite what they have done to me, what have I done to them? Because as we said this morning, people aren't really against me. They are for themselves. And I'm interfering with that. Just as I am not against people, only if they interfere with me, with what I want, or what I desire, or as I perceive them doing something to hinder my wants. Now you're going to make a list of people you've harmed. It's very quite simple. And the reason to do this is not to become good, but because we get tired of living in disharmony. When you're living with continual ongoing resentments and feelings, and there's always disharmony, of course. So you're going to try to find some form of harmony. So you make a list, and I know on my list, in my 8th step, one of the things I didn't have in my 4th step, I had my resentments. My sponsor made it with my father. And my father, I always felt, had partially ruined my life. When I was a boy, he had left my mother and I, and he'd married another lady. And I'd never seen a divorce before that. I lived such an insulated life. And not only that, but he always wanted to make demands of me. He always wanted me to do more than I was doing. Always wanted me to. I had all sorts of reasons why he ruined my life. Partially. It was one of the reasons I could always feel victimized. That's incidentally, in passing, one of the things that very cunning and baffling and powerful about this list. Sometimes you have to put people on there who you feel have victimized you, because you'll never get rid of the victimization unless you find a way out of this, in my opinion. But my sponsor said, why don't you put him on your list? I said, because he has hurt me much worse than I've ever hurt him. He said, the point is that whatever he did, you were a rotten son. You were not a good son. He may have hurt you first, but he may have had reasons for doing that, but you had no reasons to punish him. I didn't talk to my father for 10 years when I wrote this list. And I never was going to talk to him again, if I could help it. Because I thought he was he made me put that down. He made me put down employers that had screwed me around. That I had to go back. One of the things that put on the list that's kind of strange is there are people I have hurt who I can't make amends to. I can't make amends to my grandmother. She's dead. Can't make amends to an old guy that lived down the street who I hurt badly. Not really badly, but hurt badly that bothered me. And I can't... but you put them all down. Kind of a long list after a while. And you must... then you at least, in theory, are willing to make amends to them all. It's not a matter of some spiritual fervor. It's a matter of making amends to them. And that really, there isn't anything mysterious about the 8th step. You put down things, the people you resent, the people you've hurt, all these things. And we all know that. I mean, there's nothing in a step seminar. All of us are knowledgeable to that. That's all there is to it. There's nothing spooky or miracle or miraculous about it. In the 9th step, we try to make these amends. And usually it's nice to have the help of someone, like a sponsor, to see what is meaningful and what isn't. Some of the difficult amends are, for example, not difficult, but I mean they're mechanical, but they're still a little difficult. It's like amounts of money that you can't pay. To call up that collection agency and tell them where you are and what your real name is. Because I've never had to deal with them. I've often thought, I've used as one of the examples why drinking was so good. I remember once upon a time in El Paso, living in El Paso, Texas, the household finance, who's the friend of every alcoholic, I just done another consolidation loan, which buries you deeper. There's never any way out of those. And I was unable to make the payments for a while. Because money had to be spent for other reasons, for my indulgence. And my wife and I were waiting around the house for them to call. There was some talk about they were going to repossess some furniture. And we had little kids. And I was trying to hold a job, and this would not look good for this executive to have his furniture repossessed. And when we were waiting for the phone to ring, my wife was just... And I was And I happened to think I had brought home some rum. One thing about living in El Paso, across the river in Juarez, you get rum cheap, and it's good rum. That's where the term rummy comes from. After a while, you just kind of... you don't have to drink much anymore. You just kind of stay there. But I went and got some rum, and I offered my wife a drink. I tried to be pleasant. I said, "Do you want a drink?" She gave me that same intolerant nastiness. "Of course not. Think you want to be like you? Children." I took a couple drinks of rum, and by the time the phone rang, I was the only one in the house who didn't have any compunctions about answering it. Listen, you keep up this crap, we're not going to borrow for you anymore. Now stop calling me, goddammit. But now I'm sober, I don't have that way to go. Hello. I'm working 12 golden steps to recovery. Will that work as payment? No, it won't. So if you're willing to go to people and say, "I'll pay you $5 a week," and they say, "That isn't very much, but if that's all you got, we'll take it." I've never heard anybody send the $5 back. And make amends to people that sometimes it's very difficult because they don't. You'd like to make amends and have them say, "You're so wonderful. You've come here and made amends. You're just wonderful." And sometimes they don't do that. I went all the way back to Dallas to a big advertising agency, and I made an amends to a guy. I went to see him, and I said, "I came here, I had a hard time getting in to see him. I'd been one of his better men at one time, I thought. I want to come in, I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I want to make amends for the problems I gave you here." He says, "Well, what are you doing in Alcoholics Anonymous?" I said, "I guess I'm an alcoholic." He said, "I never thought you were an alcoholic." I said, "Well, why do you think I did these things? You know, this stealing the company truck and wrecking it and little thing." He said, "I thought you were a son of a bitch, and I still do." And I almost had a new amend to make. I was going to punch him in the face. But then I did. I walked out. You make amends like that, and it's. I remember my making amends to my father. Oh, my sponsor said, "Write him a letter. Tell him you're sorry you're a bad son, and you wish him well." And I wrote this letter, and he did something that I learned from, and I've done it ever since. He said, "Let me read it before you send it." And I read it and said, No, that's a revenge letter. Do it over. And so I did it over. Finally, he accepted it. I sent it. And I got very little response. I guess I didn't get the response from my father. He said, "Well, send him another letter and ask him if he got the first letter." I could just see this tall, strong, imposing, frightening man take my letter and ripping it up. I thought, that son of a bitch. I'll write him another letter. I'll tell him, let me see it. So he sent another, and he wrote me back a letter and said, "Yes, I got your letter. I didn't know what to make of it first, son, because it sounded so unlike you." So I thought maybe you were drunk. But he said, I hope you're doing well. I know we've had our upsets, but I hope you're doing well. I thought, well, that's nice, but it isn't much to show for the years he hurt me. And about a couple of years later, or a year later, my sponsor made me send him birthday cards and Christmas cards. And a year later, I had to go to Minneapolis for a convention where I was working. I was about 2.5 years sober then. I was working in this big medical corporation. And I lived 90 miles away from there, so I made arrangements to go down and see my father. I said, "I'm going to come down and see you." And I just, also it was difficult because I went down there, there's this house, and I didn't like his wife, I hated her. This tall, imposing, threatening guy. I rang the doorbell, knocked the door. The door opened, and there was no tall, threatening, imposing guy. There was a short little guy. Oh, son, how are you? So glad you're feeling better. I thought, what happened to that big guy that used to push me around? I don't know. But anyway, I wasn't thrilled with my father, but at least we talked. We sat and talked. Then from then on, we talked a little bit more, and after a while, I made a point. My sponsor suggests this, and I do it to people too. Treat him like I was a good son, whatever I think. Just act like a good son from now on. And there never was a week after that I didn't call him. Didn't have much to say sometimes. Whenever I got in that area, I stopped in and saw him. Didn't like his wife very well, but she died early, so that helped. Get a break here and there. What the hell? You can't fight. I came home and was a source of strength to him at her funeral. I got him through that. And we had to be quite close, actually. In fact, in declining years, she lived in our house. And we were closer than most fathers and sons I ever knew. And when he went back to Wisconsin, because he got lonely for his old friends and old fools that he was associated with, and old Norwegians and the old Norwegian church, that when he died, I was holding his hand, and he gave my hand a little squeeze and died. That's just a nice, wonderful thing, isn't it? But it all because I made an inventory I made an amend to someone who didn't deserve it. I could have, if I wouldn't have been forced to make that amend, I wouldn't have made that in 10,000 years of myself. Then they talk about making amends to, how do I make an amend to my grandmother, who's dead for 10 years by the time I start making amends? And for taking her money, her little money she had, and because I needed some money bad to get some to drink, and treating her with apparent love, but always trying to worry how I could hustle her for something. And my sponsor gave me an assignment on that, which I've in turn given to many people. You have to spend a lot of time from then on. You got to look for little old ladies who are having a difficult time somewhere as you go around your rounds, and stop and help them. Again and again. Help some old silly lady out of the store with her bags. Here, can I give you a hand? Can I give you a ride? Can I do something for you? People I know, some people I don't know. I think of that in the theory of making an amend to the world for what I've done to a lady I can't make an amend to. So I make an amend to somebody else like her on a continuing basis. I've done that with old men and old women and sponsors and all sorts of things. Make a special point of going out of my way to being of some sort of help for them to make an amend because I can't make the amend I should make, so I make it to the world in her name. In other words, I made a donation in my grandmother's name to that old lady, or that old man, or that old situation. There's all sorts of amends you can make. And I'll tell you what, to me, one of the great realizations of amends, the great goal of amends, I have never made a sincere amend to anybody that I ever really hated afterward. I've made a lot of amends to people I've hated, and I was forced to do it. But after making those amends, I didn't hate them anymore. I didn't always like them, but I never brooded about them anymore. I never hated them. It's the funniest thing in the world. Me making an amend to them enables me to stop hating them. It's one of the strangest phenomena in all of AA that I know. And so we go around making amends. Sometimes as you go along, you find amends 2 years later that you had never thought about. Think, I should do that. To stop and take the time to set things right as you can. I don't know, as I said this morning, at the end of the fifth step, and the end of this ninth step, I think, are the two great apparent moments of gratification of all the steps. They all have kind of a spiritual growth, but at the end of the fifth step, there's a feeling of well-being, and there's a great feeling of well-being at the end of the ninth step, because they both consist of doing something outside of myself and adding to the harmony of my existence. And I think it is not a surprise that at the end of the ninth step is where Bill Wilson has put the promises in the book, where it talks about if you do these things, because these are the 6 steps, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the 6 steps where we try to clean up this crap that we agreed to do in the third step without knowing what we had to do. And before we get into the things that we do on a continuing basis, these are cleaning out the cesspool and sweeping up the crap and dreadful little crappy jobs, but that begin to get the baggage out of the way. We talk about our life wanting to be one day at a time. It's kind of hard to live one day at a time when you're carrying 1972 with you too. And the fall of 1974 is what that guy said to me in 1966. Somehow these things got to be cleared away so I can at least face today with today. And you can't always do it perfectly. Again and again, I just always try to stress to people that remember, we can't ever do it perfectly. And the irony of it is, the great fault of alcoholics is that they're perfectionists. Anything worth doing is worth doing to excess. First law. If it isn't perfect, why? They talk about alcoholics being perfectionists. I didn't used to identify that. I've never been a perfectionist. I just want things to be right, and if not, screw it. And it's a long thing to discover that we are not going to do things perfectly. We can't do it wonderfully. There's something in the 12 and 12 that's kind of funny about talking about spirituality, where it says we should never be satisfied with our spiritual condition. We shouldn't rest on our spiritual condition, which gets back to that same old phenomenon in the book that sounds strange until you begin to realize what it means. The good is the enemy of the best. We stop halfway. As soon as the heat is reduced a little bit, because we're by nature easy weighers, and we stop a little bit. And it requires some use of a power greater than myself, of a God, if you will, that power to continue to do it. God works. An example that I like is that when you're going to make an amend to someone that intimidates you and frightens you, I can see it now in retrospect. I wish I'd known at the time, but I can help other people with it sometimes. Where they're going to make a place where they used to work, and you're going to see this guy's office, and he's waiting for you. He's going to grind you. You're going to go in there and say you're sorry. I'll tell you an example of that. When I was a senior at the University of Wisconsin, I was in the first class after the war started in 1946, and we were steely-eyed, sex-crazed veterans. That's our image. And we were wild and did a lot of things because we were scarred by the war. We played that to the hilt, I'll tell you. And I was on probation several times, but I'd won some trophies for the college. And when I was a senior, one night I was downtown drinking, and I ran into this traveling sales lady with a magazine firm. I told her about the trophies I'd won, and she didn't seem to believe it. So we went up to the university. I kicked open the door to the administration building, and I went in and showed her the trophies. And I was kind of drinking too much. I don't recall exactly what happened, but apparently I felt she'd had a flat tire because I was pumping her up there on the floor. When some policemen came in and illuminated this gory scene. I'll tell you something. If you ever want a quick cessation of sexual drive, you have a policeman's flashlight. Quick detox. And in 1950, of course, in 1950 they were a little less free in social custom than they are now. So they took us to jail. I was put in jail and so was she. And the next morning, she went to court and got a $150 fine for disorderly conduct and a floater out of town. And I was held over the next day. And the next day, I got two things. Just before I went to court, I got a letter from the university saying, from the dean of students saying, this is your note of expulsion. You're expelled. And then he had written in a hand letter, I've worked time after time to protect you. All you had to do was go 2 more months. And I begged you to take care of yourself. I told you not to drinking off and nonsense. You would not do it. You have broken your parents' heart. You've broken my heart. You've made me look like a fool at this university. You made us look bad. It's all over the papers. We could file suit against you for breaking and entering in the nighttime to commit a felony, to adultery. But we're not going to do that. Just stay away from this campus forever. Now, we'll jump ahead a few years. That was not an easy amend to go make, I'll tell you. He'd become president of the university by this time. And at the same time I went to see my dad, I also went down there to see him. He would not see me. He told the secretary, I heard him say, I'm not in, and tell him I'll never be in to him. Well, that kind of cuts into your spiritual fervor, I'll tell you. I wanted to run in and say, oh yeah? Are you into that? I'm here to tell you about God, you son of a bitch. But I came by the next time I was home. Funny, I called it home, and you always still think it was home. I didn't live there all that long. But finally, after about 3 years of this, I called him on the phone, and he agreed. From California, he said, I'll be in Eau Claire. I wish you gave me a chance to come and see you. I really got something to say. No, I don't want anything from you. Oh, all right. Because he was a very religious man. He was disappointed in me. He always had great hopes for me. And so when I went to his office, I was literally sweating. And the technique I know now, I didn't know then. But I'd recommend anybody in that situation. Go across the hall. Go in the washroom. Stop for a minute. Remember that you're not going in there alone. You have God in your pocket. We are going in there. It can't be all that bad if we are going in there. I didn't know it then. So I went in. I told him what I was trying to do, and I was working in radio and television in Hollywood by this time, and I looked like my wife and children were going to move back with me eventually, and I was very sorry. I know I'd caused a great deal of problem. Oh, that's very interesting. I wish you well. Thank you very much. I'm busy now. And that was the end of that event. Well, next time I was back, 8 months later, I went down to see him again. Poor bastard. I'm sure he felt like a fawn in the forest fire. Just, every time he looked up, here comes this fool making amends again. Leave me alone. I forgive you, Jesus. But that was really hurting me. That had left a real scar. And that I talked to him at length. And then the next time I came back, I didn't come back to make an amend, but I said, could I just talk to you about something? I have an idea. He said, I'm really busy. This was 6 months later. I said, if it isn't too much, I know it's a terrible thing to ask you. We were now in the 1960s. I said, but would it be possible for me to get the alumni news bulletin? I know technically I'm not an alumnus, but just because I really have deep feelings towards the school. Oh, all right. He started sending me that. And I saw for once in a while. I was home. Most points done. Now we jump ahead to 1976. I'd seen him several times. I had gone back to speak at the annual dinner in my hometown of Eau Claire. They had it started off, they called it the Eau Claire Annual Coon Feed. And I was back there at the 10th Annual Coon Feed. I looked forward to that with a lot of anticipation. They gave you beef, but they called it, because they started off with coon some years before. And you know when they changed the name of it? About 2 years after that, after I was there, they had a lawyer from Chicago, a black lawyer, came up and spoke, and he started off by saying, "I didn't know if you wanted me to talk, if you're going to eat me." But I went up there and spoke, and he was invited. He'd never been to an AA meeting, and they'd invited. It's kind of funny. They invited the chief of police. Part of my talk, I was able to say I was one of his first arrests when he was a rookie. There's a feeling of continuity in that way. I'll tell you something funny to you that may give you some hope if you're still going through any problems. That I've discovered over the years. If you turn out well, all of those early things become amusing little legends. Remember that time? Oh, gosh. If you turn out badly, they're proof you always were a no good son of a bitch. It just depends on how you turn up. Because I go back and people chuckle and laugh about things that 30 years ago they wouldn't even talk to me on the street because of those same things. Now they're, remember that time? Put their arms around you, feel like get their hands up. Now, there's some end to this story, hopefully. I've incidentally I spoke at the 20th annual banquet, the 25th annual banquet. And next year I'm going to speak at the 30th annual banquet. It's just wonderful. Just a local boy makes good rotten, drunken puke for the first water. But anyway, 1978, I get a call from the University of Wisconsin, from the dean, secretary. She says, "We're having a big alumni get-together scheduled in Los Angeles for the alumni who live in that area. And the guy that was in charge of it has disappeared. We don't know where he went. But we have no arrangements, no accommodations, and it's supposed to be in 2 weeks." And the dean thought, since you're kind of an operator, me, look at the holes in my palms, and can you get us some? I said, "Sure I can. I got friends." I got him the Biltmore Hotel, lovely room in the Biltmore. Call them next together, all set. Just tell them to come, and they were enthused. "You did such a good job in this. Would you like to join us?" I said, "Yes, I would." So I came and mixed with all these old alumni fools, and I'm glad to see all the members of my class look much older than I did. To me, they did. And the dean was there, this now president. He said, "Why? I can't, I've you couldn't see me several times, but I understand you're really doing pretty good." I said, "What are you doing now?" I said, "Well," he said, "I understand you're running some kind of a thing on Skid Row." I said, "Yeah, I am." He said, "Well, that's not like you, is it? To look out for anybody else. What's in it for you?" I said, "Well, just doing it." He said, "I'd like to come over and see it." I said, "Okay." So after the thing, we went over to the Skid Row. It was on Sunday afternoon. We walked up through this clean, sparkling place. One of the few missions in the world that doesn't smell like disinfectant and urine. It's clean and sparkling, but deals with just dying men and women. And he saw the whole thing, all staffed by people who used to be classified hopeless people on the street. And he couldn't believe it. He said, "I can't believe this. I know it's true. There's your name on your desk, but you've really changed a little bit, haven't you?" "Well, I hope so, Prez." I felt just like I was back in being intimidated again. I hadn't felt that way in years. I thought, sorry. So he said, "Well, impressed me pretty much." That was the end of that. Now, we jump ahead a year. January 1980. Get a call from the University of Wisconsin. "Well, this is Miss Carlson from the alumni office. President is retiring this year, He's retiring from his job. I know that. Nice man. Glad. Wish him well. There's nothing I can do to. You want me to contribute towards the going away, President? What is it you want me to do?" She said, "No. It's a strange thing. he has recommended that you be named our alumnus of the year and come and speak at our commencement. I said, okay, I said, that's wonderful. She said, okay, we'll send. She sent me all the data. On the 1980 May, I was the distinguished alumnus of the year of the University of Wisconsin. And I brought all my children with me. And my parents were still alive. They were very old. They died soon thereafter. But my mother and my father, who had lived together for many years, but they came together. And my kids were all there. And I spoke at commencement on the benefits of living a decent life. And I didn't want them to know that I had been expelled. We laughed about it later. I must be the only alumnus, distinguished alumnus in the history of the world that was expelled from the institution. Didn't even graduate. Just get out of here, you son of a bitch! You know. That was really a touching moment. My parents cried. They cried when I got expelled, and they cried when I was alumnus of the year. My children cried. I cried. I had a chance, as I told them, they didn't quite understand what I was talking about, but I said, I've made amends for many things in my life, but this is one area I've never had a chance to make amends, really. I want to make amends to this university. So after that, I got thinking about that a year later or so. I started funding little letters to the new dean and president. You know, really appreciate this opportunity, but isn't it kind of bad to have a non-graduate to be your alumnus of the year? And I did it in a joking way, but I kept grinding. 1986, they said, okay, sent me a diploma. So now I'm a member of the class of 1986. I by far look the oldest of anyone in that class. But again, that's a long, tedious story. But again, that's the amend I never would have made. I would have been ashamed to go back and face that old guy, and the first time he saw me, I never would have gone back, I'll tell you that. I don't mean that every time you go back and make an amend, you're going to be an alumnus of the year, or you're going to get close to your father. But I'm sure that good things can happen. And if nothing else happens, you will lose the hatred for those people. You will lose the terrible separation. You, in a sense, you lose your sense of isolation. You rejoin much of the human race, which is really what that step's about. And I think it's most appropriate. I know you've all heard this 100 times, but in that context, exactly what it says. He goes into it by saying we should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. Then, if we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That is one of the great lines of all of AA. The very things that have made us guilty and terrible now are tools to help somebody else. You say you've been in the insane asylum? I have too. I'll follow you. The first guy I sponsored that stayed sober. I had tried to sponsor several people, but I increased their drinking as far as I could tell. But this first guy, my 2 years sober, he's at his first meeting. He got me afterwards. He said, "I'd like you to be my sponsor." I said, "Sure." And he became my sponsor. I became a sponsor. He stayed sober. Later, he told me why he wanted me to be a sponsor. Why do you think? Because he didn't have any front teeth, and I didn't have any front teeth. And I was sober 2 years without front teeth, and he realized it's not necessary to have front teeth. He understands. You might say, you may wonder how long I went without front teeth. I should describe that. When I was 2 years sober, I got this job in the medical corporation. And I said to my sponsor, well, I've got some money put aside now. I'm going to be an executive. I'm going to be a writer in the advertising department. I'm going to get some front teeth. He said, for Christ's sake, send that money to your kids in Dallas. They have so little. I said, I send them money every chance I get. So you just haven't sent them enough. You got enough to buy front teeth. Jesus, Bob. They all got front teeth. I'll show you their picture. It's something to do with front teeth. Something to do with your attitude. You're a selfish thing. Send them the goddamn money. So I sent them the money. With graciousness and love, of course. I wasn't mad at them. I was mad at that old fool. And I learned to carry my lip like this. So I don't think anybody in that company ever knew I didn't have front teeth. I guess they thought I was burned in the fire, you know. But I went to work every day and I did the things and eventually I got some front teeth. Now I tell newcomers that, I mean, I've said it, maybe the provincial, I don't know if I did that, but I lost my teeth now. Like our book says, we're like men who have lost their front teeth. Never grow new ones. As I often tell them, if you're concerned about losing teeth, let me give you some hope. Once you become like me, spiritually transformed and almost holy, they grow back. They go. Have your sponsor tell you about that. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we'll see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. Most of the time. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Now these are not, we all see these things, we've all had these things happen. What's miraculous about these 12 promises is that when Bill wrote them, many of them hadn't happened to him yet. You know, you can find self-help books with all sorts of things. Well, yes, you become happy and secure, and you know you're never going to do that. But he wrote a set of promises in here. One of the reasons I think this is divine, that he did not know hadn't even happened to him, and anybody's been sober very long has had them happen to them. They don't stay there, but they come and go because we're human beings. You know, almost after I was sober a few years, the closest I came to doubting the promises, I was 5.5 years sober. And my wife and children moved out to California. And I was so eager to make my children feel good and secure that I overspent and faced deep financial trouble. And I called up my sponsor. I had front teeth. Chuck, I said, I was kind of joking, but I half serious. I said, I've really done very well. I've been 5 years sober and things are, Chuck, I wonder, says, financial insecurity will leave me. And I tell you, I haven't had financial insecurity like this maybe the promises can't come true for people like me. I said, no, son, you've got it wrong. I said, fear of financial insecurity will leave you. You can be financially secure all the time, but just don't be afraid of it. I said, I think I hear the door. That's true. All of these promises come true to us. Anybody who's been sober any length of time has made a rudimentary attempt to work the steps. You may not even be aware of it, but we will intuitively know how to handle things. Every day we handle things that used to baffle us. Just the fact of living in the world and being of service to others. And self-seeking does slip. We have other thoughts than what's in it for me on a continuing basis because we've been forced to do it here and trapped into it. But that's why the 8th and 9th step is the final cleanup of that. It gets us out of isolation. It gets us making use of the tools. It gets us back into the world around us, really. So, it really boils down to two major categories so far of steps. One, where we're going to identify it. I'm a drinker. I can't stay sober. And there's a power here. And some kind of power will change it. And then the action steps where I have to do things that I don't want to do. And that is really where I have to ask God's power to help me, because of myself I will quit. But write that inventory and make those amends, even when they're not worthy of it. And make the inventory and share that inventory with a human being and with God and myself. Get it out of my head. And then become willing to have God remove defects of character that I want to hang on to because they seem necessary to me. But I've got to be willing to get rid of them as they come up and when I can. And then humbly ask Him to remove these shortcomings. And then make a list of persons, the carnage I've caused behind me without being aware of it. A lot of people like me say, well, I just damaged myself freely. I've left a wake of carnage behind me I never meant to, because I'm convinced all I've ever wanted to be is a good man in a good world. And things get out of control. And then make those amends. And then I can at least walk with some degree of dignity and begin to take care of the maintenance steps that come up next. So I think that the 7th step and the 6th step are critically important. I think the 4th and 5th steps are. I certainly think the 8th and 9th steps are. These action steps are the ones that do it. Where they take us from being victims into being masters of our fate with some degree of dignity. And when we're done with them, we're very glad we've taken them. Thank you. Discussion time. People want to talk, make an observation, ask a question, ask me what's wrong with me.
Doug, my name is Clancy.
Hi, Doug.
There's a paragraph in step 7. I'm a little confused by what you said about building up a recovering alcoholic's self-worth. The paragraph says, as you know, that it is only by repeated humiliations that we achieve a measure of humility.
No, it isn't. It doesn't say only by repeated humiliations. It says it is by, I think it's to something the effect of repeated humiliations can bring humility. Let me see. I know where it is too. I think. Where the hell is it? They moved it. They. Don't you know who they are? How long have you been in AA? Well, I know just the sentence you're saying. That's what I say. Yeah, I'm going to read the sentence.
But I think it suggests that as an last recourse if people don't want to shoot humility.
Well, anyway, there's a phrase that talks about humiliation. You can find it when we're talking about going back in the film. Going to my song and dance. I am not questioning the fact that humiliation brings us. But humility and humiliation are two different things. Humiliation are some of the things that drive us to have to seek the things we find in humility. But I don't think that's the only way to get to humility, because humility, as I say, in my opinion, but I believe it to be true, and I don't think it's any. What does it say? It says, you're right. It was only by you were right. It was only by repeated humiliations that we were forced to learn something about humility. For us, the process of getting a new perspective was unbelievably painful. I believe that's true. That's what he says. But I also know that there's not a contradiction in terms, because the humiliations give you the pain that make you take the actions to build up your ego. In other words, what we're saying is, I want to build up my self-worth so I don't have to have overcompensating apparent arrogance and ego. Do you know what I'm saying at all?
Yeah, but it says that's the threat. Ego deflation is the threat.
That's right. The bad ego, the outside ego. But I'm talking about self-worth, not ego. You build up your self-worth, and that diminishes the phony ego. You understand that difference? Because I'm not saying it's ego deflation in that, but it's the ego of the false ego. Yes, I'm all right. No, I'm fine. Don't look inside and see that there's a weak little guy trying to move the arms and legs and say, I'm all right. is my experience, you build up self-worth to lower the ego.
Yeah, thank you. Clancy, doesn't it also say that the basic ingredient of all humility is the desire to seek in God's will?
Yes, it does say that. Of course, what God's will is a metaphysical conundrum.
Closer to mine, actually.
Yeah. God, I'll tell you, talking about God's will. Talking about God's will. And we should bring up the 11th step. But who's the guy that wrote Seventh Story Mountain? Thomas Merton. Spent 18 years in the Gethsemane Monastery in Gethsemane, Kentucky. We all know it, hopefully. He went in there because he wanted to study to find God's will for him. He was in a non-speaking, self-abasing monastery. That's a tough monastery. And he came out of that monastery after 18 years back into the world, and he wrote a prayer that's on my wall. And it said, "Dear God, I have no idea where I'm going. I do not see the road ahead of me. And the fact that I think I'm following your will does not mean that I'm actually doing so. But I do believe this. I believe the desire to please you does in fact please you. I hope I never do anything apart from that desire. Because I know if you'll do this, you'll never leave me in the shadow of death or to face my troubles all alone." Now, for a guy who has spent 18 years in silent meditation on a daily basis trying to study God's will, if he can't find out, there's not much chance I'm going to find out before supper time. That's why God's will is kind of an ethereal thing. It's an intuitive thing, but it's something dramatic. That's why Bill says in our literature again and again, it's good to check it with somebody else to make sure that it's not obsession. Because if I think about anything long enough that I want, it becomes God's will. So to do God's will is, as far as I'm concerned, is to take the actions of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's the closest thing I know to God's will. And that's how we maintain humility, is by taking these actions that keep us out of having to be something we're not, to prove, to make up for our deficiency. Yes, ma'am.
Something about trying to sexualize your energy. You said, I think that humility is being humble is accepting the fact that somebody else may object to you, like God or another person. And I said it's something else as being teachable.
Yeah, I don't think I said that's what being humble was. I said, but that's what you have to do here. Maybe I said it was humble. I'll have to check the tapes. But I don't think so. But I mean, I would not take exception to that statement. I wouldn't mind making that statement. That accepting the fact that I am not the top of the chain, whether it be sponsor or God or whoever. And I have to be very careful when I'm getting my direct authorization from God, because I have a tendency to change those a little bit, so I want to check with people around me. But I think that's certainly true. I would have no objection to that at all. I think these cleanup steps are really so gratifying, and yet we all fight against them because they're absolute opposite of what my intelligence would tell me would be effective for those symptoms. Yes, ma'am.
In talking about the ninth step, you didn't go into step 1 to do so, and into that.
Well,
I see a lot of cop-outs.
Yeah, well, when to do so. They're quite clear about that in the 12 and 12. And in the big book, I think the test you give yourself, will everyone feel better as a result of this event? You know, I think I said, I want to make a clean breast of things. So I went to my wife. And I said, I've been screwing the neighbor for 28 years. And, she wouldn't accept that amend. No, she won't. Will you accept a subpoena tomorrow? I think that's one of the examples of the book where it talks about that. But I've actually had guys tell me that I sponsor. I could just punch them in the face. Why did you talk to me about that before you did it? Well, do God's will. Try living alone. That's God's will for you for the next couple of years. But I think that it's a relatively easy litmus test on that, is that will it make everybody involved not feel worse. That's what all it boils down to. I mean, it's quite simple, really. We can talk phrases and inner meanings, but that's the basic sense. Will everybody feel better? Yes, Jack.
Somewhere in the book, I don't know where, it says the main purpose of these steps is to fit ourselves to be of maximum use to
Yes,
God and to our fellows.
that's true. Well, okay. The major purpose of these steps is to enable us to be of maximum use to God and to our fellows. I'm not making light of it, but that really says it all, Jack. That really explains it. You know, I come so close, hour after hour, they put them there just to see if I'm alert. It's the thing that, Dr. Bob, to synthesize it all of this badinage about the steps and what they really means and what does it really mean? We forget sometimes that it's just, I can't know. Bob, when he was dying, giving that talk in the First International Convention, and he said, first, he's glad to be here, of course, and our program, when it boiled down to the end, just means this: love and service. We all know what love is, and we all know what service is. If you want scientific things, leave it to the scientists. We are to be of service and to give a hand to the man behind us. And all of these steps are enable us to do that. And the reason that they have to be kind of hard is because we are caught up with self-will people who have used alcohol to anesthetize the results of their actions, and now they've lost the anesthesia and have to live with the pain of them without any way to cope. And what we're getting is a way to cope. This morning I began a story. I started to tell something, and then I got caught up and I forgot the end of it, to tell the end of it. And that is, I was talking about spirituality, and the closest I'd ever come to true spirituality I felt was in Miami Beach in 1970. And I mentioned Bill Wilson talked, and I forgot everything I was going to say and went on to something else. So I'll go back and pick that up. Come on, folks. A lot of important data coming on down here. All right. Finish the story I started this morning about Miami Beach. So Bill Wilson, that was the last time he had talked. But I was pleased because, oh God, come on, folks. This isn't your home group. We start on time here. I hate to go through this dreary exposition one more time. I bet it's going to be a good tape. Is he going to explain it again, for Christ's sake? This morning. Come on, you're so eager to challenge what I say. Come and sit down. Hot chick. This morning, just the last time I want to explain, anybody after this is going to have to give me hearsay. I started talking about how close I came to reaching spiritual nirvana was at Miami Beach in 1970. Then I got caught up in Bill Wilson's just talk there. I forgot what I was going to say. But I want to say this because it's, at least for me, an indication of what happens to people when they find spiritual breakthroughs that really enable them to reach a new plateau. One of the things that had come, just an example, for example, in the late 1960s, they started the Brentwood meeting in Los Angeles, of holding hands when they said the Lord's Prayer. It had never been done before that I ever heard of it. And people from that meeting come to our meeting and want to hold hands. The sponsor didn't hold, another going to hold hands. You hold hands, not me. Between God and us. And I had rather strong opinions on things like that, other things. And I went down to Miami Beach, and I was pleased and blessed to be asked to be the noon speaker on July 4th, which was nice because I was able to talk on July 4th is our Freedom Day, and we could talk about the freedom from alcohol, just cloying, hideous. Several diabetics went into a coma. But the touching thing about it was the first speaker that morning was the guy that had taken me to my first meeting in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And the last speaker that night was Chuck C., my current sponsor. It was just as though I was part of an intricate whole. Just, oh. And I talked at noon, and Bill Wilson gave his last talk, his time talking. I was spiritually transformed. I thought, I have been a cantankerous old puke. I'm going to go home, and I'm going to be a different person. No more pettiness, no more selfishness, no more self-seeking. I'm going to make use of the program as I understand it. And I got home, I felt transformed. And next morning I got up to go to work. The advertising agency I was working in, on the Santa Monica Freeway, going downtown. I had my rear view mirror so I could see the road, but I could also see me, because I'd never seen myself with an aura before. Really, I just kind of a Maybelline look. I thought people are going to think this is strange, but it's going to be a new life for me. I went underneath the San Diego freeway on my way downtown, and some little old lady came off that freeway in a Toyota, about 70 miles an hour, just missed me by the 16th of an inch, just almost creamy. I mean, really, almost. You might have had to have that priest back to conduct this thing and charge you $50 for fifth step. But I got a special rate, $39.95. Jack is doing my booking for me. But anyway, the new spiritual leader of the Western states, the man who had found God in peace, without even missing a beat, had his window down, saying, "God damn you! What the hell's wrong with you, you bitch?" Uh-oh. And I got back and I said, well, I may have to need 3 or 4 meetings to get that feeling back. And I've been looking for it ever since. Just at the next meeting, I know. But it's a good example. We like to think that we can achieve breakthroughs, and we do, we can. But they're always transitory. Because we're dealing with human emotions beyond our control. I think about that. I sometimes talk about that in my talk, as an example of emotions, how we have to change our emotions a little bit. Is that what Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the things, I guess what you call a type A personality, rather intense. Not as intense as I used to be. More intense than I'm going to be when I'm dead. But I'm an intense driver. I mean, I'm a great freeway. And I don't like to have people cut me off or treat me badly. I don't do that to them. And one of the things AA has taught me to do is when people cut me off or drive badly around me, I no longer have to chase them past my exit. If I haven't caught them by my exit, good hunting, Red Baron. We'll meet again. All right? And the trouble with AA is when you do catch him, when you're in AA, you can't do anything anyway. But there's a satisfaction of driving next to him and giving him a raise. It isn't much, but it's like the Indians counting coup, And they probably don't even know it, but it cheers me up a little bit. I try not to do it, but God makes me sometimes. A few years ago, I was coming off the Santa Monica Freeway onto the Harbor Freeway, and a little girl in a car, again, almost killed me. She came across 2 lanes and almost put me into a pillar. I'll tell you, I drove like Mario Andretti to get out of that. And I got next to her down the road a ways, and I gave her a quadruple raise. And I suddenly realized, gosh, she was only about 17. Just a young girl driving, probably didn't know what she was doing. Long blonde hair. I thought, she looks exactly like my granddaughter. That should be my granddaughter. It isn't, but it could be. And here she is, flying downtown driving, and some old poop is giving her a quadruple ray, for Christ's sake. What kind of a guy am I? So I smiled at her, and she went, oh, man! I'll tell you, if I hadn't been a spiritual leader of 100 million Muslims, I'd have put her right into the wall. I'll tell you, I guess. But these things are a continuing basis. There's always emotions out there, and we have to learn to live with them. So I got a ticket for carrying a 45 in the 38 caliber lane. What is this, some participation meeting? Come on, Frank, dummy up. But as long as you're here, I've been having this pain right as well. I don't know why I'm never invited back anywhere. I try to be nice, but 10th step. 10th step. Continue to take personal inventory and when we're wrong, promptly admit it. And that we're talking about this morning. That's the step where we steer, and we continue to steer, and we make changes and corrections and adjustments in our path. And it sounds so simple in the reading. Continue to take personal inventory. To kind of check yourself, not to continue, how am I doing? Incidentally, in passing, if you know someone who's feeling bad a lot, you can tell them, I don't know if they're able to break the habit, but one of the ways to always make sure you feel bad is to always examine how you're feeling. How am I feeling? Not very well, now that I think about it. All of this is to get out of self. That's one of the great reasons why psychoanalysis has traditionally been ineffectual in the treatment of alcoholism. Because psychoanalysis gets inside, and we must get outside. Self-obsessed people need every tool they can get to get outside. But we take an inventory to see how we're doing, how we're feeling. And it says in the book that we evaluate if we've hurt anybody that day. It also says there's nothing wrong with evaluating if we've done something good. To say, I really did that, I handled that pretty well. I have to be pretty good in that situation. I've got to try to remember to do that again. And if I hurt somebody, or sloughed over somebody, or handled something badly, I can try to do better tomorrow, or I can. Certainly, if I can think of it and bring myself to do it, I can say, I'm sorry. Now, it seems so simple as to say, when I'm wrong, promptly admit it. Well, you're wrong, just say, I'm sorry. But people like me, perhaps like you too, I don't know. But it has to be pretty cut and dry before I'm convinced it's my fault. Because I can really see both sides of it. And now that I see it, it's your fault. That's whose fault it is. And I'm just reacting. And it usually takes a little while later to think, I did that. One of the things that helps you most to get along in the world, it seems to me, is when you can do this. Project yourself in how it looks to them. Now, you have to be, I think, sober a while and active a long time to do that. But it's amazing how different when you think, if you could put yourself in a position, how it looks to them. And it really is so often, like I was saying this morning, because everybody thinks they're right. And they think they're right. They're not saying, I think I'll do the wrong thing just to hurt somebody. We all think are right. And to admit I'm wrong and to say I'm sorry. Now, when you're new, it's hard because when you feel inadequate, you hate to admit you're inadequate by saying you're sorry. When you're sober 33 years, you hate to say you're sorry because you shouldn't have to say it when you're sober 33 years. There's always some reason not to say it at a low level. But you say it because it makes you feel better. To apologize, to, when you're wrong, promptly admit it. But there are 4 things that Bill suggests in the 12 and 12 that I think are really something we have to try to adopt in our daily life, because we're surrounded by stimuli that we can't control, of things that make us react, we emotionally change, we come back, and that leave us in a state of disharmony with our surroundings. And the first, I jotted down here, the first thing he describes is we must pray for and try to all of these things are things we have to pray for. I don't think we can get them on our own. We have to pray for almost as say, help me maintain these. I think that's one of the good reasons. I am not in favor of non-AA literature. I am not in favor of literature that is not approved by the World Service Office, because you can get to all sorts of damnedest crap. But I say that so I can make one exception. The exception that proves the rule. When I was new and thereafter, one of the great helps in my life was a little 24-hour book. The only thing ever put out by Hazelden that was worth anything, in my opinion. But I'll tell you, when I was newer, before I became a speaker, and sometimes since, I wake up in the morning and always open and read that little book, and it just starts you off on the right path. Because otherwise, you get up and you just feel negative before you even get out of bed. But read that little thing. And I got reading that because, by an odd thing, I never did like that kind of literature because I think it's hokey and reminds me of countless religious exhortations that have never worked. But one day, when I was sober about 4 months, I was sitting in the AA club in Los Angeles, the 600 Club, feeling sad, thinking, Jesus, I just lost my job as a furniture mover that day. And it only lasted from morning till noon, which is really a long run on a job. But I was in one of my sensitive moods, and the guy said to me, "Hey, you, without the teeth, you bumped my lamp." No, it was taken. I broke your lamp. There are just times you can't push creative people. You know that, yeah. And I just went fired again. And I hope that guy finds me someday and makes his amends. But I was sitting there thinking, what the hell's the purpose? I haven't got anything. Even the people who got sober after I did are coming in here bubbling and they're feeling good and they're going home to their families for dinner. And I'm living in this, thinking, I've been out of the car a few times a week here on the sofa with all this back here, and offended the people I stayed with. And what the hell's the purpose? You know, what's the use of it? This was 2 months before I got to a suicidal frenzy. And some guy said, "You're not feeling very good, huh?" I said, "No, I'm not." He said, "What? You ever seen this old book?" I said, "I've seen it." "Why don't you read it?" "Yeah, you bet. You tell me Jesus will save me, I'll certainly read that. That'll help a lot." We threw it down. I opened it. Just broke it down to dates, as you probably know. And I said, I have nothing. Now, what is the spiritual message for today that's going to transform my life? I opened it February 10th, as I recall. And I couldn't believe my eyes. Said there, like a tree, I must be stripped of a lot of dead branches. I must be like a dead tree, and all the flowers gone and everything, in order for with the spring to have new branches and new leaves and new trees, all because of this intensive pruning. I could not be well without the pruning. Remember, I'm in the hands of a master gardener who makes no mistakes in his pruning. My God, how did they know that? How do they know I'm a dead tree standing here? I'm sure it's just coincidence. I don't think God made the whole universe stop. Everybody get that message to him today. You know, let Jupiter blow up. Try to get the sun in the 600 Club. But just whatever it was. And I think, my God, that's it. And a little while later, I stole a copy of the book. I made amends for it later. I paid partially for it. But when I first got a little room, a little apartment for years, I read that book every morning before I got up, because it always gave me a start. And that is really a great thing to get you started right in the morning. It's so easy to fall into a negative thing before you go. But the things that God asks, or the book suggests that I ask God for: one, to allow me to maintain some self-restraint, to, when my emotions are triggered, to not shoot right back, to somehow force myself to bite my tongue and to think about my reaction. Because you can destroy people and things with those reactions. You can answer back to a child in a way that'll take you a year to regain his faith sometimes. It's just hideous how you go, yeah! And they don't know you're just out of sorts today. They got to learn that self-restraint. And I can't always do it, but I got to try to remember that. And I'll tell you, when I was thinking about this step earlier today, I think, I'm going to go back working on that, because I'm in a position now of such power where I work. I've allowed myself the luxury quite often of reacting any way I want to, because there's no one to say no to me. I got to get back to being a good human being. I didn't ever intend to. But I'll tell you, this is I should say in passing, because as I told you, I've never done a seminar on the steps before. I talked about it working with newcomers. But it's been a marvelous experience for me. I've had to re-examine what I believe and why I believe it. And it probably never helped anybody here, but boy, it sure helped me. I'm going to go home and think, I heard what I needed to hear. But self-restraint. And then he says, the second thing, pray for it. To make an honest analysis of what is involved. How did this come up? Instead of just saying, what did it to him? Why? What made him or her do this? What is the trigger that I've done that made them react this way? That makes me react. Now, before I react with a scream or a yell or a pout, try to restrain myself from answering, and then try to have an honest analysis, if I can. Why has this come up? It's not always possible for human beings. And the third item is, then comes the willingness to admit when the fault is mine. That's what it says in that step. But that's a hard thing. Because so often, on the spur of the moment, the fault is never mine. It's always theirs. And I can react to that basis. But that, before I react, I have to stop and think. Somehow use self-restraint, and then evaluate what brought this about. Of course, it goes a little faster than talking about, because you want like a computer. And if I am wrong, I have to be willing to admit it, even though my feelings are hurt. Why? So I'll be a spiritual, so I'll be a male Mother Teresa, so I'll be a fine saint-like creature? No. So that I will live in harmony in the world around me, so I won't live with a grinding in my stomach. A lot of people like me would spend my life grinding, proving I'm right. I'm right! And I'll show you. I can just see it in my gravestone. He was right! And he died at 29. Wah! You know, his stomach fell out. And then the fourth thing that he writes is the equal willingness to forgive when the fault is theirs. That's a little more difficult. Equally difficult. But I have, it's one thing to say, yes, I'll forgive them, but when they're right in your face, it's a little different psychologically. But I think that is really the message of the second half of that step. The first half is quite simple. Contains a personal inventory. Check yourself. Not a continuing basis, but at least daily, maybe once in a while in the day. Say a little prayer, ask God for His will, give you a little help, and then pray, hopefully on a daily basis, but when you can, maybe sometimes more, maybe sometimes less, for these four things. They're as important as any four things I know in AA for the ongoing use. For self-restraint, to bite my tongue when I'm ready to just blast. As I was saying about the other step, to not take out my hostility on people who can't answer back especially, but not to do it on anybody. And then to try to analyze honestly what has brought this contretemps around. And then, when I am wrong, even though I hate to do it, to admit I'm wrong. And if they are wrong, to somehow forgive them. And that's the message of the 11th step. Anything beyond that is just bad news as far as I'm concerned. Take the inventory and to try to continue to live in some degree of harmony with the world around without leaving an additional wake of pain and heartache and resentment and despair behind you. And then you get to the 11th step, which is, we all know what that is, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God, as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. I think there's a very good reason. At least it may be accidental, but it worked out fine. That is just about the end of the steps. Because I would hate to think of newcomers being asked to meditate much, or anybody who didn't have a lot going for them, because it gets pretty spooky in there. If you ever want to destroy an alcoholic, a new alcoholic, even an old one, say, just go sit in your room in the dark and think about things for an hour. Have your pistol right along with you, so you can. Meditation is a dangerous animal for unsettled personality. It seems to work for people in the Gethsemane Monastery and some AA members, and it's fine. But it's an individual thing. Meditation, we like to think of as sitting for hours in the contemplation of God's will. Most of us can't do that. Most of us have about a 38-second attention span off ourselves. That's it for them. Now I can get back to myself. We'd like to meditate. But meditation also has a tendency to become obsession if we are unsettled, at least for people like me and many people I know. We were talking about this, again, I guess breakfast, I guess, maybe lunch. Just one of the great mistakes I used to make when I was new is when I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep, I'd think, this is a good time for meditation. I can't sleep anyway. So I lay in the dark and meditate. And it's just a miracle I didn't kill myself or run away. I talked to my sponsor about that and he said, you little puke. He explained. He gave me a law that I've told everybody knew ever since then, or anybody not so new. If you wake up in the night and you can't get back to sleep quick, don't lie in the dark and think. That is absolutely the worst thing I can think. Turn on the light, read, go watch television, have a snack. But that hour, everybody's defenses are at the lowest, and you lay in the dark long enough, and life becomes hopeless. It is literally hopeless and despairing. And it sounds like it's some sort of a cop-out, but that's so true. To this day, it doesn't happen much anymore, but I always have something to read by my bedside table, or a crossword puzzle to do. I have a crossword puzzle in my room. If I wake up in the night, I'm going to go back to sleep. If I can't go back to sleep, I'm not going to lie there and think, because I know that it's absolutely abnormal perception of reality. So that is what they mean by meditation either. I think the meditation is the contemplation of how to increase my knowledge of and application of God's will for me. When you really don't know what God's will for you is, as that prayer that Thomas Merton wrote, I do not know their will for me, and to think that I'm following your will, does that mean I'm doing so? And if he doesn't know, who the hell knows? So I think in step 11, in the 12 and 12, they have Bill writes a thing that to my intents and purposes can serve as meditation for anybody. You can sit and think about this as long as you can, and you'll be in good shape. And it's that simple prayer in the 11th step that really tells us, to the best of my knowledge, what we're trying to do here. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love, that where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness, that where there is discord, I may bring harmony, that where there is error, I may bring truth, that where there is doubt, I may bring faith, that where there is despair, I may bring hope. That where there are shadows, I may bring light. That where there is sadness, I may bring joy. Lord, grant that I may seek rather to comfort than to be comforted. To understand rather than to be understood. To love rather than to be loved. For it is by self-forgetting that one finds. It is by forgiving that one is forgiven. It is by dying that one awakens to eternal life. Amen. And in just a couple sentences, that's what he writes. As beginner's meditation, we might now reread this prayer several times very slowly, savoring every word and trying to take in the deep meaning of each phrase and idea. It will help if we can drop all resistance, for meditation debate has no place. We rest quietly with the thoughts so that we may experience and learn. And as far as I can see, if I could live my life just meditating on those thoughts, that would be the summation of everything I've learned in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a prayer of St. Francis of Assisi that was written long before AA came along. It has nothing to do with AA, but has been happily adopted for our book. I think that an increased... One of the problems I find sometimes in people and sometimes myself, I get such knowledge of what should be done, and it gives me such satisfaction, I don't do it. I just go through lectures, sometimes just being saint-like, and please get out of my way, you sick person, I'm being saint-like. There's an interesting thing that sometimes you can grow right out of AA. Thank God I've been goofy enough so I haven't been able to do that. But some people are able to do it. They come here, and they come to AA, and they find it, and they find spiritual help, and one day they float right out the top. Don't you go to meetings anymore? I don't need any more. I walk hand in hand with my partner. Pretty hard to debate that. And one day his partner gives him a beer, and here he comes. Oh, well, I think I'll try AA again. There are all kinds of examples of people who become too spiritual and no longer done the things that keep people sober. There are all kinds of examples of people who haven't done things spiritual who have not stayed sober. Somehow there's a comfort zone in there where we have to stay. It's an interesting thing that you say how long you have to stay in AA. I don't know. There are alcoholics. You may have one in your group. I don't know. Who take pride in saying such things as, I never took any damn fourth step, and I'm sober, and I've been sober 20 years. And yours is that little puke 2 years, saying you have to take one? Ha 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 ha. Those are suggested steps. I remember when I was about 3 years sober, I looked at the guy trying to give him, the guy that did me front teeth. I tried to write an inventory. And we went to a meeting and we heard one of these old pukes. I've been sober 18 years. And I haven't written an inventory. Don't listen to anybody who does. And we went home and said, well, Clancy, he said, that guy's been sober 18 years. And he says, I don't have to write an inventory. You've been sober 3 years and say I do. Who should I believe? God, that's a terrible... What's the answer to this one? I'm going to simulate a cardiac arrest just to take the attention off. I finally thought of the answer a couple of days later. I finally told him, but it had lost some of its magic when you have to wait 2 days to get the answer. Hello, I've got the answer to that question you asked me. Utilize, don't analyze. No, that's the answer. The answer I should have told him is this. Well, he hasn't taken an inventory in 18 years. Is that the way you want to feel after 18 years? Live it up. I know how to feel that way the day I got sober. Or do you want to be like one of these guys we see ahead of us who tell you with their eyes that AA works, not with their mouth, but with their eyes. Yes, I've done these things and I feel good. We're going to be like, he says, you have to do it. But even those people, I think, in my opinion. Now, in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, Bill refers to this. It's really amazing how much stuff he got in that book, because he did really, as I said, didn't know enough to write it. 3 years sober, strong by failure, and he wrote stuff that we make breakthroughs 20 years after 20 years of life. My God, he had it in that book all along. But he wrote about, he didn't know what they were, but he called them alcoholics of our type. And that implies, and certainly says, there are alcoholics of different types. There are some alcoholics who have alcohol problems, and they stop drinking, and they stay sober. There are some alcoholics who need help to get sober, medical help. That's why some of these hospitals can, like Chick Shadell, have advertisements. We will cure your alcoholism in 10 days. And they do. They got successes. There are people who are physically addicted to alcohol, and they get them off, and they give them some shape-up, little follow-up, and they're all right. But they are not alcoholics of our type. Alcoholics of our type are characterized by what they call in the book an obsession of the mind coupled with an allergy of the body. Or in other words, to put it, people who find sobriety untenable and have now found drinking untenable. And making them sober doesn't heal anything, it just makes them more suicidal. So that is why alcoholics of our type, when I see someone who's gone 18 years without working the steps, I have to believe he's not an alcoholic of our type. He might be an alcoholic of some type, and he may be sober, and he may sit around here destroying newcomers year after year, but he tells me by his being that he's not an alcoholic of our type. Because in 18 years, if he'd have been an alcoholic of my type, he'd have committed suicide. He'd have been drunk. He'd have been something. So I think that we have to remember that alcoholics of our type must do these things. If we don't, something bad happens. That is why I started to say some time ago that the steps we take here are not designed to make us holy or good, but to live in some degree of harmony. We seek through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him. By this time, hopefully, we are up to believing in God. I guess there are still some people who still believe in AA at that time, or even their sponsor. And that's all right. They'll stay sober. But the time comes when you'd like to have something a little more permanent than your sponsor. But I mean, I think if you change, your perceptions change, you'll find something. God, as you understand it, to me, God became a source of a force for good, a force sending me a picture of, as I said the other couple hours ago, a peace of mind, of grace. That God's grace is available to me in almost the proportion I'm willing to go for it. But many times, every fiber of my being is against turning that knob, so I don't. Now they say, if God exists, why do people get cancer? I don't think the grace of God has anything to do with the virus of cancer. I think, who knows why some people get cancer and who don't. I know today why more people die of cancer than ever did before, because they have found the answer to polio, and they have found the answer to heart problems, and they have found the answer to many things. So people now survive to die of cancer. So who knows why that is? Maybe next year they'll find somebody that'll find an answer for cancer. But people are going to die anyway. We get the impression that they're going to die. They say, if God exists, why is there pain and agony? I don't know why there's pain and agony, nor does anybody else. Maybe God doesn't have anything to do with it. Maybe the devil has anything to do with it. Maybe just there's pain and agony. But I know this, in my life, I have come to believe that the grace of God exists, and that grace falls on me, whether I have cancer or whether I don't. It's frightening when you think you have cancer. It's hard to remember God's grace is there. On the other hand, I've come to believe little by little, we were talking about this at lunch, I've come to believe that maybe, well, let me put it this way. 2 or 3 years ago, they thought I'd cancer the vocal cords. They took off part of my vocal cords. And when you think you have cancer, I tell you, it doesn't take long before you think, I'm going to be dead soon. And it's scary. And someone recommended a book to me to read called Life After Life, which is a compilation of medical reports from around the world. And it's nothing to do with religion, no metaphysical things, just some doctors. It's about people who have died on the operating table and been revived. And this one doctor discovered so many of these people that report to they all seem to have had the same dream. Very spooky. People in New York and India and every place all over the world. And the dream was always the same. When they came to, they were going down a corridor to warm light. And it seemed to be the fruition of everything they sought. And they were happy. And they were so glad. And then just they almost got there, a force pulls them back. I don't want to go back. That's where I want to be. And they go back, and sometimes they can see the old pain-racked body in their dream. They have to go down and get into it. And they wake up and say, what a funny dream I had. Now that same dream was held by people all over the world. And he's not making any point. He just says that's a funny dream. In fact, they now have another second book out on the same subject. Now, you don't have to believe in it, but I like the sound of it. I prefer to believe that. It has nothing against what my church says, or what AA says, or anybody else. It's not conflict with anything. And I like to think that the day will come someday when I will be sitting with my sponsor and my old friends, and maybe you, sitting around somewhere, laughing at our little attempts to stay alive, the same way now we sit in AA and talk about our little attempts to stay drunk. That's all we knew. I'll tell you what a profound effect it has had on my life. It's been a year since I tensed up in an airplane when they bounce. I'm not at all feel bad about dying. Sometimes I'm disappointed when I don't. You know, it sounds ridiculous. I don't mean that I want to die, but I'm not afraid of dying. And when you get to be my age, or most of your age, you see your friends around you dying, and really, dying gets considerably less frightening as you get older. Because you realize, God, my sponsor's over there, and my friends are over there, and somebody's saved me a seat somewhere, I'm sure of that. I sometimes think in a whimsical way that I should really die soon, because at the big meeting in the sky they may have all the speakers booked and I'll be a listener for eternity. So that begs the question, why not commit suicide and get out of here? But that's another part of the equation. I also have a secret feeling, it must be my old Puritan Norwegian background, that you got to pay your dues. We all got a finite thing we got to go through here somehow. When it's up, you go. When you commit suicide, it's undone, and you got to go do it somewhere else. So you got to go do it. Might as well just do it and tap dance through it. And well, have a wonderful day. Ha ha ha! They're going to screw me again. I know that. Now that's a belief I have. I certainly wouldn't recommend that to anybody else. But I think to myself, most of my young life, living in terror and fear of a hateful God, and when I did commit suicide, in such insanity, I just wanted to go to hell and get rid of my guilt and pain, and now find myself living in the world with some degree of comfort and dignity, and enjoying living, but not being afraid to die. I mean, it's an odd thing. That's a spooky thing. If I got nothing else from AA than that would be enough almost. Just to live in some degree of dignity. Something else? A few years ago, 3-4 years ago, I went to the Norwegian Lutheran Church. Talked about my dad dying. And I sat in the Norwegian Lutheran Church. I'd done this with my mother a year later. I remember sitting with his little casket in the Norwegian Lutheran Church. Big church. A lot of old Norwegians there. A lot of old church members that I'd known for years. I looked around that church. I'd sat in that church a lot of times in my youth. And just know there's a vengeful, hateful God that's going to get me because I'm a bad person. Isn't it amazing? By doing some kind of dumb steps that he seems to have no application to anything, I have come to believe, without being aware of it, that the God in this church is the same God that's in my meeting in West Los Angeles. The God in this church means well for me. He loves me. Can't believe it. I looked at all those old Norwegians who have been going to that church every week for 60 years. And they will never find that out. They sit in a spiritual frown of, I hope God doesn't get me today. And we joke about that, but that really is true. You see old line hardcore church members, they don't smile in church. They live in, I'm not sure if they feel bad, but I think to myself, if I got nothing else than that out of anything, I'd be repaid for all the work you do. To live without that ominous fear that the hounds of heaven are going to get me and tear me up. The hounds of heaven are on my traces and I can't escape. And that's a great feeling, to feel that isn't going to happen. One of the things that helps brings us about is to seek through prayer and meditation, to try to improve my conscious contact with this God as I understand Him, and then to pray. To pray what? Praying for knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry it out. Not falling into that old thing of telling, it sounds so nice to say, God, please see that I get this job. That's so crass. What I'm telling you is, God, I make the decision that's right for me, and you execute it. Another one that uses in the book that describes as an example, and it sounds so funny, to pray. Gee, Mrs. Collins has got such a terrible case of cancer. Please, God, help her die. Equally bad. I'm telling God what to do, as though He doesn't know what's best for the world until I tell Him. It is what I'm saying to God is, I will decide what should be done, and you execute it. And that's why I think that prayer is so important. I don't know what the purpose of the world is, but I know this. I can be satisfied with praying for knowledge of God's will for me and the power to carry that out. And that's pretty hard to know the knowledge of God's will for me. But it's the same thing we've talked about all the way through the steps. You get intuitive feelings of what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And most of us know when we're on the path and when we're not. Except for momentary aberrations when we've allowed ourselves to justify and rationalize ourselves off the path, and then it becomes painful, then you realize, hey, got to get back on it, and not spend my day defending the fact that the path is really over there. Because that's lethal. So I think that I don't suppose, when I go to bed at night, I pray. Because I'm such a conniving sneak. I wish I weren't, but I am. I've tried to train myself never to pray for anything from God. At night, I thank Him for keeping me sober. I thank you, God, for keeping me sober through this day. Do those little things. In the morning, I pray God to help me do His will for me today. Maybe to die, I don't know. Maybe to be decapitated. Maybe to have my leg riddled. I don't know. Maybe it's to help somebody save their life. I don't know. But the knowledge of God's will for me. And maybe I'm having a little difficulty getting started in the morning to start the habit again. I'm reading the 24 hours a day. Of course, we have a book now called Reflections, which is an AA book which is full of philosophy. But as much as I like that book, it isn't quite like the 24 hours. I hate to say that. I wish it weren't true, but it is true. That's somebody's favorite quotations. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear somebody saying, shape up. Oh, yes, I'll do that. And to live with some degree of dignity. I don't know a better way to describe how to tell people. Like anybody that sponsors people, they have deaths in their family, or I'm going through this with a guy now who's a movie actor, and his wife has divorced him. It's spread all over the scandal. She's just terrible. Now, all you can tell them, conduct yourself with dignity. You can't always feel well, but by God, you can act well. And you walk through with dignity. And you go back to the funeral, even though you want to weep, you be a source of strength to your family. And they also might say, oh, thank you for telling me that. I was the source of strength, I didn't weep once. We can act our way through with dignity in life's problems. The things that we have some chance to prepare ourselves for are quite simple. The ones that we don't have a chance to prepare ourselves for are the ones that catch us unawares. That's where we have to train ourselves to do that thing in step 10. To try to practice self-restraint and to try to evaluate and analyze and admit I'm wrong and forgive if I'm not wrong. So the 11th step is quite simple. To let me bring peace where there's hatred. Where there's hatred, let me bring love. Where there's anger, let me bring joy. Where there's darkness, let me bring light. Because there's a line there, for it's by self-forgetting that one finds. And that sounds so churchy and so abstract. But everything we learn here, it is by self-forgetting. A few brief moments we can take our mind off ourselves. That's when we find what the feeling we're looking for, the feeling of humility and being in harmony and at peace with the world around us. And we lose it again and again and again. We're joking in the food line today. You know, one of the things we say about the people who feel bad, just hang in there, pal. This too shall pass away. But you remember, good times do the same thing. You're feeling good, are you? This too shall pass away. That's part of the ongoing cycle. So you got to keep doing it, keep tuning, keep working. Hope this won't hit any big ruts now. Oh God! And live with some degree of dignity. And it's all worthwhile. Thank you. People wonder why I would start when not everybody's here. Less than half the people are here. It is my particular feeling that AA meetings of all meetings in the world should start on time. Because we have lived disorganized lives, and this is a start towards an organized, living with some degree of structure. I hope that every time that you have a convention, you'll insist that they start the meetings on time, and you start your local group on time. Because when you start late, it just encourages people to come late. That's all it is. And they won't start till we get there to help with it, you know. So anyway, now that I've given my harangue on that subject, this morning we are discussing the 12th step and the steps. Thank you very much, Bill. The 12th step, of course, as most of us know, is an interesting step because it, of all the steps, is the only one that's been changed since it was first printed in the first edition. 12th step is they made a change in its wording from the first time it was printed in the big book, not in the preliminary, but in the actually in press. And it goes back. I didn't want to start till you got here, Frank. I was waiting for your comments. But I just for a moment to reprise that there's nothing else to do. If we go outside, we'll freeze, so we might as well stay in here and talk. But you remember, he comes of age in the history of AA. Roland Hazard went to stayed a year with Dr. Jung in Europe, Switzerland, and then got out and got drunk, and they tried to send him back, and Dr. Jung would not take him back in the hospital. He said, I will not take him back because I made a misdiagnosis of his case. I thought he had deep psychological problems. I thought I could help, but it turns out that he is what is known as an alcoholic. And to the best of my knowledge, there is no effective treatment for his condition in the world today at any cost. This was just 59 years ago. Well, and Roland was a little taken aback by this. He said, well, what does this mean, doctor? And the doctor said, what it means is that, Roland, you must either keep yourself confined voluntarily or involuntarily as long as you live, or you almost certainly will intermittently drink to excess until you die or go mad. And this didn't cheer him up very much. And he said, well, what is this? Is there no way out, doctor? that I said, well, there have been some cases in the literature. I have never seen one. I've never heard of anyone who's seen it, but there have been cases in the literature where some alcoholics, 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million, 1 in 100 million perhaps, have some sort of involuntary, deep, psychological reversion. Involuntary, absolutely. They describe it as some sort of a spiritual experience. But I have no idea how to get it. I've never heard that anyone's gotten it. I certainly wouldn't recommend that you wait for it, because undoubtedly your chances of being hit by lightning are greater than having this involuntary spiritual reversion. So Roland came back, do you remember? And if nothing else, that was the first time he really realized the gravity of his condition. Up to then, it had been kind of a game where he could change wherever he wanted to. And he did something on the way back. He didn't get drunk on the way back this time. He got on the ship, and he did something apparently that most of us have to do sooner or later if we are to stay any length of time. He surrendered to the fact that he was hopeless. And it gave him a deep feeling of despair and hopelessness. And he came back to New York, and he'd been a church member in the Episcopal Church. His parents were good church members. He was not a young man. He was a middle-aged man. And he decided to see if he could stay sober a while. He knew going to church hadn't done it. But that spiritual awakening, and there was a movement going in, which we all heard about, of course, called the Oxford Group. A lot of people don't know what the Oxford Group was. Some of the young folks might not know. If you can imagine something like EST or something of that nature, it wasn't designed for low-bottom, sick people. It was designed for upper middle-class people with money to go and where S talks about psychological problems, the Oxford Group talks about spiritual understandings and insights. So, he went to this for a while to see, as he wrote later, I wanted to see if I could stay sober at least long enough so my parents would have a pleasant memory of me when I died drunk. Which sounds kind of funny, except that eventually he did, apparently. At least he died. When he died, a short time later, a few years later, to this day his family had not released the cause of death, so they assume that he'd gone back to drinking, because he obviously never had a spiritual experience. And because of, he was staying sober for a while anyway, because of this surrender, I suppose, I presume, accentuated by his interest in the Oxford movement. Of course, the Oxford movement didn't keep people sober, because Dr. Bob was a spiritual leader in the Oxford group, and he was drunk all the time in Ohio. But he had this belief, and as a result of that, as you remember, his family was so pleased by his recovery that they gave him a little reward and sent him to the summer home in Vermont. And while up there, he ran into his childhood friend, drunken Ebby Thatcher, who was about to be sentenced to the penitentiary for violation of parole for being drunk again. He just run his car into a home and was just dreadful shape. And they prevailed upon Ebby to, won't you please say a few words to the judge? Because you remember, I mean, they prevailed upon Roland to say a few words to the judge about Ebby, and he said, can't you help him? Because he, nothing else, he's a friend of ours. He isn't a bad guy, just he gets these terrible drinking spells. And so Ebby went over and talked to the judge, and since Ebby was a very, very wealthy man, came from very, very wealthy people, his family owned a lot of territory around there, the judge was concerned with what is his opinion. So the judge told him, yes, Roland, because it's you, I'll make an exception. I should send Ebby to the penitentiary, but I'm going to release him in your probation. But you must take him out of the state of Vermont. He cannot be in the state of Vermont. So Roland took him back to New York, put him in the Oxford group, and he didn't really want to be in the Oxford group, but he didn't want to be in the Vermont penitentiary either, so it all balanced out. And he went to the Oxford group a while, and eventually he had to do something that they had to do in the Oxford group. After he was there a while, they had to go testify. And he didn't want to go testify. You know, find strangers and humiliate yourself. But Roland insisted he do it, so you know, who did I testify to? Humiliating, embarrassing. And you have to remember there was a lower companion he used to drink who was even worse off than he was, a down and out puke. Somewhere in New York, he tried to find where he was. Made arrangements to go call on this down and out loser named Bill Wilson. And he went and called on Bill, you know, there's a very funny change here because Roland had never heard of Bill Wilson. So Roland had to find Ebby to get it back to New York to get Bill Wilson in the chain. It really is a funny series of coincidences. And he called on Bill Wilson, and Jack was telling me the touching part of Bill's story where he sits at the kitchen table and Ebby calls on him. And it doesn't seem quite that way from Ebby's point of view. He came over there begrudgingly to testify, and here's this goof who doesn't seem to have any interest in what he's saying. He responded the way I hope most of us would when somebody came, yes, really wonderful, Ebby. Would you mind handing me that bottle of gin behind you there, just before you tell me any more about Jesus? Well, this hurt Ebby's feelings. He didn't want to testify, but he had to be put down by this loser. So he came back 3 or 4 days later, and he had the Oxford group closer with him. And he gave him really a pep talk. And Bill Wilson did what I suppose some of us would have done at the same condition. He went off on one of the damnedest drunks of his life. Here's for you and for the Oxford group. And he wandered around, and he wound up one night in the Mission in Manhattan that Ebby lived in. He was going to go in and drop in and see Ebby. But Ebby wasn't there, so he gave a quick sermon and marched off down the street. Just a real goof. You wouldn't want him in your meetings, I'll tell you that. And he wound up in the hospital, and it turned out of all things, of all the wonderful people in the world, this loser was the one who had the spiritual experience. And he, as he wrote later, though the room was filled with light and wind going through my ears, he went down and talked to the doctor about it. He was afraid, didn't know what it was. The doctor didn't know what it was. The doctor had been treating drunks for years. He had never seen one or heard of one. He says, I don't know what it is, Bill, but hang on to it. People changed you somehow. Now you wonder, well, Bill Wilson would have had the same experience either way, whether Ebby would have called on him or Roland ever went to see Dr. Young. What's the big deal? Why is the chain required? Because of one little thing. Of the very, very few people who had spiritual or these deep psychological reversions, they always construed it to be a religious experience, and they would go and get involved in church and never be heard from again. But he somehow connected it with Ebby and this not drinking. So instead of going to the church, he went to the Oxford group, and he thought he had some sort of a mission to be like Ebby. And he went out to stay, keep people sober. And as we know, for the next 6 months, he tried to keep people sober. And none of them ever stayed sober. Even Ebby didn't stay sober. But he certainly tried. But he stayed sober. Eventually, as you remember, he went out to Akron, Ohio, finally got a job. And it's an interesting little thing. The 10 to 6 months, he'd been working with drunks every day, and he was working with street drunks and not high bottom drunks. And he would snatch them and take them to Oxford group meetings. And these people were getting a little tired of this, kind of upper class, nice people and ladies with their gloves. And you seem to be vomiting on my shoe, young man. They weren't there really for evangelical work. And sometimes he'd take him home and have him stay at his house, and they'd get up and leave in the morning, get drunk. And after 6, and he had plenty of time to do it because he didn't work, his wife worked, supported him, which sounds kind of cold, but worked in our family. But anyway, one morning after about 6 months of this, he got up, and the guy he brought home the night before had done it again. The guy had gotten up that day in the morning, stolen some stuff apparently to sell for wine, and that was the end of that experiment. Even with his spiritual experience, even with everything, he had run out of gas. He said, that's the end of it, Lois. We're not going to do this anymore. I thought I had some sort of a spiritual call to help people, but apparently it's not working. Whatever it is, it may be just insanity. I've been trying to help people for 6 months, and not one person has stayed sober. Not one. And right then, the this retreat and our fellowship and our lives hung by a terribly thin thread. And she turned to him and off the top of her head said something that changed the course of human history. Literally changed the course of human history. I had lunch with her a few years ago to Connecticut. I said, how did you ever think of that answer, Lois? It just changed everything. She said, I don't know. It's a big deal to me. It's quite obvious. What she said when he said, it doesn't work, Lois. I'm quitting. Not one person has stayed sober. She said, you did. And he gave the same sign that alcoholics have given for years. Again, you know. Oh, yeah. So he continued to try to help people. Met Dr. Bob. Stayed out at his house for a while. You know, some of you know young Dr. Bob, Dr. Bob's son. He's not a young doctor, who was 16 years old at the time. Maybe you've heard him talk. It's kind of interesting. I've known him a number of years. He's an oil man in Texas. And I said, it must have been very thrilling for you to be present at this birth of the greatest spiritual movement of the 20th century. And you were in that house. Just watching it happen around you must have been like a shepherd boy at Bethlehem almost. You know, just, wow. And he said, no, I didn't like it much. He said, it was nice. My dad was sober, but he was sober every so often anyway. This fellow from New York seemed to be a nice guy, but he's a little too intense for my taste. He says, you can never bring any kids home from school. All the house smelled like formaldehyde. If you never smelled formaldehyde, it smelled like ether. If you ever had it, it tastes like ether. And the house smelled, and there's always drunk on the sofa, some guy shinnying down the rain pipe to get away from these two bastards. It was just, I really thought it was pretty dreadful, really. Well, as you probably know, God punished him for these terrible attitudes. He never was an alcoholic. God punished him. He grew up and married an alcoholic, and he's now an Al-Anon. So, God showed him. But anyway, Joe went back to New York eventually. He had these little groups, people. He wrote this book we talked about the other night. And in the book, he wrote in chapter 5, he included these 12 steps. And the people all looked at it. It seemed all right to them, the book, and they went to press. And after it was off the press, the first edition, big red thing. You may wonder why they call it the big book. It was a big book. And the reason it was that big, it had so few pages, they put it on very thick paper, so it looks as though it would be worth the money they're spending for it. That's human beings in operation. But after the book came out, there was some little upset among Bill's followers. They said, Bill, this is wrong. The 12th step is wrong. You have written, having had a spiritual experience as the result of these steps, we try to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. And that's not right. We never had any spiritual experience. You had a spiritual experience. And you didn't have it as a result of these steps. You had it in town hospital 3 years before you wrote the steps. What do you think of that? That's true. And they brooded about it. Fortunately, the book sold so terribly slowly they had plenty of time to think about what to put in it before the next edition. It sold about 3 a year or something like that. And that's an exaggeration, but they didn't sell very many. I think that what happened, they'd send a mailing to every doctor they could think of, and they waited a couple of weeks so they could just come back and fill the orders, and they found about 3 postcards there. And it was really a tough condition. But they had a lot of time to think about it. And they, little by little, began to get an inkling of something they could not really identify, but it's relatively easy to see it in retrospect. God, look at that snow. There's no way to turn here. Yeah. If you ever listen to this tape next summer, you can remember how cold it was today by listening to this tape. But anyway, I began to get an inkling that the thing that was happening here, what Dr. Jung said, may be true. The Chavez had a spiritual experience, but these people didn't have a spiritual experience, and they were staying sober. How could this be? And they changed it a little bit. And in retrospect, I think we've learned this positively now, what they learned, what they surmised. That the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous, the unexplainable, inexplicable miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous, is that its steps bring about an incremental spiritual experience. Not the way Bill Wilson got his, boom, but the way we get ours. Yeah. Make amends to that bitch. And little by little we bring about the altered perception that comes with the spiritual experience. And so, as we know, we read today, and we read from the second printing on, we went back and changed the 12th step to read, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. The only step that's been changed, and certainly rightfully so, because their spiritual experiences were not. It's an interesting thing. Roland did not like AA very much, and he didn't go to it, and his future was questionable, and he apparently didn't stay sober. Ebby, since he had brought the message to Bill, didn't feel he should take instructions from Bill, so he never stayed sober. In fact, it's the odd thing about Ebby. 1960, I was at the International Convention in Long Beach, California. Didn't especially want to be there, but my sponsor thought it would be a good idea. And I'm so glad I went. It changed my life in many regards. But Ebby talked. That's the only time he ever talked at the International Convention. That's the only time he ever stayed sober in that time. 7 years he was sober in 1960. And he gave a talk, and I thought I detected a funny note, and it wasn't, even to me, without knowing much. Because he was kind of supercilious toward Bill a little bit. Shortly thereafter, he was drunk again. I got to people in Texas where he lived, and they said one of the things that always bothered him was that damn Bill Wilson was getting all this attention, and he was the guy that saved Bill Wilson. He didn't get any attention. Completely ignoring the fact that it isn't who does it, it's what you do after you die. He didn't stay sober, but he thought he could get the attention. But made up of human beings. So Bill Wilson was the first one in the chain who had the spiritual experience. And Dr. Bob didn't have a spiritual experience as such. Bill D., the third AA, number 3, didn't have the spiritual experience as such. In fact, to my knowledge, I've only known 2 people that I've ever met that I truly believe have had a spiritual experience. That does not mean a spiritual awakening or some sort of boy, I see that people say breakthrough is the spiritual experience is an involuntary, deep inversion of where just everything looks different. But even that doesn't last. For example, Bill Wilson had the spiritual experience. At the end of 6 months, was ready to pack it in. So we can assume that having had a spiritual awakening, getting to some new perception of reality, is not going to automatically keep you safe for the rest of your life. It requires a maintenance. So we get up to these steps have become the gradual, spiritual, incremental experience. And we've talked about them ad infinitum for the last few days. And we one last go over them. We discovered the steps that they're not anywhere near as complex as we like to place them in our minds. They are quite simple and straightforward. And they are simple solutions for complicated minds, not complicated solutions for complicated minds. And we have to admit that we've had trouble with drinking. And we, in the same step, must admit that we have trouble with sobriety, not because of the trouble with drinking, just as another phenomenon. Sobriety has become untenable, drinking has become untenable. Just admit that, and you're taking the first step. Then we somehow have to come to believe that a power greater than ourselves, whatever that might be, God, meeting, AA, sponsor, snow, will return us to sanity. I think the case can be made that sanity for us is to be able to live in reality without having to induce chemical psychosis. Then we're going to try to turn our will and our lives over to the care of this power, whatever that may be, which in effect means I'm going to do what you tell me, even though it doesn't make sense. So then we start into those are kind of the surrender steps, which I would imagine, as I've said before, I find myself using from time to time, long after I took them the first time. So every so often I got to go back and surrender, remember why I'm doing these things. Then the step where we take a fearless and searching moral inventory of ourselves and write down things that we are always hidden, things, for example, we wouldn't tell our psychiatrist, things that are just so frightening and fearful. There's a school of thought, and I'm not arguing with it, that says, well, we should put down bad things and good things. Let's put down good things too. It won't be so painful to put down the bad things. But that's all right, but unfortunately there's no place to do it. And the fifth step is admit to God, ourselves, and another human being, the exact nature of our wrongs. I guess to write, you just stick in your pocket and keep with you for every few minutes. I'm a wonderful son of a bitch. This is not a step where you're going to feel good. Writing the fourth step, as we talked about, if you've written a good fourth step, it should make you feel bad. It should make you realize what a wretch you really have been. And you take this fifth step and hope. One of the great reasons to take it with a sponsor or an AA member, in my opinion, is that you may get psychiatric insights from a doctor. You may get religious insights from a clergyman. You may get baffled incomprehension from a total stranger. But from an AA member, you will get some identification and realize that you are not as different as you feel, as you fear. Which is one of the great reasons to take it with a sponsor. You ask the sponsor to, you don't want to give him control of your life temporarily, but you want to tell him who you really are, which is ridiculous. You write this inventory and you take it with God, yourself, and another human being. Now, one of the things is to remember is that so far, up to this point, that really is, you can get this from psychoanalysis. You can get this from going to see a good psychiatrist, where you talk about things, you identify things, and learn about things. The thing that makes AA different than psychiatry is that, in a sense, psychiatry ends at that level of talking and evaluating and discovering and analyzing. But in AA, that just gives you the place you now identified the things you now are going to work on. Now you start working on it. And we talked about yesterday morning. Trying to come to the ability to become willing to surrender the defects of character. Most defects of character are deeply ingrained, and some are associated with survival, and certainly most are associated with whatever comfort there is in life. But we have to try to become willing and ask, as we have done in the third step, on a continuing basis, ask the help of this power to do something that of myself I can't do. So we ask this power to do it, and we would like to be willing to give up everything. We at least have to be willing to do it in principle, so that as they become available, we can give them up. And in the seventh step, we humbly, appearing before God as ourselves, whatever that may be, or that power. We talk about humbly, the humility of just being myself without errors or without false negations or false defenses. To ask God to remove these defects of character. And again, knowing that I don't know if I can do it by myself, any of them. But with God's help, maybe little by little I can get rid of them. As the road gets narrower and I realize that there are values in life that more than supplant some of these defects of character. Then you want to start living in harmony with the world around us, to try to not carry the terrible baggage of the past. Pretty hard to live a day at a time carrying a pack that contains resentments and despairs and hatreds and long lists of people who have hurt me and on and on. So we try to write a list of people we have harmed and become willing to make amends to them all. And a great many of them we will discover from our perception have harmed us more than we've harmed them. So the argument there is the hope there is that we can start off by issuing a blank forgiveness. We are going to want them to forgive us, but our lives depend on more comfort than their lives do. They may be able to live with unresolved resentments, but I cannot indefinitely. So I'll try to forgive them. I can forgive most of them, and some require a little more work. Some I had to make the amends to before I could forgive them. But usually you can forgive them. You don't hate them after you're done making amends, I said yesterday. Then we make amends to such people, except when we do so to injure them or others. We go and bite the bullet. Some it's really fun and romantic. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so glad. So good to see you. You're a wonderful man. Just I'm glad I made that amend. But others are, get out of my office, you sick bastard. Did you say what I thought you said? But that's part of the nature too. Some don't want to even hear it. Some it's too late. Some are dead. Some are gone. Find techniques to deal with that. But we make those amends, and as I say, the phenomenon of the amends step, at least I can perceive it from my personal experience, because all my life I've been a hater. I'm a great hater. I can resent and hate at a drop of a hat. And it was most amazing to find that I never hated any of those people after I made amends to them. I didn't necessarily like them, but I didn't hate them. They never kept me awake at night ever again. Then we continue to take daily inventory to check and see how we're doing, see how our selfishnesses and our self-wills were running rampant and what we were doing. And as Bill wrote in the book, we try to practice 4 elements, continuing basis, which are almost superhuman, but we can work on them. Trying to practice self-restraint, to not instinctively answer, to try to take a moment to honestly analyze the nature of the conflict. Am I at fault? Is there his fault? Does it make a difference? Is it his fault? On and on. Before you say, then, if I find myself after a moment, computer-like honest analysis, to find myself at fault in this, to bring myself to swallow my pride and my being right by admitting I'm wrong. So, sorry, I guess I made a mistake. Tough thing to do. And the other aspect, of course, is to try to, if they're at fault, to immediately forgive them. Almost superhuman. Almost, I don't know, Mother Teresa could do it, but you can work on it. And once in a while you can do it, and really it's remarkable, it really works, but it's more fun to holler at them. The perversity of the human spirit. You're sorry later and you wish you hadn't. But call it crossing the line sometimes. And then, which brings us up to seeking through prayer and meditation to increase our conscious contact with God as we understand it. By this time, hopefully, we have something beyond our sponsor. But at least I would get to a point that a power that our sponsor represents. By the time you get to level 7, you would certainly realize that your sponsor was not the power of the universe, but you could still believe that he was the official representative of it, as far as you're concerned. was it AA as a group? But hopefully there's some, as you've changed your resentments and failures and despairs and hostilities and hatreds, you should open up the channel a little bit to see, well, maybe, despite all my fear, maybe God does love me. Maybe God's grace exists, and God's grace falls on me just like it falls on the Pope, or like it falls on the President, like it falls on everybody. If God's grace falls on anybody, it falls on everybody. If it doesn't fall on anybody, it don't fall on anybody. You've got to believe that. Or else then it is not a God-like feature, it's just some biased, bigoted old thing, and that would be of no help to anybody. So we try to seek through prayer and meditation, using one of the great prayers of all time for people like us, that St. Francis of Assisi prayer, where we learn to, where there is anger to bring love, and where there is fear to bring faith, and on, as it says. Where by giving, by forgetting of self, we find very, very anti all of my old feelings, and occasionally my feelings today. It would be so nice if we could look at these old feelings and say they are not put away, but they're not put away. They're just, what we've done is reduced them to feelings and kept them from being obsessions. And many times feelings come and go. But at least these feelings, when they come and go, I know they're feelings. They don't have to give in and run my life based on the distorted perception of hatred, or I might want to do it for a few moments, but I don't have to do it a month to it, or a year, or my life. To improve our conscious contact with God, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. I think that means, as I said yesterday, to get away from the continual dickering, the continual bargaining with God. If you'll do this, I'll do this. If you'll do this, I'll do this. Won't you please keep my aunt alive? I'm saying in effect, it would be an inconvenience to me if she died. Please let her stay alive in her cancer and lay screaming in her pain so I won't be inconvenienced. God, just arrange all these things as I give you orders. It's so easy for conniving, cunning folks like me to do things like that, maybe like some of you. So I've had to really confine my prayers to saying thank you for my sobriety, and thank you for keeping me relatively sane and safe and sober, and then praying and asking for knowledge of God's will for me, whatever that might be, as incongruous as it may seem at the time, and the power to carry it out. If I have some question about what it is, I better check it with somebody around me, a sponsor or someone who knows me well. So all of this has done what? It has theoretically and hopefully and apparently done, because it's worked for millions of people, brought about a spiritual awakening, a changed perception. When Bill Wilson got it in 5 minutes, it takes some of us days and weeks and months and sometimes years to get, certainly not days, to get a different perception of reality. And even that perception is not a constant, because it's interlaced with human emotions that all humans have. It comes, what we've got rid of is the perpetual distortion. We have a natural perception, hopefully, with some degree of hope. Hope has, at least part of the time, replaced desperation and hopelessness. So in the 12th step, very simply just analyze it. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. It's amazing in this day and age that so many people are waiting for a spiritual awakening, a spiritual experience before they want to take the steps. I can't take my inventory. I haven't had my spiritual awakening yet. That sounds silly, but it really is true. You have to keep saying you do it as a result of these things. This is not a prerequisite to taking the steps. This is the result of it. You take the step for rotten motives, stinking reasons, with resentment and hostility if you have to. But eventually, you get some spiritual awakening. And it must bring this about because there are millions of people who have stayed sober who by any test of scientific dogma have never been able to stay sober in the history of mankind. The spiritual awakening, having had a spiritual awakening, we know these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics, which of course is the number one therapy of Alcoholics Anonymous. Ongoing therapy. Introspection is not the ongoing therapy. In fact, that's one to be almost avoided, except briefly in the 10th step. Continual self-obsession. Self-obsessed people like to find socially acceptable reasons to get back into self-obsession. But it makes them goofy. But they're spiritually goofy, so it seems all right. Carrying the message to alcoholics. Now, we all know the story about how, I mentioned the other day, Dr. Bob and Bill sat and discussed spiritual insights for 2 weeks. Then Dr. Bob got drunk. And when he came back, they decided to, as now Bill has stayed sober, trying to help all these fools on the streets of New York. So went to the Akron Hospital, called on a guy named Bill D., who was a lawyer from Kentucky, who had taken a geographic to Akron, real southern accent, and he went to Akron and got worse there, and he drank, and people ground him, and he was married to a very strong-willed woman. Many, many years ago, I heard him talk, and I said, "How are you, Bill?" She said, "He's fine." Made me homesick, I'll tell you. But went up and called on him. Years ago, I heard him talk, and I said, "It's interesting," because he'd been talked to by everybody about his drinking. And he said, "I was in that hospital in Akron, Ohio. Real terrible. My wife came in and said, 2 fellows wanted to talk to me about my drinking." And I thought, oh, hell. I don't want to talk to anybody else about my drinking. But she insisted, so I agreed. I understood that. And them 2 fellows came in, and the funniest thing, they never talked about my drinking once. They talked about their drinking and how they felt. And I never heard anybody describe me quite so clearly. I was so impressed with them fellas, I stuck with them. I've been with them ever since. And you give me number 3. They got a couple others. So they had some that didn't stay so. But I don't know. And they got Ernie. It's cold outside. I might take a minute to talk about Ernie. I was enjoying thinking about him. He was a young guy, one of the first young guys they had. Came around this, it wasn't AA then, it was still off branch of the Oxford group in a sense. And he was the serpent who brought evil into the Garden of Eden. Because he came and had AA's first relationship. And it's never been the same since. Of all the words that sponsors can hear on the telephone, that's the last one you want to hear. I want to talk to you about my new relationship. If you're really thinking fast, you say, "Oh, Mr. Emerson, at the end of the day, he go home a long time ago." But usually they got you. You know, you're listening to that crap. And, oh, this is the one. I knew that. I thought the other one was. But God, it's just so wonderful. I thought when I saw her come and walk out of detox, as I've often said, you just want to put the phone on the machine and go back to work. That's really all I want to hear. And you know, one of the things about alcoholics are emotions, discussed in the 12th step, incidentally, but in the 12 and 12, the scientists who decide we are highly sensitive, childish, and grandiose. That doesn't half cover it as far as I'm concerned. That's after you're well. You should see it before. But anyway, we all have all of us have had these emotions. Most immature emotions are predicated on things like, I want things to be wonderful. That's all I want. I'm willing to do anything. I want a wonderful relationship. I want a wonderful car. I want a wonderful job and a wonderful home. And you are always, when I say you, I mean us, we are always disillusioned. It takes a long time, sometimes in sobriety, to discover one of the great facts of life. It makes you comfortable, but at least it gives you an explanation. Nothing is wonderful after you're used to it. Nothing is wonderful after you're used to it. It can be good, you can love it, but it isn't wonderful. It doesn't have that ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling every time you see it. One day the wonderful car just becomes the old car. And you hate to tell these guys that when they're in the midst of a new relationship. You hate to tell them the bad news. It isn't going to stay this way. Well, I know this is the one because we were having lunch today. We reached for the salt, our fingers touched, and I swear to God there was a spark. There was an electric, I could feel a spark. And you don't know whether to tell them or not. This is going to be like that long. You might as well enjoy it. 3 years from now, the chances are 1 in a trillion, but you might be married to her. And you might both be sober and living happily ever after and have 2 little wonderful children. But it isn't going to stay that way. You're going to be sitting at the kitchen table, you're going to have lunch, you reach for the salt, and your fingers are going to touch, you're going to say, give me the goddamn salt. That's the curse of being a human being. Which is not bad, except people like me go through life being continually disillusioned because things don't stay wonderful. I expect that they will stay wonderful. In AA, I've learned that they will not stay wonderful. That is not a realistic perception. But this Ernie came in with his married doctor, fell in love with Dr. Bob's daughter, and they got married. Our first marriage. And that sounds pretty good. Marrying your sponsor's daughter should bring you a certain amount of serenity. Most of you know that happened in my family. My youngest daughter, much to my chagrin, fell in love with a guy I'd been sponsoring for several years. About a 10-year difference in their ages. And they got married. I didn't want to ruin everything, but I felt like it. Yeah. I would say that's always to me been the textbook example of mixed emotions. If you ever want to know what mixed emotions really are, it's watching your daughter go down the aisle to be married to a man whose 5th step you've heard. You can't really say anything and disrupt the ceremony, but you can give little clues if you want to, like, let me know if he ever brings a sheep home, honey. He got married, and he didn't have to be as active as the others because he was now a member of the family. So they were all shocked when he got drunk and died. But as always is the case, alcoholics who don't take the steps of he stays sober get drunk. Some of them die. Funny thing was, it turned her bitter towards AA for the next 40 years. Just remember the last few years after she had been available to say kind things about AA again. But they saw she knew that, but it just that's a tremendous scar. And so little by little grew. And AA 12-step work has always been the same. It is carrying a message. And the great help, of course, is that it helps the person carrying the message. That's what it's about. Hopefully they will stay sober. But the person carrying the message, starting with Bill Wilson, And the only thing that cannot help is that if you get caught up in depending on whether or not they stay sober. And that happens, we say, well, it should never happen. It happens a lot. It has happened to me, and it's happened to anybody who's ever made 12-step calls or tried to help people. When they get drunk, you feel the sense of, I failed. I'm no good. I'm a loss. Not much, but you do it once in a while. You got to somehow remember that these stories of these people, Bill Wilson failed again and again in the first 6 months, and after 8 seconds, it's hard to remember that most of the people drank. Very few stayed sober. Very few. After 3 years, Bill Wilson wrote, we are a group of 100 men and women who have stayed sober a year. And he later wrote, that was not exactly correct. We were only 79, but 100 sounded better. We all understand that clearly. We're going to write something. But it's terrible, terrible attrition. And it is as I said last night, in kind of jest, but it's really true. To me, it is always, there are 2 great virtues in trying to be of service to others, or help others, or to help them get sober. 2 great virtues and a couple not so great virtues. The great virtue is, when I am trying to help him, it makes me realize, it makes me think about what I'm saying, and it makes me focus on my own, things that have happened to me. And secondly, and perhaps even more important, when I am thinking about him, I am not thinking about me. And that is the goal of life. That is humility. Thinking about someone else and just being yourself. The not so great virtues, I guess there are virtues that are not so great. There's a certain feeling of pride that comes if your efforts are crowned by someone staying sober. It's nothing to brag about. We know it's not us doing it, but there's still, as human beings, there's a nice feeling to know that somebody stayed sober because you helped. It gives you a little better reason for being. I've been a sponsor a lot of times. A lot of people I've worked with, I've gotten drunk over the years, have gone away shaking their fists. But I'll tell you, this was a nice year for me. And it's a petty reason, and I don't really take credit for it, but I enjoy it. 4 people I sponsor got 30-year birthdays this year. And that's a nice feeling to give them all 30-year cakes. But unfortunately, next Monday I got to carry out the garbage again. People don't realize who I am. My wife says, get that garbage out, the garbage man's coming. Yes, she didn't know I sponsored 4 people to stay sober 30 years. A lot of people I sponsored didn't stay sober, but that's a great thing. We carry this message to alcoholics who still suffer. And it is. At one time it was 12-step calls, but today there aren't very many 12-step calls because people are in treatment centers. They go to the treatment center. They jump into a visible boat. And a lot of times what we have to do is find people who are already sober and think they know about AA and help them go, sometimes to do very life-saving gestures, to help them remove the misinformation they already have. Help them survive. See, you talk about stuff long enough and the sun comes out. Help them survive. I often thought that one of the great problems in dealing with people like me, for example, and I'm sure many others, is I've got so much misinformation piled in front of the door, I couldn't get in it anyway. And there has to be someone who has to help me before I even start on the steps to get rid of some of that crap. That's what we can help. We help people. And we share with one another. And we listen. To me, one of the great 12-step things that Bill mentions in the book, in the 12 and 12. Sitting in a meeting and listening to people. And we get tired when you've been sober. Why should I go to the meetings? Because, God damn it, I'm an example. And I sit and listen, and I am bringing comfort to that alcoholic talking. Especially when you've been sober a while, because you become the icon of what Alcoholics Anonymous is. If you don't go to the meetings, you really don't have much to show for what you've gotten here. And you try to be a listener. And sometimes it's fun and interesting and thrilling to listen. Other times I'm self-wrapped up in self. I don't want to listen to it. So you have to sometimes simulate being interested. Eventually you'll be interested again, but you can't just say, well, I'm sorry you have this suicidal problem, but I'm not I'm not into listening today. Goodbye. Uh-huh. And in the efforts to pretend to help them, you wind up getting interested again. It's a funny phenomenon. But we all know what being of help to one another. The question, of course, one of the great questions is this, that we are able to help one another, and the questions come up again and again. Why are these narrow people so insistent upon why do we just help AAs? Why can't we help people with all kinds of problems? People with narcotics problems, people with cocaine problems, people with eating disabilities, people with gambling problems, people with obsessive problems. Why can't we help them? We can show them how to get better. And I'll tell you what, that is one of the great problems in all over the world today. How can we realistically keep narcotics addicts out? How can we keep a cocaine addict out who comes seeking help? Isn't it all one big disease? That's what they say. Well, you just got to start with this premise. The only one who says it's all one big disease are the treatment centers who want to lump them together for treatment. It is not one big disease, but even if it were one big disease, there's a very good reason why you and I have to carry the message to the alcoholic who still suffers. The big problem in the treatment of the alcoholic has always been the same for the last 4,000 years. The terrible feeling of difference and isolation. I know you mean well, I know you're trying to help me, but my case truly is different. I have these things you're not even aware of. My problem really isn't real. And in every instance, almost, that we read about, Bill Wilson talking to Dr. Bob, and Dr. Bob, who had been given endless religious exhortations and medical information and data about his drinking, wrote later that the reason he could listen to Bill was because Bill described him. When Bill talked about Bill, he was describing Dr. Bob. And that guy up in the hospital these two fellers talked about themselves, but they described me. It is the opening wedge in that terrible feeling of difference. And all the way through AA, the instructions were always the same, but eventually gets down to me telling you about me so you will realize you are not so different. Because it's amazing how similar we are. Last year, I was pleased to be asked to talk at Seattle at the International Convention on our primary purpose, which is one of my favorite subjects in the whole world in the traditions. And in the midst of my talk, I found myself saying something, as I often do, and I later think, well, that wasn't a very good thing to say, but I believe it to be correct now in valuation. About what Alcoholics Anonymous really is. At the bottom line, it is not this book, because there was Alcoholics Anonymous before there was a book. It is not meetings, because there was Alcoholics Anonymous before there were meetings. They sat around kitchen tables. It is not spirituality. That's a great adjunct to it. It is not love. That's an adjunct. Sometimes you have, sometimes you don't. It is not understanding. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. All of these things are supportive things to Alcoholics Anonymous. What Alcoholics Anonymous is, it is this morning in exactly the same way it was on June 10th, 1935 in Akron, Ohio. It is one alcoholic talking to another alcoholic to help him reduce his feelings of difference at least enough so that he will begin to take actions he does not yet believe in. And that's exactly what it is. Everything else is a support to this goal. Without the actions, we don't get better, and we won't take the actions as long as we feel terminally different. Desperation can make you flexible for a little bit, but if you don't, and the example I used in Seattle is that the late 1950s, about 1960 or thereabouts, they founded Overeaters Anonymous, which became, I think, the third group to borrow the 12 steps. All of the 12-step organizations, NA, Cocaine Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, Overeaters Anonymous, all of those big ones started in Los Angeles within a few years of each other. Cocaine Anonymous came a little later. But they're just 6 or 7 fat ladies sitting around a church, a synagogue. So they didn't know what to do, but they knew they couldn't stand the way they were. And so they'd go to the A Club and ask people to come over and talk to them about the 12 steps, an obsession. And I guess I must be the third speaker they ever had. They didn't choose very wisely. I was skinny and had no front teeth. But I was vocal. I was working hard to find lower companions. But I gave them a good talk on obsessions. I think they thought it was. And how all I had to do was talk about my current emotions. And it was very helpful. It was very nice, and I really was glad to be able to help. And I knew that we could all help each other. And then I sat down, and they started talking about their problems. And as much as I understood, and I tried to help them, I was appalled at these people. I thought, how could you be like that? You ate a whole cake? For Christ's sake, what's wrong with you? I didn't say anything, but I just... Some woman says she ate ice cream till she couldn't hold anymore, went to the bathroom, put her finger down the throat, vomited up, came back and ate some more. I wanted to get up and move away from her. I could see doing that with drinking, but ice cream? Jeez. I wouldn't have cared what information they had for me. They wouldn't have been very effective in teaching me anything, because they were disgusting. In later years, I've come to understand them. But the same thing with Narcotics Anonymous. I never identified with Narcotics Anonymous. I did all of these programs, Overeaters Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, have been formed by Alcoholics Anonymous members who had the additional problem and had no way to help them. Gamblers Anonymous was formed by a man named Jim Willis. Some of you remember Sybil. Remember Sybil? I think she's got the most sobriety of any woman in the world now, Sybil Willis Corwin. She just got her 50th cake this March in our meeting. But she was married to Jim Willis, and he founded GA in the early 1960s. And he became kind of the Bill Wilson of GA. And he's still revered all over the world as the Bill Wilson. But the funny thing about Jim Willis is this. He got so active in GA that he didn't really have time much for AA. So when he got drunk, everybody was very surprised. But even after he was drunk, he was still the Bill Wilson of GA because he never gambled. And the founders of NA were members of AA. Founders of CA were members of AA, who also were in cocaine and tried to help cocaine addicts who didn't have an alcoholic problem. So, the reason for that is always the same, because the point is you are absolutely strangely able to help someone else with the same problems that no one else can touch. Doesn't mean you can always help them either, but you've got a better chance than anybody else, because you can help them break down the wall of identification. You don't do it by talking about their problems, you do it by talking about your feelings, and you must realize that is their feelings too, whether you know it or not, or how they discuss it. Specific actions may not be identifiable, but feelings and desperations are. So that's why you and I carry this message to alcoholics, because it is good for them, but better for us. And then we try to practice these principles in all our affairs. And some of you hear discussion meetings, what principles? Principles, all the principles up to then in the 12 steps, I guess. It has to be. I wouldn't think there'd be other principles. It's quite simple, but people always want to discuss the damnedest things in discussion meetings. How many, I saw, little petty things like yesterday when people were finding things wrong in what I said. accusing me of misquoting the book just because I was misquoting the book. Well, I'm not going to be that petty. Get out of here, Tom, or whoever it was. You. That's why I didn't call on you last night.
I know.
Number 15. You were going to be next, but really the time ran out. But anyway, practice these principles I've heard. The principles, of course, are, I suppose it's safe to say, moderation, thoughtfulness, trying to keep feelings in check so they don't become explosions and obsessions. We can take any number of examples of that. In the 12 and Bill talks about the problems of marriages, problems of employment, and it's all the same. I mean, they're not much different than a human being, except we are prone to explode or become too intense, or to take our emotions of childishness and grandiosity and extreme sensitivity and use them as justifications for undoing things in an hour what we've taken a year to build up. And so that's one of the reasons I keep going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. As I said the other day, I haven't heard anything new in an AA meeting in 25 years. I wish I would, but I don't. But I can't. It's very, very rare that I do not leave a meeting feeling better than when I came in. Because it readjusts you. It's like the whole thing again. We're on this straight road. There's a great straight road that runs from Saskatoon to Prince Albert. You go by 3 signs that say any length. It's just, and you figure you could tie the wheel and sit in the back seat and play cribbage or something. But we all know that doesn't happen. The roads are full of imperfections. No matter how straight the road, you got to keep steering and keep steering. That's what you got to do in life. Even when things are going good, you got to keep steering. And in life, every so often, there comes a hairpin curve. Oh, Jesus! And away you go. And you better have your you better keep your AA seatbelt on, as the old saying goes, because that's what it's about. We could talk about it forever, but it really is quite. We all, like Dr. Bob said in his last talk there at the International Convention. Incidentally, in passing, most of you know the story, but it's an interesting little thought. In 1950, AA was 15 years old, or what had been part of the Oxford group became AA, and then the whole movement, 15 years. Bill Wilson was 15 years. No, Bill Wilson was almost 16 years. Dr. Bob was 15 years. So they're going to have this international convention. Get together, for everybody can see. And it's hard to remember that AA even then, and even more so, was a bunch of... The main problem with AA then is the same problem with AA now. It's full of alcoholics. Just wonderful principles and sleazy pukes living them. It's terrible. So they almost didn't have the International Convention. Remember that? Because the people in Akron wouldn't go to New York. I'm not going to New York. And in a great flush of maturity, the people in New York said, we're not going to Akron. And they almost didn't have an international convention. And Bill and Dr. Bob got together. Fortunately, when they got together, they were able to maintain some degree of equanimity. And they came up with a Solomon-like compromise. They chose Cleveland. All right, but I guess we showed you. So they had it in Cleveland. A couple of great things happened at the Cleveland Convention. One, that's where they introduced the traditions, because AA was coming apart, and they finally introduced the traditions there that had written in the late 1940s. And secondly, Dr. Bob gave that great little talk most of us have read or heard. Nice to hear it on tape, you hear that voice. And talked about a lot of things, but we talked about this yesterday, but it's all about AA, when its last analysis boils down to love and service. We all know what love is, we all know what service is. We don't have to debate how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, or what does the word shortcoming really mean. Let's just take it what it means. We can go on and go forth from these meetings. it always reminds me sometimes, the whole concept of AA reminds me years ago when I was in marketing, and we had some 5 little watchwords by which we would train marketing people or salesmen. There's ways to learn a product, to really learn a product. You know. And it goes like, there's 5 steps, and it certainly applies to AA. Okay. First, when you come in, you don't know anything about the product. Sit down and shut up. We wouldn't say that to them, but it's okay to say to alcoholics. We'd say, be quiet. But shut up. We don't want to hear your opinion on it because you haven't got any opinion. You don't know anything. Shut up. 2, listen. They say, we can't help but listen. You talk all the time. No. Listen meaningfully. Listen for things you can identify with. Listen for points of reference. Listen, because we can look as though we're listening. We all know that. You can look as though you're listening, and your mind is just shooting out missiles and shooting down words and thoughts. You can be sitting about, happens a lot of times, unfortunately, when you're listening to chapter 5. After you've been sober a long time, you start to read chapter 5 and yes. It's a human condition. I wish it weren't that way. I try not to do it, but we do it. The mind turns. But you got to listen. Listen to what you're listening to. 3, remember. I said, of course you're going to remember. No, you're not. I and you and thousands of others like this. You can leave a great meeting and say, wasn't that a great meeting? Let's go down and have some coffee. And never think of it again. Entertaining speaker, fun. It's like a show. That happens again and again. But when you're in the midst of trying to learn something, you better try to remember a point of interest or something that you heard there. But since you're a human being, you will not always leave every meeting remembering. But when you're in the process of learning something, you better remember something. Then, the 4th thing in learning a product is to practice the technique you've heard. In other words, to use the product or to practice a technique that you've heard. These things you've listened to, remember, go out and try it out on your own a little bit. See if you can make it work. See if you can do what they've been telling you can do. See if you can operate the device or whether you can use the philosophy or something, whatever it is. You try to be quiet. Don't argue till you learn something. Then listen. And then remember. And then 4 is to try to practice it. Practice it. And 5th, and the way to finally top off and to know the product, this is how you really learn the product. You teach it to somebody else. That is how you learn the product. Everything up to then is data, but then you have to put it in your own frame of reference and teach it. And that's, in a sense, the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. We come here and hopefully we shut up, and hopefully we're desperate and we listen, hopefully we try to remember, and little by little we practice it begrudgingly, and then try to teach it. And you don't have to be sober 15 years to teach it. You can be sober 15 days, because you know more. You have 13 days more than the guys got 2 days sober, and you can at least teach them how to be sober 13 more days. You may not be able to teach them about the steps, but to be of service to others. The last thing I want to mention this morning, I would suppose that these are not my notes, these are our chairman's notes. I keep going off them, there's nothing there for me to... It says pay for Clancy's plane ticket, that's been crossed off. What do you think that means? I would suppose that if I had been really clever, I would have brought notes and done this very well and more concise and more. But I didn't know what it was like, so you go over much. But there's nothing to do outside anyway, so there's a lot. To me, one of the great analogies of Alcoholics Anonymous, and it makes it so strange to all of us, and makes it so peculiar. The one thing, it's as though life is a scale of some sort, and when we're even, we feel pretty good. And it gets up and down, and it gets kind of painful, and we change it and do this and that. And the one thing that seems to be the hallmark of alcoholics, for whatever reason, on one side of the scale, a hideous little black thing grows and grows. And little by little, as you go through life, your scale gets further off. And you can go to a psychiatrist, and he'll explain why you got it, but it doesn't help. I know why I've got you, but what difference does that make? And you can find metaphysics and paint it white and say, wow, isn't that pretty? But you discover one thing, that when you drink, at least the scale goes away for a while. But when you come to again, there you are, a little further down. And you go to AA. I come here too, but I don't think you understand my problem. Stop and drink, it just makes me see the goddamn scale more clearly, that's all. Well, we're not going to worry about that. We'll just ignore that. That's really wonderful. It's easy for you to say. What we're going to do is, here's a little bucket and a little spoon and a little bucket of actions. We're going to ignore that. We're going to start working on this side and put little actions in here. There's nothing wrong with that side. It's this side. It's killing me. Utilize, don't analyze. If you're desperate enough, you do these goofy little actions that just make you crazy. It's so stupid. But one day, that goofy old scale begins to move. Keep putting those actions. And you bring it up to level. Now, I don't think that anything you do in AA gets rid of that thing over here. I think left untended, it will always be there. There's any number of cases of people who have left it untended after feeling well, and they are dead to show the fact it hadn't gone away. But to all intents and purposes, I found a new freedom. I found what I wanted to feel. It's just, I'm so sick with gratitude. It's wonderful. Oh, hey, I'm so great. But there's one hideous thing they don't tell you about. On this side, you haven't noticed it, but there's a tiny hole. And every time you get that baby, just, oh, I found it, what I'm looking for. Oh, thank God, it's just so wonderful. Oh, shit. For alcoholics of our type, it's just an endless series of heartaches. You have to feel good all the time, half the time. I'm sick of doing actions to feel good. I want to be depressed. Okay, just don't take the action well. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's see. And that's why there are people who don't have to take actions who stay sober. But they're not alcoholics of our type. There are people who go to AA meetings who don't take actions and stay sober. They're usually old grouches. But they're not alcoholics of our type, or partially at best. There are people who get recovered in 10 days at Shadell, but they're not alcoholics of our type. There are people who go to treatment centers and never go to an AA meeting and live happily ever after, apparently. But they're not alcoholics of our type. Alcoholics of our type are characterized by untenable reality and untenable drinking. And stopping drinking does not make it better, it makes it worse. And therefore the compensatory actions of Alcoholics Anonymous are the only things that have ever worked in the history of mankind for people like you and me. I sometimes send you shivered on my spine. I almost gave up my life because I was absolutely convinced AA is a nice place, but it is not designed for cases like mine. I have over the years come to believe sincerely that AA was designed exclusively for cases exactly like mine. Maybe not yours. I might be the only one. But it is designed exactly for people like me. The more I read about Bill Wilson and his swings and moods and I read myself right into that. And I'm sure most alcoholics can. So I think that we are very fortunate indeed. Now we must fight the terrible temptation to say, boy, we had a nice weekend, we discussed the steps, I talked too long, but we had coffee afterwards and talked about them, and go home and think, now I should be, things should be all right. It isn't. All we've discussed here are the recipes. We still don't have a cake. You have to go home and take the recipe and mix up that crap. And show a little restraint, even though they don't realize you're spiritual. And be kind to some puke that doesn't deserve it. And go to a meeting and listen to somebody prate nonsense without hitting them over the head with a big book. And to do the things that all of us have to try to force ourselves to do so that we can little by little always bring the scale back into balance. Or as much balance as people like us can get. I'm very pleased, as I said last night, I'm very pleased that I came up here to work on this because I've had to really evaluate and think about all the things I've believed instinctively for a lot of years. And it really is great. I feel refreshed. I'm going to go back and be a wonderful person. Hopefully all the way to the airport, maybe. I don't know. But I'm going to try, and I want to thank you for your kindness.